Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
I was just telling somebody I love them. I don't think they heard me. Hello, welcome to the mop-up for October 28th, 2021. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 53 degrees and sunny. Coming up in an hour, hopefully, Christian Smalls, my hero, the most important labor leader of the 21st century. And I mean that. Christian Smalls is organizing the Amazon workers out at JFK. He has enough for a vote. We've had him on. I'm proud to say I met him through Robert Smigel. Robert hired him to be a panelist on a podcast called Let's Make a Poop. I'm being serious. It was like, oh, no, it was Hollywood. I don't know. Christian, so I met him through Smigel, and Christian Smalls is my hero. In the past year, he has just taught a master's class in union organizing, and I am honored that Christian Smalls will be on the show in about an hour to tell us about what he's accomplished. Speaking of people who accomplish things, but not really, Joe Biden met with congressional leaders to announce a framework for Build Back Better. That's that massive spending bill coming from progressives in the Democratic Party, Bernie, who insist that this bill must be passed if Republicans and centrists in the Democratic Party want their toothless infrastructure bill to get passed. We've never seen anything like this before in our lifetime, where progressives are holding a bill hostage and saying, nope, you either go with our Build Back Better bill or you get nothing. This is pretty impressive. Unfortunately, it's getting stripped. Build Back Better, as Bernie envisioned it, was supposed to come in at $6 trillion. He was willing to settle for $3.5 trillion, and now Joe Biden and Pelosi seem to be coming in at $1.85 trillion. Not good enough. That's what Bernie said today, and whatever Bernie says, I go with. Bernie said, and I quote, "Clearly, to my mind, it has some major gaps in it." He's talking about this new framework for Build Back Better. He says, clearly, to my mind, it has some major gaps in it. The American people are very, very clear that they're sick and tired of paying the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. There is, to the best of my knowledge, no language in there that takes on the pharmaceutical industry. And Senator Bernie Sanders, who is chairman of the Budget Committee, the Senate Budget Committee, he is recommending that Nancy Pelosi in the House, she's the Speaker, that she hold off voting on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. The progressives, under the watchful eye of Bernie, the progressives in the House are going to tell Nancy Pelosi, your bipartisan bill doesn't have our votes unless you come to the table and give us a Build Back Better that we can run for re-election on. Here is what's not in Joe Biden's and Nancy Pelosi's framework for a Build Back Better. Free tuition of public schools, not in Build Back Better. No paid family and medical leave. We would continue to be the only industrialized country in the world that does not provide paid family and medical leave. And Medicare and Medicaid would not be authorized to bring prescription drug prices down. They would not be authorized to negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies. David Dayen over at the American Prospect says there might be an Easter egg in this framework where, and this gets complicated, I'll go slowly on this. There might be an Easter egg where hospitals treating a Medicare patient could negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies on prescriptions for drugs that are generic, that have lost their patents. Maybe. I'll repeat that again because it's a little hopeful if you haven't just given up completely. According to David Dayen over at the American Prospect, there is a possibility that in this framework, hospitals treating Medicare patients can negotiate with drug companies on prescriptions for drugs whose patents have expired, maybe. Now, the American people want all of the above. They want it to come in at $6 trillion. They want what Bernie wants, but we don't have what the pharmaceutical industry has, what the oil companies have, what the health insurance and the hospitals have. We don't have lobbyists. We have public citizen. That's our lobbyist in Washington, D.C. Polling on Build Back Better is both popular and irrelevant. It doesn't matter what the American people want. We are not asked what we want. Call your senators, call your congresspeople. We are not really being consulted. I don't mean to be, that's not really true. So I shouldn't say that. That's a disservice to giving out the phone numbers of your senators and congresspeople. That is a rhetorical device to stir up rage and anger, when in fact they do care what we want. We just have to make it louder. They do care what we want. Sinema doesn't care. Joe Manchin doesn't care. But they, the Democratic Party, in the end, cares. We just have to scream louder and let them know how angry we are. Not physically angry. Angry with our voices, our pen, our phone calls, our vote. The Democrats are desperately trying to get something passed before the end of this year. They want to get thee behind me. They want to get infrastructure behind them so they can spend all of 2022 terrifying us in the lead up to the midterms. That's how they plan to get the Senate and the House, by terrifying us about Donald Trump. The January 6th Capitol Hill hearings, those go into full bloom come January of 2022. We're going to focus on the fascists in the Republican Party because they're not going to be able to run on this infrastructure bill. They're just not going to be able to do it because it's being written by and for the lobbyists. It is a subsidy to the pharmaceutical and insurance companies. This bill, the bipartisan bill, and Joe Biden and Nancy's iteration of Build Back Better, it's just a subsidy to the drug companies, the health insurance companies, the hospitals, to contractors, to builders, and it pays lip service to the people in need. The bill could be a lot cheaper. We could get a lot more done with $1.8 trillion if the government did all the hiring. I'm a socialist. I believe that that people should work for the government. I think the government should be hiring people. I think there should be corporations, but I think they should compete with the government. I think it should be 50-50. I think the government should do half the hiring in this country and then fight it out. Corporations versus the government. Let's see who's more efficient. I do know who's more efficient, the government. And there should be an army of builders, an army of home health care workers, an army of teachers. There should be an army of drug laboratories that are making our drugs. We finance these drugs. Why don't we make them? Or at least half of them. Or when they lose their patents and become generic, there should be government pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies, government compounding sites that mix these drugs that at the very least have lost their patent. We should have an army of hospitals owned and operated by the government, just like the VA. And no matter how hard they try to destroy the VA, it's a government run. It is single payer. It is the best medical care in America. As much as the vets complain about the VA, and rightfully so, it's still better than anything health insurance companies can provide to veterans and to the American people. What makes everything so expensive in Build Back Better and in the bipartisan infrastructure bill is the government is not hiring anybody. There's some provisions for the Conservation Corps that will be folded into AmeriCorps. We think that's the government doing hiring, but they're not really hiring the contractors. They're not hiring the people to actually build the roads. They're hiring contractors, like Halliburton. We privatized the war in Iraq, and we saw what Halliburton did with our tax dollars. It would have been more efficient and safer if soldiers were cooking the food, building the latrines, building the bivouacs. Instead, it got passed over to Dick Cheney's Halliburton. They privatized a lot of the essential services that the Army used to provide, and it tripled the cost. And it was dangerous. It ended up killing. Halliburton ended up poisoning our soldiers. They made showers that weren't constructed properly, and they died from parasites and infections. There is government waste, but only because we farm out these jobs to corporations who are notorious for waste. Government waste can only exist when we give tax dollars to private corporations to do the work for the government. Whether or not you're a fan of the post office, if you're not a fan of the post office, trust me when I tell you this, you're an ignoramus. Trust me, I don't know much, but I do know that anybody who complains about the post office, even with DeJoy trying to destroy it, if you don't think the post office is run better than any Fortune 500 corporation, you're either an ignoramus or part of the propaganda arm of a Fortune 500 corporation that wants the business that the post office does. You are an ignoramus and a racist, by the way, if you complain about the post office. The post office lifted hundreds of thousands of African Americans out of poverty after World War II. And so much of the complaining about the post office is racist. And the post office is a miracle. It is efficient because it's run by the government. The government is more efficient than corporate America. Nobody, except for Fauci, is making more than $300,000 a year. Your congressperson gets $189,000 a year. Now, back to Build Back Better and what's left in it. Here's what we think is in President Biden's infrastructure bill, Build Back Better, the social infrastructure bill. Here's what we think is the framework. And it's not the final bill. It's not anything close. Bernie is saying it's not enough. But if you think, because earlier I said we weren't consulted, and I shouldn't have said that. I take that back. Considering that this is 10 years after Occupy and Bernie almost getting the Democratic nomination, we're being heard. It's not enough, but we're being heard. $555 billion to combat climate catastrophe. It's not climate change. That was a gift to us from Frank Luntz, the Joseph Goebbels of America, the morbidly obese, toupee-wearing, and yes, I will say anything to hurt Frank Luntz's feelings. I know people say don't fat shame Frank Luntz. He's Joseph Goebbels. He's a horrible human being and is responsible for so much death and destruction in America and stupidity. So anyway, $550 billion to combat climate catastrophe. Unfortunately, it will be spent primarily through tax incentives given to corporations that produce renewable energy. And because this comes out of Joe Manchin's committee, I'm pretty sure ExxonMobil and the oil companies, which need to be destroyed, this is non-negotiable, and you can't be polite about this. Exxon needs to be destroyed. Shell, oil, destroyed. The same way Anthem needs to be destroyed. We need to destroy the health insurance companies. Anybody who says they're for Medicare for all, but isn't advocating for the destruction of the health insurance companies is yanking your chain. You cannot say you want to fight climate catastrophe and at the same time think that you can negotiate with ExxonMobil. They must be destroyed. And there was a story in Reuters yesterday about American investment funds. Now, the EU, as we're meeting in Glasgow in this big climate summit, the EU, their money managers are divesting themselves of the oil companies. Here in the United States, not so much. Harvard just announced that it's divesting itself of fossil fuels in its $60 billion endowment. They're selling all their ExxonMobil stock. There are two ways to destroy ExxonMobil. Stop buying cars that run on petroleum products, pass laws, but make sure that you're not doing business with any bank, any investment firm that owns stock in oil companies. The Rockefeller family built their fortune off Standard Oil, which is now ExxonMobil. The Rockefeller Foundation has divested itself, the family has divested itself of any shares of Exxon. So if you have money, you got to find out if your money is being invested in fossil fuels. For example, do not put your money in Chase. Jamie Dimon, among other things, he's the chairman of Chase. They are one of the biggest enablers of fossil fuels. They are one of the biggest investors in fossil fuels. They do the corporate underwriting for fossil fuels. Do not give your money to Chase, JP Morgan Chase. And the name of the person who runs JP Morgan Chase is Jamie Dimon. Look him up. Know who this person is, because he has hired thousands of publicists to paint himself a certain way. He's a bad guy, and these people need to be demonized. Exxon is a horrible company, but we know they're a horrible company. They're like Jeff Bezos. We know Jeff Bezos is a POS. But there are people who enable the climate catastrophe. Jamie Dimon is an enabler. He's way more evil than the CEO of ExxonMobil because he presents himself as something else. That's what the devil does. The devil presents himself as your friend. So Reuters did a story about how American investment funds, some of them are refusing to invest in renewables and are doubling down, as they say, on fossil fuels. For example, Sean Reynolds, S-H-A-W-N, Reynolds, runs the VanEck Fund. Mark Stoeckle, S-T-O-E-C-K-L-E, he is the head of the Adams Fund. Michael Liss, he is the senior portfolio manager of the American Century Value Fund. They are proudly investing in oil companies. Mark Stoeckle, S-T-O-E-C-K-L-E, from the Adams Fund, said to Reuters, shamelessly said yesterday, quote, "At the end of the day, you don't invest in a company because they promise nice things." His name is Mark Stoeckle, and he runs the Adams Fund. Michael Liss, senior portfolio manager of the American Century Value Fund, said it owns fossil fuel companies because they spend lesser amounts of money on renewable power. He says, I'm only looking for companies that are in oil because that's going to remain strong. Demand for oil is going to remain strong. ExxonMobil can't go out. It needs to go out of business, but it can't go out of business until we stop using the product and start punishing these people who enable. It doesn't matter how many gallons of gasoline ExxonMobil sells. If everybody unloads the stock, it no longer becomes a good investment. It doesn't matter how many billions Exxon earns. If you divest if these mutual funds sell off ExxonMobil stock, they can't stay in business. So they're going to spend $550 billion, we think. The government is going to spend $550 billion to help companies transition to renewables. Universal preschool for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. That's big, but the more you read about it, it's not that. I mean, it already exists in West Virginia, and so it's not that big a thing. There'll be healthcare subsidies for working families who earn less than $300,000 a year. That's great news if you own stock in a health insurance company. That is not a subsidy to working families. That is a subsidy to health insurance companies, the same way Obamacare was welfare for the health insurance companies. They plan to keep the very popular $300 a month payment to every child in America. They plan to keep it through 2022. That's something. They say that this year, that $300 tax payment that goes directly to families has lifted millions of people out of poverty. And to anyone who thinks $300 a month for a kid lifts them out of poverty, you need to go away. If that's your definition of poverty, if you think $300 a month is the difference between living in poverty and not living in poverty. We have to reevaluate the yardsticks. We have to start measuring poverty differently. There will be a $165 billion payment to reduce healthcare premiums for people who are covered through the Affordable Care Act. That's Obamacare. That's $165 billion going to the health insurance companies. That's who gets the money. 106. They've just had their most profitable year in history, and now they're going to get $165 billion, I guess, over 10 years. So that's good news, right? And that will provide 4 million people additional Medicaid and Medicare. There will be supposedly hearing aids for Medicare recipients, not dental. Money will be allocated for home care workers, seniors, and disabled. I don't know why they can't just build an army in Washington, D.C. of home care specialists who work for the federal government. They're going to spend billions of dollars to provide wage increases for home health care workers who work for whom? Why don't they work for the government? Why don't we have an army of healthcare workers who work for the federal government? And if you need a healthcare worker, you call the agency and they send one. Why do we have to have layer upon layer of bureaucracy? Because corporate America wants in on this. It's only inefficient because of corporate lobbyists. Government isn't inefficient. It's the corporate lobbyists who clog it all up. $150 billion to build 1 million affordable housing units. We haven't been building affordable housing since the Faircloth Amendment was passed during the Clinton administration. It prevents federal and state agencies from building new housing units without getting rid of old ones, right? So the population is growing, people are getting poorer, but we have the same number of low-income housing built by the government that we've had for like 30 years. And then people go, why is there homelessness? The Faircloth Amendment. We don't allow more public housing to be built. But let's do a blue ribbon panel study on why they're homeless. If people are on the streets and homeless, it means they are homeless. So if you build them homes, they will have a home. No, it's complicated. They have mental health issues. They have mental health issues because they're living on the streets. Build more affordable housing. We've stopped doing that. $100 billion for something called immigration streamlining. That doesn't mean we're going to be helping the dreamers, which is the civil rights issue of our generation. You are on the wrong side of history if you are not paying attention to the dreamers. And it is the most important civil rights issue facing us right now. And doesn't seem to be in this bill. And it's a disgrace. $40 billion for worker training and higher education. That doesn't qualify as free tuition at public universities. That would include an annual increase in the Pell Grant by $550. Amazing how we just can't seem to provide free education to all Americans. And yet education is the answer to all our problems, we're told by the beneficiaries of the meritocracy. We have all these pompous, white, hyper-educated neoliberals saying it's all about education. It's all about education. But no free education. No free education. They plan to pay for this by increasing tax revenues by $2 trillion. They're going to keep the infamous Trump tax cuts from 2017, but they're going to implement a 15% minimum tax on profits from large corporations. That's not a new tax. That's saying at the bare minimum, no matter what you say, you have to pay at the very least 15%. Now, this is a global effort that we've been pushing because a lot of American corporations are going to Ireland and Liechtenstein, because they don't have to pay any taxes. So we're implementing a worldwide 15% minimum tax. So to keep some corporations in America. There will be a 15% minimum tax on profits earned by companies abroad. Apple doesn't repatriate billions of dollars. I think it has like $500 billion parked overseas. Any company that's recording record profits has hundreds of billions of dollars parked overseas. They offered a 1 year, they were going to do offer a clemency on all that offshore money that you could repatriate it. That's what they call it, repatriation. You could bring all that money back to America if you do it in the next year, and you don't have to pay taxes on it. And the corporations vetoed that. They didn't even want to do that. Biden claims that they would implement tax penalties for any company that keeps their headquarters in a global tax haven. Apple, for example, is not headquartered in Silicon Valley. Everybody thinks that Apple is headquartered in Cupertino, right? It's a mailbox in Nevada. That's its official headquarters. Why is it headquartered in Nevada? Because Nevada is a tax haven. That's where you hide money. Cupertino, where Apple is located, there was a story that Cupertino High School, where the guy who Jobs and forgot his name. I haven't had any sleep. The computer department at Cupertino High School, Wozniak is his name, where Wozniak, they can't teach computer classes at the same high school that Wozniak graduated from in Cupertino because they don't have enough of a tax base where Apple is not headquartered in. They're headquartered in a post office box in Nevada. Professor Adnan Hussein went to the same high school in Cupertino as Steve Jobs did, and I think he had a book that Steve Jobs used. They would have given Professor Hussein a new book. Steve Jobs is much older than Professor Hussein, but Steve Jobs didn't pay taxes, so they had to use old books. That's why Professor Hussein had a book that was used by Steve Jobs. There'll be a 1% tax on corporate stock buybacks. Apple does this. Instead, they have a record year. They have like $40 billion. Instead of using it for, salaries for the Foxconn ladies who, are jumping to their deaths, they buy back more of their stock. And that creates, then the stock price goes up, but nobody benefits other than the shareholders. So there'd be a 1% tax on corporate stock buybacks. I'm not saying a speculation tax on all trades the way they have in Great Britain. There should be a speculation tax. Every time somebody buys and trades a stock which doesn't benefit anybody other than the stockbrokers, there should be a speculation tax. There used to be on Wall Street. They got rid of it about 40 years ago during the Reagan administration. They claim increased enforcement for large corporations and the wealthy over at the Internal Revenue Service. We'll see about that. As I've repeated over and over again, The IRS is understaffed. They're leaving $1 trillion a year on the table because they don't have enough people on the ground auditing Americans who refuse to pay taxes. And the people who refuse to pay taxes are the richest 1%. There'll be an additional 5% tax on incomes exceeding $10 million a year. And that will go up to 8% on incomes above 25 million. And there's a little tax on Medicare for the wealthy. We'll see. We'll see. It's not enough. I know it's not enough because Bernie says it's not enough. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Fasten your airbags because coming up, Christian Smalls will join us in about a half hour. And I am really honored that he's going to find time to be with us. He is very busy right now, and he is the most important labor leader of the 21st century. Christian Smalls has accomplished a lot this week. So listen carefully. Christian Smalls was fired from Amazon a year and a half ago because he was a supervisor at Amazon's Staten Island fulfillment center. And as a supervisor, he felt it was his job to complain about working conditions for his fellow Amazon employees. They were not obeying the COVID protocols. This was at the height of the pandemic. He went to complain and he was fired. And then he staged a rally at JFK 8. That's the big Amazon warehouse right outside JFK Airport here in New York City. He worked at the Staten Island Fulfillment Center, and he went ahead and protested outside of that fulfillment center and JFK 8. The New York State Attorney General last year, Letitia James, filed a lawsuit on Christian's behalf saying Amazon fired him unlawfully. And he became an activist. Stop Amazon now. That's his Twitter feed. Christian Smalls flew to Bessemer, Alabama, earlier this year to help in that union drive, which failed because it was led by the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. That's a union that's run out of Connecticut by a Harvard lawyer who could afford to lose that union drive. He was sitting pretty in Connecticut. I don't know how many times he went down to Bessemer and lived with the workers the way Christian Smalls did, because the head of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, it's run by a Harvard lawyer. So Christian is forming his own union now for the thousands of Amazon employees working at JFK 8, JFK Airport, JFK 8, and the surrounding warehouses. We're talking about thousands, maybe 5,000 employees for Amazon who Christian is going to form a union with. Forming a union in America is complicated. Taft-Hartley made it so. Christian needed 30% of these warehouse workers to say they wanted to form a union. And then he presented those cards to the National Labor Relations Board in Washington, D.C. And now he has succeeded in getting at least 30% of the workers to sign those cards. Now they are going to hold an election. More about that shortly. He's had a successful week, Christian has. And that's because this is not a union drive led by a Harvard-educated union boss who represents hundreds of thousands of workers from varieties of different industries. The union drive in Bessemer was destined to fail because it was run by a Harvard lawyer from Connecticut. But this, JFK 8, this union drive is led by an Amazon worker for Amazon workers. Christian Smalls was a supervisor at an Amazon warehouse. He worried about the health and safety of those he was responsible for. When COVID hit, when he and his co-workers were being hailed as heroes, he saw that his co-workers at Amazon, the people he was responsible for, were getting sick and dying because Jeff Bezos didn't care if they lived or died. There wasn't enough testing, and there wasn't enough COVID testing on site, not enough protective gear. And they didn't have nurses. They had people who learned how to do the tests. They didn't have people who were schooled in nursing administering the tests. And people at Amazon died because of this. And Christian Smalls complained about the working conditions, and he was fired. And he fought back, something a Harvard lawyer would never do. He'd just look up a buddy and get a new job. A Harvard lawyer doesn't know the fear, the desperation of not being able to pay the rent. A Harvard lawyer may be saddled with $300,000 in debt, student loan debt, but he can always pick up a phone for food and a job. If you're a Harvard lawyer, you're a scumbag. You're a scumbag. And you should find out if your lawyer graduated from Yale, if your lawyer graduated from Harvard, and then don't hire them because they are scumbags. These are not schools that teach lawyers how to enforce the law. These are law schools that teach lawyers how to get around the law. And the union drive in Bessemer, Alabama failed in April. And of course, that's now being challenged in the courts. That's how the Harvard lawyer who organized that drive responds to the failed union drive. They're going to challenge it in the courts because that's all a Harvard-educated lawyer who runs a union knows how to do. Take it to the courts. Real unions take it to the streets. But that requires a union leader who has actual solidarity with the workers. Somebody like Christian Smalls. Lawyers should never be running a union. Lawyers are the problem. Never, ever have a lawyer running your union. A lawyer is like, you need a plumber. You go to the Yellow Pages and you look up a plumber and you check his Yelp reviews and you hire the plumber, which is, I couldn't do it. I respect plumbers more than I respect lawyers because plumbers get rid of clogs. Lawyers create them. It is the job of a lawyer to prolong the toilet being stuffed up because they bill by the hour. Lawyers are scumbags. And the more elite law school they went to, the bigger the scumbag they are, and they cannot be trusted. And we need a cultural shift here where that has to be axiomatic, settled law, if you will, that if you are a lawyer from Yale, you're Brett Kavanaugh, you're Hillary Clinton, you're Bill Clinton, you're a piece of shit, and you're not on our side. Lawyers should not be running unions. Richard Trumka, who died this year, ran the AFL-CIO into the ground because he was a lawyer. He became a lawyer. Law schools are wholly owned subsidiaries of management. When you study labor law at law school, you learn what the labor laws are in order to skirt them. It takes a fevered legal mind, one not swimming in $300,000 of student debt, to dedicate one's life to the working people. It's a rarity. They'll do some pro bono work because they have to. But the work they're doing for the corporation is far more traumatic to the system than any free work they do for the desperate. Richard Trumka was a lawyer. He ran the AFL-CIO, making what a lawyer makes. Union leaders should not be making more than the highest paid member of their rank and file. And if the head of your union says they can't live on your salary, then why would you expect that person to expect you to live on that salary? If you belong to a union, find out how much the union head earns and demand they take a pay cut down to what the highest paid member of the rank and file earns. They will say, and I have heard this, oh, no, we need to pay higher salaries to attract the most talented. Go F yourself. That's how unions justify paying their leaders 10 times what the rank and file earn. Unions don't need talent, they need muscle. Anyone who says it's complicated is lying to you. Your union doesn't represent you when your union president makes 10 times that of the highest paid member of the rank and file. So as we're moving forward, they've branded this Striketober, so let me say up front that there needs to be clarity about labor. This is about money. It's only about money. We need to stop clouding the issue when it comes to work. It's about money. More and more Americans are discovering that they've been lied to, that work is a lie. More than 4 million Americans walked away from work in August, and they're just not, I don't know how they're getting by. They're just not looking for work because they've realized that work is a lie. And here's the truth about work. Don't kid yourself about what work is, and don't allow them to kid you. Work, whether you like it or not, despite all this propaganda that I was fed and that I fed my own kids, I'm sorry to say, work is only about money. It's not your life. They make it your life because they make you work 14-hour days. So it becomes your life. When that's all you do is work, they make it your life. That's control. Your job doesn't need to last 14 hours a day. You don't need to be on call 24 hours a day. They tell you work is your life because they want it to be your life. But for them, it's about money. So if it's about money for them, I'm talking to myself right now because it's taken me years. It's too late for me to understand this, quite frankly. If it's about money for them, then it's got to be about money for me. And they cloud it. They make it about other things. But for them, it's about money. That's it. So if we want to win, it's about money. That's all it's about. Work is not who you are. Your job is not your family. You spend more time at your job than you do with your family. So Stockholm Syndrome sets in, and you start to believe that Bernice in accounting is part of your family. She's not. Those birthday cards they ask me to sign are a form of control. And I don't sign birthday cards at work anymore. You ask me to sign a card for free? I'm a writer. You're asking me to sign my name for free? That means you can ask me to do other things for free. It's finally, stop signing birthday cards. It has finally dawned on some of us that work is not a singles bar. It's not a place where you pick up people you're interested in having sex with. It's not my fault that you can't meet people and that the only place you come into contact with humans you want to have a relationship with is at work. Maybe if you didn't have to work 14-hour days, you would have time to go to the dog park, borrow somebody's dog, go to the dog park, and try to get laid. People are at work for money, not to be flirted with, not to be made fun of. They're at work to get money. Do your work and go home. And to the people who order us around to do our work, pay us and shut the F up. Pay us on time. Just because I smile at you and ask how the family is, I don't, nor should I care about your family. All that matters is your check clears. Period. Pay us what we deserve. Everything else, the niceties, they are distractions from why we are there. Money. Do your work, tell me what you want, and pay me, and shut up. Everything else is a lie. Whether, it's madness, and I've lived my entire life looking for a job that's fulfilling. There's no such thing as a job that is fulfilling. There is no such thing as a job that is fulfilling. And anybody who tells you that they are fulfilled at work is brain damaged. Something like an anvil fell on their head. Saying that work should be fulfilling is a form of control. Then it's put on you. There's something wrong with you for it not being fulfilling. If you want to be fulfilled, take an art class, write, make music, start your own business. Or better yet, if you want real fulfillment, worm your way into the Democratic establishment and start rooting out the millionaires. Start exposing the millionaires in the Democratic Party and the billionaires, like David Geffen. The Democrats will never represent us until we make it clear that millionaires, David Geffen, the billionaire David Geffen, he's welcome to vote our way. But you don't get to give an interview to Maureen Dowd in 2008 and say it's Obama, not Hillary. That's David Geffen's power because he's a billionaire. Go to the Republican Party if you want power, because it's your money talking, not your wisdom, David Geffen. This infrastructure, this framework being announced by Joe Biden and Pelosi couldn't possibly give us, the 99%, what we need to survive, because it's being written by millionaires who control the Democratic Party. Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, the vice president. They're all millionaires who are married to even bigger millionaires. And I know Jill Biden is a professor. Trust me, there's going to be stuff coming out about the Biden family that people in Europe know. There's stuff about Hunter. The Biden family, Jimmy Biden. This is dirty, dirty Delaware money. Delaware is a dirty place. Delaware wouldn't exist but for the need of corporations to shelter money. It gets down to money, and they've made it clear to us. This Build Back Better, all we hear about is the money, not what's in it, the money. It gets down to money because that's all the richest 1% of Americans who are destroying the bill and selling that bill at the same time. That's all they care about is money. They don't care if you have paid sick leave. They don't care if you have dental care. They don't care if you have Medicare that covers drugs and hearing aids. They don't want you to get free college. They only care about money, and they also don't want you to be comfortable. They want you to be uncomfortable and unhappy, because then you buy things that you don't need. And if you're unhappy, you spend money, and you're broke, and you're desperate for work. And they want to hire people at the lowest possible wages. And they can't hire you at the lowest possible wages unless they make you desperate for money. They hate us because they need us. Think about somebody you need, somebody you can't exist without, and how terrified you are of that person. Can you imagine living in a $40 million mansion and being at the mercy of your staff? You don't know how to flush a toilet. You're terrified that your staff is going to leave you. You won't know how to put toothpaste on the toothbrush without them. They hate us because they can't do anything other than bully us with their money. All the rich do is complain about the help. You can't get good help. They want their help to be grateful for whatever morsel of work they throw at us. They want the help to say, you changed my life. How many times have I said that to a boss? You changed my life. Or you saved my life. How many times have you said that to a mentor? Stop looking at the richest 1% for mentorship. They're not mentoring you. They're controlling you. Don't ask them for guidance. They only want one thing out of you, low wages. They are not your father figure. They are exploiting you, whether they know it or not. It's inherited muscle memory built into their capitalist DNA, and you would probably do the same thing without even realizing it. It's so baked into the system. They are manipulating you to control you so you don't ask for more money, which is why they need to be taxed into oblivion. We need to take a guillotine to the tax code and take their money, not ask for it, take it. There should be a wealth tax in this country. Joe Manchin says it's divisive. You know what's divisive? A real guillotine that separates your head from the rest of your body. I'm not advocating for that. But taking money from the rich, taxing them, is not divisive. Having money trickle up for the past 40 years and creating the greatest income inequality in the history of civilization, that's divisive, Joe Manchin. Something like 5 families own 40% of the wealth in this country. That's divisive. This is about one thing and one thing only: money. The war in Afghanistan was about money. The war in Iraq was about money. It wasn't about the American flag. It wasn't about freedom. It wasn't about democracy. It was about money. They know it up there, but they just throw the Bible and the flag at us down here and convince us that it's not about money. It's about money. Stop expecting anything other than money from your boss. So is Christian here? I want to make sure I'm not eating. He's a very busy man. Christian, are you here yet? Let me just check. Dan's here. Okay. Hey, Dan. We're waiting on Christian Smalls. And I hope he shows up. He is the face of 21st century labor. He is, and he's trying to organize Amazon workers out by JFK. On Monday, the National Labor Relations Board declared that Christian had collected enough signatures to authorize a vote. It took this man 6 months to get those signatures. He was out there every day with a bullhorn, gaining the trust of the rank and file in the heat, in the cold. These Amazon workers out by JFK, they know Christian Smalls. They trust him because he's not a lawyer. He's one of them. As I said, too many unions are run by people who don't know how to do the jobs in the industry they represent. Now, to Jeff Bezos's credit, he's honest. He's fighting the union. He's made it clear through his actions, not his words, but through his actions, that he is against unions. He says, I like to think that I treat my employees so well, they don't need a union. You know who said that? Joe Biden. For the first time in American history, the Democratic Party is seeing presidential campaigns unionized. First presidential campaign to be unionized, Bernie Sanders. And then you had people like Pete Buttigieg and Elizabeth Warren who said, we're for the idea of unions. And then they just prolonged the negotiating until they were no longer running for president when they finally ironed out a contract with the union. Bernie Sanders, his campaign was union from the start. Some of Biden's campaign workers were union eventually, but he said, this is what our president said, he said, I like to think that my campaign workers would not need a union, that they would be so happy working here, they wouldn't need a union. That's what Jeff Bezos says. And anybody who says that is anti-union. Which side are you on? So at least Jeff Bezos is kind of honest through his actions. His spokespeople make it clear that we have no intention of having a union workforce here at Amazon. And it's incredible. Nobody has ever asked him where he stands on unions. One would think with all this press coverage on Jeff Bezos's trips to outer space, all these red carpets he walks in liberal Hollywood, not one single member of the press has ever asked him about unions. Bill Shatner, Captain Kirk, he's the beneficiary of unions. He's loaded. He's 90. What could he possibly need other than a better toupee? And he purports to be on our side, right? Hollywood liberal. Well, when he flew into outer space 2 weeks ago, he could have landed after the flight, after he got what he wanted from Bezos, and he could have said, boycott Amazon. That's what I would have done, and I would have done that. I would have done that. Shatner's 90 years old. How does he want to be remembered? It's not like he's ever going to be remembered for his acting chops. Why didn't he say boycott Amazon? Thanks, Bezos. You're a pig. I got a free ride out of you. Now you know how it feels. Shatner will say what Jon Stewart said when his writers on The Daily Show wanted to form a union so they could collect something called health benefits. So when they got sick, they wouldn't go bankrupt. That's what unions provide, health insurance. This was before Obamacare. So his writers were forming a union, and Jon Stewart said, I'm for unions in principle. I just don't think you guys need one. Just not here. That's what neoliberals say. I'm for unions in principle, but I like to think that you don't need one, that you're happy here. And then he did a full court press to destroy the Writers Guild. He hired a notorious, talking about Jon Stewart, talking about personal experience here. Jon Stewart hired a notorious union-busting lawyer. And when I had to work with the union, the Writers Guild, to challenge Jon Stewart, the first thing Jon Stewart demanded was a non-disclosure agreement from me. He wouldn't settle unless I signed a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, which I refused to sign, and it prolonged the problem. And he was giving money to an anti-union law firm, while at the same time, Jon Stewart is busy holding a big rally in Washington, D.C. This was about 11 years ago, 10 years ago. He had that big rally calling on Americans to be more civil. He wanted to restore sanity. And all these white people showed up at his rally to restore sanity, which was all about let's be civil to each other. It's interesting. Now, meanwhile, I'm dealing with one of the biggest anti-union lawyers in Hollywood who was hired by Jon Stewart, and he's holding a rally talking about civility. And I talked to the president of the Writers Guild. This was while the rally is going on, or it's being reported on. And the president of the Writers Guild told me that Jon Stewart not only hates unions, the head of the Writers Guild told me that nobody has ever screamed at him the way Jon Stewart screamed at him, at the president of the Writers Guild. Jon Stewart is calling for this massive rally to restore civility, and the president of the Writers Guild of America is telling me that he has dealt, this is what he told me. He said, I've dealt with the worst studio heads in Hollywood, and that Jon Stewart was the most uncivil human being he has ever dealt with. While Jon Stewart is holding a rally to restore civility. Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? And I bring up Jon because, he's back on television. He's on Apple now and polishing Apple and presenting himself in a certain way when he's anything but what he presents to the American people. He is not on the side of labor. He is not on the side of unions. Jon Stewart will dance around the most important issue of our day. Which side are you on, boy? Are you on the side of labor or on the side of management? And if you're on the side of management, which Jon Stewart clearly is, he's the problem. He's the problem, and he's full of shit. So there's no nuance when it comes to labor relations. Period, full stop. Christian Smalls, on the other hand, is on the side of the worker because his self-esteem doesn't flow from what Jeff Bezos thinks of him. Jon Stewart's self-esteem flows from what Tim Cook thinks of him. Tim Cook runs Apple. Tim Cook, bad guy. Apple, bad company. Bad company. Jon Stewart's self-esteem flows from what Tim Cook thinks of him. I've got news for you. If you care what Tim Cook or Jeff Bezos thinks of you, there is something deeply wrong with you. And you need to change your behavior. Because I used to think my self-esteem was determined by my bosses. That's the problem that all comedy, it's the nightmare of being a comedy writer, and it's why we need unions. Our self-esteem, it's an unfortunate thing. Our self-esteem flows from these showrunners. Or at least you have to pretend, that's what I do now. I pretend my self-esteem flows from the showrunner. You have to be a good actor and pretend that, what you think of yourself is in the hands of the guy at the head of the table who's saying, we'll use this sketch and not this sketch. We all of us need the approval of our artificial superior to feel good about ourselves. That's the trick that television plays on us, And, the television industry plays on the workers, and that's the trick that all bosses play on their workers. We like to think that we're at work for a reason more noble than money. That's how we're controlled. That your job is somehow noble. You're doing something important that's beyond money. That's what they tell soldiers before they go and fight a war for money. Soldiers are told they're fighting for something really important. For 20 years, we lied to our soldiers about Afghanistan. They still, if you ask our soldiers, they still think the Taliban attacked us on 9/11. They did not. We were there for money. But they convince us that our job is something noble. You're getting something out of this job far more important than money. Dignity, right? How many times have you thought that you could get dignity from your work? But dignity, and it took me a long time to learn this, and I'm still learning it, dignity isn't something that is given to you. Dignity is something that you're born with. Dignity is something that is taken from you, and you have to take it back. And that's up to you to decide whether or not you have dignity. A job does not give you dignity. But what I have discovered during my pretty mediocre career in show business is that workers in any field, we are searching for counterfeit dignity at work. It's counterfeit dignity. It comes with your ego getting stroked. That's a sin to get your ego stroked at work because it divides you from your coworkers. Every time your ego gets stroked at work, management is chipping away at our solidarity. I want you to think about every experience you've ever had at work. I want you to think about all the times, and this has happened to everybody who's ever had a job, every time you've been singled out by the boss in front of your coworkers and praised. How come you always felt like it was masturbating with sandpaper? That's what Robin Williams called show business, masturbating with sandpaper. How come when you get praised in front of your coworkers, it feels as good as it does bad? Because you're being taken away from your coworkers. They're chipping away at your solidarity. We are social animals. We want to be at one with our coworkers. We don't want to be isolated from them. When you get praised at work, it doesn't feel good, does it? It feels good when you call your mother and father or people who are genuinely rooting for you. They go, "That's it. I'm so proud of you." But somehow it feels empty because you're being forced to turn away from your coworkers. That's why it doesn't feel good at work to be praised in front of others, because in the end, nobody is better than anybody else. What differentiates people at work is whether or not they care. That's how you judge whether or not somebody's valuable. Who cares more about this job? That's the person who should move up, the person who cares more about their job. And there are many reasons people care about their job. Now, I want an airline pilot who cares, because accidents only happen when somebody stops caring. Every single pilot involved in a commercial airline crash knows every single thing there is for that jet to take off and then land safely. Somebody was careless. Somebody was careless. It's not about talent. It's not about what you know, who you know. It's not about your education. It's not about your smarts. It's about one thing when it comes to work. Do you care about this job? Do you care? That's all that matters, because we can basically do everything that everybody else is doing. You could do brain surgery. You may not, you may not understand the neurons and the inner workings of the brains but somebody could tell you where to cut. So it's not about talent. It's about following the recipe. Most jobs, brain surgery, it's all like baking. Just follow the recipe. You don't need to know the chemistry of mixing flour with yeast. You don't know how to you don't need to know how to repair an oven. You can follow a recipe and bake a cake. And you can follow a recipe and fly a plane with a little guidance from ground control, as Karen Black taught us in airport. You can do anything if you follow the recipe. But in order to be successful, you have to care. You have to pay careful attention to the recipe and care. And how do you get your workers to care about their jobs? You have to pay them. Pay them enough so that when they show up, they can do 14 hours of work in 6 hours. This idea of a 14-hour shoot, if you'll pardon the pun, on the set of Rust, the idea that the IATSE workers had to work 14 hours, it's because Alec Baldwin and that director, Sousa, were bad at what they do. They didn't have a plan, so they make people sit and wait for 14 hours because they're pigs. They're incompetent. Unions, when they force you to have a lunch break and make you do things on time, they force the inefficient to be efficient. There's no excuse for a 14-hour workday other than the people in charge are idiots. Inefficiency. It's not the workers who are inefficient. It's management that's inefficient. Crappy pay is inefficient. Good pay with vacations. Hang on, is Christian here? No, I don't see Christian. Christian, are you here? Okay.
Oh, we haven't seen him yet, David.
Okay, thank you. Crappy pay is inefficient. Good pay with vacations, that's more efficient because workers will then care about the company because the company cares about them. Amazon, one of the great myths of the 21st century is that Amazon is efficient. It's not efficient. It's destructive. It succeeds at destroying businesses, careers, people, and most importantly, the competition. That's not efficiency. Jeff Bezos has succeeded by destroying everything in front of him. That's not efficient. It really isn't. And here's the dirty, dark secret about Jeff Bezos, and there are many. But the biggest lie about Jeff Bezos and Amazon is that it took more than a decade for Amazon to turn a profit. How is that efficient? And when Amazon finally did turn a profit, it was a meager profit. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. They would report a good quarter. They would say we made $26 billion in revenue and $200 million in profits. Explain to me how that's efficient. How is it possible that you make $26 billion in revenue, Jeff Bezos, and only $200 million in profits? Sounds to me that you're not a genius. You're just venal and destructive. And you're a bully, and you're willing to do things that human beings would not do to other human beings. That's not efficient. And if it's in the service of shareholders, you're not serving your shareholders when you spend $26 billion to make $200 million. That's not efficient. That's just evil. It wasn't until recently that Amazon began to make big money. Amazon had been in business for like 10, 12 years before it showed any profit. Those 12 years before it showed any profit, what did it do? It destroyed Main Street. It destroyed every bookstore in America. Every record store in America was destroyed by Jeff Bezos and Amazon. Main Street is an apocalyptic hellscape right now because of Jeff Bezos. He destroyed lives, he destroyed businesses, he destroyed jobs. He destroyed America. It gets worse when you really consider who Jeff Bezos is. He came from Wall Street. He went to Princeton, to Wall Street, out to Washington to set up Amazon. And it only succeeded because he could always find an unlimited fire hose of cash from Wall Street. And that fire hose of cash did not go to the investors or the shareholders or the stakeholders or the employees. It went to Washington to destroy the laws. There are laws to prevent what Amazon did and is doing. The only reason Jeff Bezos is a trillionaire is because for close to 15 years, Amazon didn't pay sales taxes. I'm trying not to get angry. The only reason Amazon is where it is today is it didn't pay sales taxes. The entire business model was based on human nature. You go to Amazon because, unlike a brick and mortar bookstore, you don't have to pay a sales tax. Of course, you're going to shop on Amazon and not a brick and mortar if you don't have to pay sales tax. That's not efficiency. That's gaming the system. Amazon, its entire business model was, how do we not pay taxes? And Amazon doesn't pay taxes. Google it. Jeff Bezos, trillionaire. Amazon rarely pay taxes. And when they do, it's not anywhere near the rate you and I pay taxes on their Jeff Bezos's personal income and the corporate income. That's not efficiency, that's theft. This is mobster stuff. Jeff Bezos is a mobster with an amazing PR firm behind him. He has unlimited resources to get away with not having to pay sales taxes. You don't pay sales taxes, then you don't pay any taxes, and you're celebrated as a captain of industry who gets things done through innovation. Yeah, it's very innovative not to have to pay sales taxes. And then corporate taxes and income taxes, yes, that's an innovation. Good for you, Jeff Bezos. If you have deep pockets in America and contempt for both the law and humanity, there is no limit to what you can achieve. There's no limit to how far you can go, even into outer space. And that's why we have laws. We have laws, but the laws don't apply to Jeff Bezos. We already have laws. The Sherman Antitrust Act, the Clayton Act, the Seller-Kefauver Anti-Merger Act, the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. He's in violation of all these laws, including the law that you have to pay your taxes. We don't need new laws. We need an attorney general who will enforce the laws that are already on the books. We need an attorney general who will make Jeff Bezos obey the law. We don't need an act of Congress. We need an act of courage from Merrick Garland, from Joe Biden, to lock this MFer up and throw away the key. They got Capone because he didn't pay his taxes. How come we can't lock up Jeff Bezos for not paying taxes? Well, because Bezos owns the Washington Post, and he pumps money into lobbyists who convince politicians that he's good for business. Bezos, and there's no ambiguity here, and I mean this, he is evil. When you don't pay taxes year after year, you are evil. 0 taxes some year. Jeff Bezos paid 0 taxes. He is evil. When you destroy unions, you are evil. When you're Jon Stewart and you claim to be one thing, but fight the Writers Guild and hire union-crushing attorneys, you're evil, especially when you present yourself as an ally. When you destroy unions, you're evil. When you destroy Main Street, you're evil. When the people working for you die because you're too cheap to provide them with the PPE during a COVID crisis, you're evil. No amount of branding is ever going to change that. Jeff Bezos is evil. He's not to be celebrated. He's to be destroyed, not physically. We need to take a guillotine to his money. We need to separate Jeff Bezos from his money. We need to take it. Biden is never going to deliver for the American people because he began his campaign inside a union-breaking law firm. The same kind of law firm Jon Stewart, he changed his name, Jon Stewart, hired one of the worst union-breaking attorneys to go after the Writers Guild when I was dealing with the Writers Guild. So most importantly, Biden, like Jon Stewart, is a problem because he presents himself as an ally, and he's anything but. He's a neoliberal. They are not our allies, and they are against unions. They pay lip service to unions, but not union wages. And the world needs to know that people who can't wait to call people on their hypocrisy, we need to know who the people who call people on their hypocrisy are hypocrites. Rachel Maddow, hypocrite. MSNBC, the writers, got recognized as a union a month ago. Jon Stewart calls people on hypocrisy. Hypocrite. Alec Baldwin calls people on hypocrisy. Hypocrite. That was a non-union set, Rust. And that's why the gun was hot and Alec didn't know it. We need to know which side these people are on. Which side are you on, boy? Are you on the side of management or labor? Which side are you on? It is a question that must be asked. How can you trust Lawrence O'Donnell and Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid if MSNBC just recognized the Writers Guild in August? Which side are you on? Joe Biden couldn't even tell the Amazon workers earlier this year in Bessemer to vote for a union. He made a statement right before the voting in Bessemer had stopped. Everybody had already voted by the time Joe Biden spoke. And he made a statement that I believe people have the right to determine whether or not they want to join a union. Go F yourself, Joe Biden. Whose side are you on, Joe Biden? You're either on the side of the unions or management. If you represented the working man, if you were middle-class Joe, you would have sided with the union. You just sided with their being allowed to vote for a union. All right. I don't think Christians here. Okay. Well, in conclusion, it's time to clean house. That's my message. It's time for the 99% to get inside the Democratic Party. I don't advocate violence. I don't understand violence. I just advocate for a very simple question. Which side are you on? Are you on the side of labor or are you on the side of management? Period. That's it. And it's time to expose people's interests. Next time you're watching MSNBC and you see David Plouffe being interviewed as an Obama strategist, you need to know that he's a lobbyist for Uber and Facebook. And the fact that Rachel Maddow can talk to David Plouffe and identify him as only a former Obama strategist and not a lobbyist for Uber and Facebook, it tells you who Rachel Maddow is. She's full of shit. And so is Alec Baldwin. Right now, he's narrating this big documentary about the water in Flint, Michigan. And I bet Alec even waived his salary for this documentary, but it's nothing more than a branding exercise. It's good to be on the right side. It's good to point out that there's no drinking water in Flint. But when it comes down to how you live your life, Alec Baldwin, you showed us how you live your life on that set a week ago, Thursday. A week ago, you told us what your values are. Your management. You're not on the side. You're not on the side of the working man. Before I bring in Matt Leck, I just want to show you the face of evil. This is the face of evil. This is David Zapolsky. He is the Amazon General Counsel. His Twitter handle is @David Zapolsky, ZAPOLSKY. He is Amazon's General Counsel. You should know who he is. That's the face of evil. David Zapolsky, graduate of Columbia, a lawyer, sharpened his teeth as a Brooklyn district attorney and went after our friend Christian Smalls a year ago. Vice told us who David Zapolsky is. A memo was leaked of a meeting between David Zapolsky and Jeff Bezos. And in the meeting, David Zapolsky, the Amazon General Counsel, said that we should root for Christian Smalls because he is inarticulate and not bright. And if he becomes the face, this is what David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel, told Jeff Bezos. He said, we should hope that Christian Smalls becomes the face of the labor movement at Amazon because he isn't bright and he's inarticulate, and we will win. That's the face of evil. If you're in the Zoom room right now or you're watching on YouTube, this is the face of evil, David Zapolsky. And he goes on Twitter, and on October 15th, @David Zapolsky, his last tweet is, great to be able to partner with our Seattle teams to support our communities in new ways. And it's some greenwashing piece of shit story about how Amazon is helping to build the community while behind the scenes, they're destroying it. If you want to see the face of evil, come to my Zoom room or look at this on YouTube. His name is David Zapolsky, Zapolsky. He is Amazon's general counsel, who called our friend Christian Smalls inarticulate and not too bright. Okay, I'm going to get some water, and you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. The Face of Evil, David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel. Check him out on Twitter at David Zapolsky, Zapolsky. He's a hiker, a tenor, a traveler, Amazon General Counsel. Opinions are my own, except when he describes Christian Smalls as not too bright and inarticulate. David Zapolsky, Face of Evil.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Speaking of the face of evil, please welcome Matt Leck.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Matt Leck, I first met, he was the producer of The Michael Brooks Show. He is, of course, a producer on The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. You can hear him all the time on the Sam Cedar Show and Give Them an Argument with Ben Burgess, one of the most brilliant people out there. Hello there, Matt Leck.
Hello. Also, it's Left Reckoning. I did just appear on Give Them an Argument, though, as well.
Left Reckoning and Literary Hangover?
And Literary Hangover. Literary Hangover has it's gotten the short shrift since Left Reckoning has taken off, but it is one of my favorite ones. I've been getting into Daniel Boone, so if you like Daniel Boone, look at the Literary Hangover feed coming up.
We were just talking about the symphony in San Antonio going on strike. The symphony in San Antonio, Texas, is having a rally Friday. If you're listening to us, it's on a Friday. And I will give you more information. Dan in the newsroom will give us information on how you can attend that big pro-union rally. The symphony's being screwed. And we were talking about Daniel Boone and the Alamo. And not a friend of...
Davy Crockett was the Alamo, if memory serves.
Oh, who was Daniel Boone?
Yeah. Daniel Boone was this son of Quakers that sort of went around the Carolinas and Appalachia trapping and killing bears and selling the hides and stuff. And eventually he found the way through the Cumberland Gap and helped settlers, about 200,000, get into southern Kentucky. And so he's sort of known as sort of like a pioneer in that way. So that's Daniel.
Was he a good guy? I mean, of the time.
Well, I mean, to go from the top, he did make use of slave labor. He was not like one of the giant plantation owners, but when sort of America was I guess pathfinding, a lot of the hard work is often done by slaves, you find, and Daniel Boone's case is no different.
So as Jeff Bezos would say, he's a mixed bag. It's complicated.
He was sort of an agent. Yeah, he wasn't like a ruling class guy, but he was an agent of empire very much.
Right.
Actually, the very first time everyone heard of Boone was in a pamphlet sort of put out by like landowners in Kentucky trying to attract settlers there. He was like the fifth chapter after chapters about how easy it is to send products down to the Mississippi to New Orleans. So
Right.
he was very much like an agent of empire.
I see. And you do Literary Hangover with one of our favorite people here, Grace Jackson.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you meet Grace? Just out of curiosity.
Through Alex, my friend, who we also do Literary Hangover with. So
We've had Alex Guns, right?
Yep, Alex Guns. Exactly.
Yeah, we've had him on the show. They're great. They're
Yep.
And I want to ask you about Build Back Better and whether or not you have any hope for what Bernie wants. Would you agree that if Bernie approves of this, then we bite the bullet and say, okay, it's not great, but Bernie likes it. It must be good. Or is that too simplistic? Of course, it's simplistic. I'm saying.
Yeah. I think whether they say no or whether I think a third option would be to say yes to, like, say, the PRO Act, because you can't leave the PRO Act stuff or like the things you like in it. You don't want to leave that on the table. If you say yes, you still got to signal some way that this is absolutely unacceptable and make some sort of other affirmative break with the party. And I haven't like strategized what that is, but I mean, it could start with the leverage AOC has when it comes to fundraising. Like, I'm not giving any of you money because of what just happened here. And we absolutely can't campaign alongside you people because you're a fatal a threat to our credibility with the people who actually know what's going on with regards to climate or poverty in this country. So I think Branko Marcetic and Jacobin had the piece arguing that they made it so watered down, like homeopathically so, that you might as well just kill it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's sort of an argument I am definitely giving a lot of time today. But like I said, either way, you can't. What I don't like, and I understand, like Bernie, I give leeway to politicians when it comes to rhetoric. But as far as like the left, they shouldn't follow Bernie if he says something like, this isn't a president problem, this is a Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema problem. Because when the whole deal for $3.5 trillion came out, Bernie was actually pretty good saying, this is actually the compromise. This isn't my bill. This is a compromise. And that line wasn't held enough to the point where it became like the progressives bill was the $3.5 trillion. And all the $7 trillion stuff was just forgotten about entirely. Or even Manchin saying he wanted a $4.5 trillion bill at some point in spring was forgotten. And I thought it was the key tell that the Democratic leadership wasn't into this was around that $3.5 trillion deal, because one, Schumer had a special deal with Manchin for 1.7, and also Joe Biden never said, this is my deal. Right away, when Manchin and Sinema started kicking back at the $3.5 trillion bill, Jen Psaki was out there saying, well, we still think Manchin and Sinema like a bill. So not the bill, a bill. And that choice of grammar right there to describe the bill is, I think gave it entirely away. Joe never wanted ownership of this stuff. He's never, like, when has he ever really, to any significant degree, sold this bill? He just wants something done so he's not embarrassed when he goes to COP. And yeah, I mean, the only thing, I liked your energy in the previous segment. The only thing I'm disappointed that, the only real, let me rephrase that. One of the big problems with Trump winning was that we couldn't just have this conversation 4 years earlier and realize that Hillary would have been exactly the same kind of do nothing president. They would have stumbled until they gave corporations and private interests everything they wanted. And then we could have realized this and had this conversation 4 years earlier, and Trump couldn't have stacked the bench with fascists and stuff like that.
Right. What could be in the bill that would make you be okay with, they're looking at 1.8 trillion. I mean, to me, the compromise would be 1.8 trillion, but we do all the hiring. In other words, we're not we're going to hire an army of healthcare workers who work for the federal government. That's impossible. They would never do that. But there are ways to spend $1.8 trillion and make it go a longer way than the $6 trillion that Bernie wanted, but we're going to go into the hands of contractors. I mean, if we, the government, started hiring people, you could make $1.8 trillion. You could get a lot done.
Gave that out in checks.
Huh?
If you just UBI'd that, if you just gave that out in checks, you sent that out to people, it might be better than what they're going to do to it. But I mean,
yeah,
what could be in it? The PRO Act stuff. There's some PRO Act provisions that look like they might get through.
How would the parliamentarian allow that? What does that have to do?
That's another good question. I don't know. I mean, and those sorts of things I'd have to hear from a union organizer to say, like, that is significantly going to make our job easier in a way that's structurally different. So, like, the dollar amounts are one thing, but if we can structurally empower working people to get in unions better, then that's something I listen to. But I don't know if like a quarter or half the PRO Act is enough for that. And then like the other thing that's in it is the pre-K, which is pre-K. Of course, we should have as much. We should have pre-K. We should have higher ed too. Like all time, people spend away from having to serve a boss is good, and the content of it we can haggle over, in my opinion. But that's also something that frees up parents to go serve a capitalist, right? Mm-hmm. And so I definitely support pre-K, but you can see like who gets served in this stuff, and it's. I mean, having that confrontation is, I think, important.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, like what, nothing that I've seen except for those couple of things that, cause even like the expansion to dental, like you're leaving out, or no, expansion of hearing service, right. You're leaving out dental and vision. Like, what are we doing here at this point? We're going to get a next time for this.
Yeah. Yeah. So you knew Michael Brooks very well. And I'm not going to ask you to tell me what he would think. That's not fair to you or fair to Michael. One of the things Michael did say was, I think I'm right here, was support Bernie with all your fervor, but come November, vote for Biden?
Yeah, I think where we had sort of gotten was... obviously, I think you just grant that it's like the situation we're in now. We're finding out how much of a reconciliation infrastructure package we're going to get, as opposed to the last time we were going to figure out if we're going to cut Obamacare or not. And right. Meanwhile, so like that, I think it serves, frankly, GOP propaganda to make this all about like who you vote for in November, because the real and that also serves like liberals, because that's frankly a much easier thing for them to argue than. Nonetheless, this party is too corrupted by money to function as a leading country in the world right now. Like whether you look at climate change or really anything, like it's a disgrace, and people are happy with it at the heads up of the party. So I know that like, I mean, Michael would have been interested in what Bronco had to say. I mean, in terms of like regarding this reconciliation package, but I do think like, yeah, you grant that he's better than Trump, right? Like I think the left gets too bogged down in that. And I'm not saying go vote for Democrats. I think it's the Democrats' job to earn your vote. I do think that. And I don't vote shame anybody or not vote shame people, right? But I think like if as an analyst, like I'm not going to argue that these two things are the same thing. And I don't think Michael would have either.
Right. And Jacobin, as I understand it, would say we have to worm our way into the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I think, there's, there's we can change the party from within strategies, which I don't think is quite Jacobin, but there's the use it as a vehicle to spread your ideas and build your own basis of power, and then hope do a break, whether that's some sort of clean break, like where you can split powers, or it's a dirty break, which more and more is the one that I'm more interested in, hearing conceived. But
I mean, what is wrong?
Like,
let me ask you about. I think we've done as much due diligence as we possibly can to outline what is in the framework of a $1.8 trillion Build Back Better bill that Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden want. So I think we've earned the right to talk strategy. And what is wrong with this position? I'm not leaving. You are. To Schumer, to Clyburn, like, get the F out of here. You're going, and let them go to the Republican Party, but kick them out the way McGovern almost did after 68. Everybody thinks back to McGovern and the Rules Committee and changing things. And so 72 is an example, and it's not correct, of what happens when there's an insurrection within the party and you kick out the establishment. That's not what happened, but that's what they use as an excuse for not kicking Nancy Pelosi to the curb. Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of it. I think the difficulty is how do you execute that? Because you have right now, like, look at the way that they're exercising power. You have this desire to disappoint people, I think, and to basically teach people a lesson like, don't give me a couple Georgia senators expecting like we're going to get social democracy. All right, we don't want to get into this position again. But it reminds me of, Will Menaker got in trouble in 2016 saying like, they'll have to bend the knee to us.
Who was that?
And I think Will Menaker of Chapo Trapos tweeted out that the establishment is going to, if Bernie wins, they have to bend the knee. And absolutely, like there's not, and theoretically, like optimistically, I think it's easier to sell progressives than it is to sell whatever they're selling, right? Like India Walton beat Brown in the Democratic primary, and that's I think a
Did you watch the debate between her and?
I didn't know.
Right.
I heard it was good though, right?
Yeah. And now is she for those, tell everybody who she is, because this is really important.
Yeah, she's basically a Democratic socialist running for mayor of Buffalo, and she won the primary against the incumbent, and the incumbent is getting a lot of I'd call it the authoritarian corporate center support from just liberals and also like Trump folks to run as a third party write-in candidate against India again. And it might be close. Like I don't think his name can be on the ballot, but he's got a lot of name recognition and a lot of special interests. I mean, India
real estate money, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's what it is. It's development.
So
yeah.
What about a purge? And to me, I think there has to be room for righteous indignation and viciousness from the ground up. Not violence. And the cancel culture, instead of fighting the cancel culture, we should embrace it. And we do have corporate America on the ropes when it comes to what we say out loud. Mm-hmm. Why on the left are we resisting the cancel culture? We're already being called vicious because we're destroying the careers of people who should be destroyed. Why not use what the cancel culture has taught us in terms of organizing and scaring people, and now go after the richest 1% with the same ferocity? Why are we hiving off from the quote unquote thought police? Why don't we go all in on this viciousness?
Well, I think we should make the thought police into the boss police very much. And I think you can see the way that they govern social media. You can hide replies and only people I follow can reply to this, stop like Bill Gates from getting ratioed and stuff like that. I think I'm all for that. I mean, I follow like Nancy Pelosi's comms person just to like, quote tweet him and send flying monkeys at him. But I wonder, like, ultimately, like, I don't think they have a whole lot of shame. Like because they have enough plausible deniability that this is about Manchin and Sinema, who have basically decided that they don't care about being responsive to their electorate.
Right.
Or like Manchin electorate doesn't seem responsive to what's going on here. I mean, maybe that will change, but Sinema is just content to tank. And they're kind of like, they're like a flak jacket, soaking up this shame from all the other people. So I think that strategy is just, it's, look, I have enough vitriol to go around on my Twitter feed. Definitely support people doing that. But I think, we before we get to Ben, I just want to say one point. We talked about Left Reckoning last night. Ben Burgess here.
Never heard of him.
Hey, Ben.
I want to introduce you to Ben. I'm going to introduce you to Professor Ben. I put people together. That's one of the things I do. I'm a Hollywood type, so I like to put people together. And so I'll introduce you to Professor Ben Burgess in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah. But so we were talking about Peter Thiel, and before he struck big bucks and was this oracle in investment, he was just a right-wing hack talking about the diversity myth on college campuses, stuff like that. And he has this part where he's like, back in the 80s, people thought table grapes they were trying to cancel table grapes for being like racist or something like that. And actually, you look at a very famous speech by Cesar Chavez about the wrath of grapes, which is just about the horrible, horrible abuse and violence towards those workers. And it was collapsed into this little like culture, cancel culture thing. So I think we need more than we need thought police, we need boss police, and to find out who's part of the boss protection unit out there.
So David Zapolsky, Amazon general counsel, who told Jeff Bezos that Christian Smalls should be the face of the labor movement because he's inarticulate and not too bright. David Zapolsky, if he had called Christian Smalls, made fun of his race or sexuality, he would be fired from Amazon. But calling him inarticulate and stupid and making sure that he gets fired from Amazon and his reputation is destroyed, that's politically correct. So you're saying that David Zapolsky should be boss policed as well as...
Exactly. I'd throw him in boss jail.
I'm going to call an audible here because this is making me happy. Professor Ben, do you have time, Matt?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of time.
Let me introduce you to Professor Ben Burgess. He is a philosophy professor. He's written... Give Them an Argument. He hosts Give Them an Argument. And his latest book is Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. He's got a new book coming out.
Don't forget the year and a half of TMBS. That's an important CV line there.
When you were on the Michael Brooks show for a year and a half, Matt Leck, Ben, I know you didn't get to meet him, but say hello to Professor Ben Burgess.
Dr. Ben, your reputation precedes you.
Don't be nervous around Professor.
As well as, our relationship also precedes you.
Sure.
So in terms of, and he's a columnist for Jacobin, most importantly. Not most, we were talking about Jacobin earlier. Canceling comedians while the world burns. Shouldn't we... I know you're going to disagree with me, but I was saying before you arrived that we should embrace the cancel culture and build.
I think if our goal is to alienate as many persuadable people as possible and to help the right wing divide the working class, that's absolutely what we should do.
We should embrace what they do and channel it into fighting David Zapolsky, Amazon general. Go after him with the same vitriol we go after Dave Chappelle for saying gender is a fact. And I believe that Dave Chappelle should have to answer for saying gender is a fact. But David Zapolsky should have to pay an even bigger price for destroying the unions.
Well, I mean, my big take is that the best, it's like the line about, Kaiser Soze, about the best trick the devil ever pulled, right? The best trick the right wing ever pulled is finding ways to polarize the country along culture war lines, which helps keep it depolarized along class war lines.
Mm-hmm.
And so the more we're leaning into just presenting ourselves as an extension of Team Blue in the culture wars, the more we're feeding in to that strategy. But what we do want to do at every opportunity is, I think, two things. One is we want to reveal that all of the right wingers who just want to talk culture are actually people who are, as Matt says, on team boss protection. They're on the wrong side of the class war. They cloak themselves in populism by talking about culture all the time, but it's actually the least populist thing in the world. And then the other thing that we need to do is to push back against the liberals who want to frame issues of social justice in terms of whether the right people have been fired and maybe whether the board of directors of Amazon has the demographically appropriate percentages of people in every group in it, rather than raising the floor for the majority of the population.
Yeah. Breitbart, before he died, said politics flows downstream from culture, that from culture comes politics. Do you agree with that?
I mean, no. I think that's precisely the opposite of what I think, which is historical materialism. That I think that I think that the ideological superstructure of a society, culture, all that, is complicated, but largely a function of what's going on at the material base of society. That culture is very much downstream from politics.
Culture is downstream, is informed by politics. Politics is informed by class struggle, basically, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's what and so that culture, when it's introduced into politics, is a distraction. It's to keep your eye off what's really important.
Yeah.
Can I make a historical thing before Ben? But I've been doing a lot of reading about the English Civil War, Revolution, whichever terminology you want to call it. And they have a whole bunch of different classes there, right? The levelers, the ranters. And the ones that we kind of survived the longest are the most bourgeois ones, which are like the Puritans and the Quakers, which became more about culture ultimately, right? And I think that's the problem with culture wars, is it becomes like a vehicle for during especially revolutionary time periods where there's a lot of stuff going on, to be used as basically a warrant for the bourgeois to get what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is really remarkable the extent to which, and don't get me wrong, I think equal rights for everybody, is the a non-negotiable starting point. I think that's the sort of basic egalitarian impulses that lead you to care about socialism should also lead you to care about that. And so I absolutely think we should, extend, anti-discrimination ordinances to, protect groups that aren't protected right now, and et cetera. But I'm certainly against things like CRT bans, which are, because that's super authoritarian and cracking down on free speech and stopping people, even in some cases, from teaching real history. But I also think it's remarkable the extent to which the sort of media on various sides has gotten everybody like way more worked up about this sort of sideshow about whether some like molecular traces of CRT have made it into 10th
Well, you
grade
wrote
English
about
class.
this. You wrote about this over at Jacobin with
I'm
Gavin
just-
Newsom, who is, you say he loves fighting for the culture as long as it doesn't cost him anything.
Right. Yeah. So I think I would really like it if at least 10% of the passion that went into the sort of battles over whether, something that somebody says in 10th grade English class is influenced by somebody who's influenced by critical race theory in law school, if at least 10% of that energy went into like thinking about stuff like class sizes and attacks on teachers unions. And in the Gavin Newsom case, I think the title of the article was Gavin Newsom loves racial justice as long as it doesn't cost anything. And it's about this really remarkable convergence between within days of each other. Earlier this month, he signed bills he signed a bill to require ethnic studies as a high school graduation requirement. But then like a few days later, he vetoed a bill that would have considerably expanded financial aid for California colleges, and in particular.
But don't they find that, in his defense, they find that kids where there are ethnic studies programs have a higher graduation rate? So
that could be that could be, but I think, although I'd also my first impulse, at least, without having looked at it, would be to question whether the correlation there, which direction the correlation goes in, right? Whether it's that higher income places are more likely to institute that, or that those themselves lead to higher graduation rates. But my problem with this is not that I have some huge issue with ethnic studies. Depending on how it's taught, that could be a good thing. My problem with it is that liberals are slow clapping for the first part, which is largely symbolic. But the second part would actually decrease racial disparities in real life, that, Black people and Hispanic people are less likely than white people to be able to afford to go to college. They end up being saddled by far more student loan debt, et cetera. Like, even if you think for the sake, that the main way we think about injustices that disproportionately affect people of color should be by thinking about disparities, and smart people like Adolph Reed have criticisms of that I take seriously. But forget that for now. Let's just assume that that's the main way we should be thinking about it, right? This is a non-symbolic thing that would actually help, disproportionately help people of color actually be able to go to college, which, the way it is right now, California's financial aid system actually pretty much like the main thing they've got is actually called the middle class grant, which is awesome. And it doesn't cover community colleges, even though, community colleges are, again, disproportionately non-white. Community colleges are where lots of people who, for various reasons, who come from disadvantaged backgrounds end up starting out. I'm not from a terribly disadvantaged background, but I wouldn't have been able to go to college at all, if I hadn't been able to start off at a community college.
So
I just wish people were more upset about that than they were consumed with the first thing.
When you say culture wars, define the term, because to me, you're the most brilliant, one of the most brilliant people. Have you ever met Matt Leck?
No.
Oh.
Who is
Okay.
he?
I was playing the character that I do on Sam's show. I was saying what I don't mean. No, you're one of the most brilliant people I've met, and the fact that you come from a community college, is that part of the culture wars, or should it be part of the culture wars? What fits into that funnel?
Well, it's the distinction I'm trying to.
Well, but answer my question, sir. Is that a culture?
I hope I was. I hope I was actually trying to answer it. I'm
showing off for Matt. Just go along with it. I'm trying to impress Matt.
Okay, so
don't embarrass me in front of Matt.
I think the distinction.
He thinks I ask hard-hitting questions.
is about what you. Whether you're primarily focused on things that are really pretty directly about the distribution of resources and distribution of power, or whether you're primarily focused on things that are more about how we talk about things or what symbols we use.
But what is, I don't know.
Sort of battles between like what region you're from, what cable news network you trust, whether, what kind of attitudes you have in your head. And I'm not saying that this is like a pristine distinction, or there's going to be no spillover from one to the other. I'm also not saying that nothing that could fall into the culture stuff matters, because clearly some of it does. But I think as a matter of emphasis, I think that we really need to try very hard to resist the sort of conservative trick of making everything about culture, and try to center things as much as possible on distribution of resources, who gets what, like who has health care, who's paid what, who's
right,
who has a say in the job, and like these are things I'd like to center way more.
The word culture, when I hear the word culture, I think of my underwear and why. I'm sorry, just a UTI joke that I shouldn't. When I think of culture, I think of the symphony. I think of the museums. That's not what we're talking about with the culture wars. We're talking about it from an anthropological point of view, correct?
Well, I mean, in some ways we are talking about symphony of the museums, because those things are signifiers
of
like in other words, a lot of times the way that right-wing pseudo-populism works is it's like, you should hate like fancy latte drinkers who go to the symphony and stuff.
I'm not playing stupid here.
That's what they're trying to divide. That's what they're trying to divide people up on the basis of, is all of these kind of secondary signifiers that might be tied loosely to economic position, but are just different from it. And the difference is really important, because like you can have people like George W. Bush, right, who's a scion of Texas oil aristocrats, but like he could like swagger like a cowboy and act like he really liked guns and pickup trucks.
All right, so I think we're getting to something. This is very important to me, because the term culture wars, it's amorphous. It's a slippery term. It's not defined. And so if we're engaging in culture wars, we have to look at culture from an anthropological viewpoint. Is that fair to say? And then we have to say, which culture are you a part of? I don't think that conversation, quite frankly, is being had, because there's too much concision and precision involved. For example, what is my culture? What is your culture? If we're going to fight the culture wars, let's define who we're fighting. So Matt Leck, the culture wars, who's fighting whom?
Well, I think it's got to be workers versus bosses.
But
look at like we got like Joe Biden and those type of Democrats to start saying the word structural racism. It's like, whoa, we might be really getting somewhere here. But it's never like, and I'm sure like certain things like the bigotries that sort of structural racism leads to, the sort of like lack of cultural recognition is all problematic and difficult for people. But I think the real nut that is never really going to be cracked by these Democrats when they say structural racism is the structural labor coercion part in that, right? So they're not going to make community college, student loan debt, all these things that could actually address structural racism. As long as they leave the structural labor coercion intact, they're actually pretty safe.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated when I hear like centrist Democrats talking about structural racism. I always want to know what structure they think they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Somebody in our
tell me something about the structure, because like, my take on why it is that we have these long-term disparities going from emancipation to the present is basically that just regular capitalist property relations have the effect of kind of freezing, it's like the mosquito in Jurassic Park, the disparities that, that existed historically in place. But I'm pretty sure that's not the structure they're talking about.
Let me ask you a question. Matt Leck, this is a statement from our chat room. Mr. Nim writes, Feldo's underwear. I'm Feldo, by the way. They call me Feldo. I asked him to call me Mr. Chips. but they won't call me Mr. Chips. Faldo's underwear is so cultured, it incrementally moves closer to his window to get sunlight when he dumps it on the floor. How am I supposed to feel when people show up to my show and go into the chat room and say things about me? It makes me feel... I understand why David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel, wants to crush people. When somebody writes that...
you got to just take the response. I mean, we were talking to on Left Reckoning with Ben last night about the first time I was exposed to an atheist. It was on a local news segment when I was like 9 or 10. And it was about like keeping the 10 Commandments off of the courthouse or something like that. And I'm like, this guy doesn't believe in God. How dare he? How dare you, sir? And it really like caused a reaction to me. That strong reaction, if someone's compelled to like start sending you copy, I feel like that's an endorsement either way.
Yeah, I
like it.
Somebody, Hanley said, Mr. Buffalo Chips. Where does rage and anger play into this? Shouldn't we be angry? Shouldn't we want to destroy things? We started talking about Michael saying that you fight with all your might for Bernie, but come November, you vote for Biden. Mm-hmm. I'm at a point now where I did exactly that. Mm-hmm. And now I'm ready to peacefully destroy the Democrats. Not by any means peacefully, but now, even if it means I'm entertaining this thought. And I know we have Professor Marianne Cummings coming on later who will verbalize this, agree. I'm ready to destroy the Democratic Party, to do a crack up, even if it means I just like mop the floor with Clyburn, Steny, just get out of here. And then, yeah, we lost the House and the Senate. That's right. And we're also losing you. Get the F out of here. And we're gonna build this party the way it should be. And it might take 4 years, but go join the Republicans. And if you're worth $1 million, you can be a member of the party, but you're not running this party. I want to see how much money you have. You can vote for us, but you're not running the party. And forget Citizens United. We're not taking corporate funding, period. We don't have to overthrow Citizens United. We're not taking corporate money in the Democratic Party. What happens if we do that?
Do you want to start, Ben?
I mean, sure. I mean, but isn't that what he was getting at with the fight like hell for Bernie part, that you also do the equivalent to get rid of all those other people? Like, I'm a little unclear about what the difference is. What's the new like? Yes,
because I'm saying it now. It's different because I'm saying it.
Okay.
Is it this thing like, okay, I'm so pissed, I'm going to let the Democrats lose. It's within my power to do this, and I'm going to let it's our power, let's say, and we're going to let the Democrats lose next election. I understand the emotional appeal to that. I don't think it leads to a better Democratic Party in the future. If we had a strategy and an organization to build from the ashes like that, then maybe that'd be something interesting. But I think instead what happens, you saw what happened with Trump did. They got to they loved running on the opposition. They could kneel in kente cloths, but it's not punishing Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to put them in opposition. So they could just raise money for the next 4 years by Republicans again.
It's like,
but aren't we seeing this?
The Republicans are. It also, I mean, I would also just say, in regards to that idea, you just let the Democrats lose. That if you look at what happened in 2000, when inaccurately in my mind, right? But I would argue inaccurately, but Ralph Nader was blamed for what happened in the 2000 election. And not only did the Democrats not like move to the left in response to that, it was kind of the opposite, that they used that as a cudgel to beat the left with, for the next 16 years. And the election immediately afterwards, they nominated John Kerry, who supported the Iraq War. And I would just say, like, something else I remember Michael saying, I don't remember if he ever said this on the show, he certainly said it to me, was that, like, with regard to the third party thing, like, you could absolutely have scenarios that are like high risk, high reward, that you are, that you're risking having the worst outcome, the Republicans win, but also you're maybe at a point organizationally where you could make some kind of breakthrough and it'd be worth the risk. But unfortunately, in the situations where it's come up in the recent past, as Jill Stein and Howie Hawkins or whatever, it seems more like, well, the risk is there, the reward is much less clear because you get kind of like a couple percent of the vote, but like it doesn't really seem to change anything or create any momentum going forward. And I guess I'm just very like, I'm open. Like if you got an idea, like obviously there's this horrible like double bind because Democratic primaries are stacked against the left in many ways. General elections are even more stacked against third parties. And I don't have a great solution to it. If you do, I mean, I'm all ears. But I mean, like, I think rage is good, but I think that it needs to be channeled in directions that are actually going to do something about the things that we're mad about.
We see rage on the... Go ahead, Matt.
I just want to say, like, David Griscom always brings this up, and it sounds funny coming from the Communist Party of the United States, but I feel like, and Ben, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like their line on elections is basically, we need to, similar to Chomsky's actually, is that we just need to beat the GOP and then have the larger fight. And I think I think that's really, that's a difficult argument to make, but if I could, like, just the way that I think like we'd be in a slightly better situation if Hillary won, because we could have realized this stuff about the Democratic Party we're learning about how corrupt and by money they are 4 years earlier. Like I think there's a something of a logic to that, and I think that's why the Democrats don't care about protecting voting rights and delivering for people, because I think a lot of them in leadership don't want to actually put the Republicans away like that.
Well, I mean, look at what they're doing right now. That they are in power, but like they're doing things like claiming that oh man, there are all these wonderful things we'd love to be able to do for you if we just could, but we have this Senate staffer we could fire whatever who made a non-binding recommendation that we shouldn't do it. So sorry guys, our hands are tied, right? Like that's a pretty weak excuse, but like, the Republicans control everything is a great excuse, because then you could just say like, oh, hey, legitimately, what are we going to do? Like you have to vote for us or else, and of course we remember, right? But I think most people who only sort of pay attention to politics don't remember. So, I mean, I'd probably actually be a lot less enthusiastic about this argument than the Communist Party, because I think that they're, they're like pretty gung-ho about the sort of, elected Democrats part, and I'm a lot less enthusiastic about it.
Right.
But like, I do think that it's very easy in these discussions to say things that feel satisfying, but there's no strategy attached to them. And I'm not going to like yell at anybody for how they vote. I never have, that like if you're, like do what you got to do. It's like probably like I also agree with what Chomsky says, that it's like the least important part of your political, activity. If you live in one of the 5 states that matters, you want my tactical advice, I'll give it. But if you don't, I'm not gonna like yell at you about it. But I just think that like I don't want to just like have this discussion as if we could wheel away all the obstacles. I want to have a discussion where somebody can, please.
May I make a suggestion for either a magazine or a show? Like a lifestyle of the rich and famous. Like everybody says, I don't believe in the politics of personal destruction. I do. I believe it. I really do. Look at that. That's adorable. The politics of personal destruction, that we should do put out a magazine like People Magazine or Entertainment Tonight or Entertainment Weekly, where we focus on David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel. We name names. We go after the head. We go after Schwartzman from Blackstone, and Jamie Dimon from J.P. Morgan Chase. Not focus on J.P. Morgan Chase. Jamie Dimon. Where does he live? What is his lifestyle? Let's put his face out there like they do. The capitalists love the National Enquirer and People Magazine, and they make celebrities and they build them up and they tear them down, and that generates excitement. Why can't we start putting a face to this venality, which I'm doing right now? That is the face of evil. David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel, face of evil. Columbia, former district attorney in Brooklyn, the face of evil. People should know who this guy is. His children should change their names. His children should be ashamed that their father is David Zapolsky. Why are we talking about ideology when we should be spending all our time exposing these pigs? This is the devil.
So I certainly wouldn't cry any tears for David Zapolsky if any of that happened. I think he'd richly deserve it. But I do, that last sentence is where I really get off board, because I think that already one of the big problems with American politics is that, mainstream media has trained people very effectively to think in terms of personalities rather than systems. And that's a gift to the power structure, because, hey, it's always easy to replace personality, right? I mean, like you're really mad at this guy, at David Zapolsky, no problem. We can fire him, and we can find any one of 10,000 bloodsuckers, who are going to take his place the next minute, right? Like what we really want to get people thinking about is ideology and structure.
No, I disagree with you.
Tear down the structure. Because we've already got what is the existing political culture in America teach people to do? It is 100% about personality and what we think that individual people's good and bad values are. But that's their game, right? Like if you actually want to do something about capitalism, you have to move away from that.
Matt Leck, put some reason into politics and personal. You know how Obama, I'm going to couch this is what he had. I'm not advocating. He had his kill list with ISIS, right? And they had the 52 cards. And every Tuesday, he'd go through his list. And they go, get this one. We need trading cards. We need to put out trading cards. Again, metaphorically, peacefully. I'm not.
See, that's where the metaphor breaks down, because why Obama's was so effective is it wasn't a metaphor. And I mean, who knows how effective that was in the long run anyway, and whatever goals that was trying to accomplish.
Which is actually kind of a funny analogy, because I remember even before Obama, during the Bush years, that it felt like there was a while where every 2 weeks the United States would announce that, we killed the number 2 guy at Al-Qaeda. It's like, man, how many number 2 guys at Al-Qaeda are there? But it's like even Al-Qaeda managed to keep coming up with new ones, and that's a tiny, powerless organization.
So you're saying, I disagree with you 100%. I think there's a place for attacking the system and pointing out these structural problems, but there have to be Nuremberg trials as well.
I'm not against the Nuremberg trials, but you can't have Nuremberg trials if you don't win the war first.
Is that, and also there's accountability in back to the English Civil War. Cut a king's head off, and that didn't exactly solve everything.
Again, I am not advocating violence at all. I'm just saying that David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel, is evil, and his children and his friends and family should know what he does for a living. He should not be proud of what he does for a living. And to me, that's part of the cultural war. He should be. He should be shunned.
To the extent that the effect of that is to get people to focus on how fucked up it is that we have a system that allows for these people to get their riches and power in the first place, then it's a useful way of moving away from culture war. To the extent that it's a way of saying, oh, it's all this person's fault, it's a gift to corporate HR, because like all they have to, or PR, right? Because all they have to do is just replace that one guy, which is the easiest ask ever. It doesn't lose $1 for their shareholders.
I think that's right. You can make them as examples to lead to larger class struggle truths. But I think that is the important part, because what Bezos, Gates, all these guys are big time criminals, right? And if they weren't there, there'd be somebody else that was an IP pirate of operating systems in the 90s, right? That's just how this works. And they would just, and there are a million guys who would love to take that Amazon position from David Zapolsky.
You sound like Merrick Garland. You sound like your DOJ.
So Merrick Garland wants to destroy capitalism. Like I'm gonna, if that's really true, man, I'm happy, right? This is like what people, the Jordan Petersons and James Lindsays are always telling me that that like powerful Marxists are everywhere. Like I didn't think that was true, but if it's true, thank God, right?
You know what? We have to wrap it up, but I am leaving this conversation with clarity. I don't want to destroy capitalism. I want to destroy the people behind capitalism. I want to destroy.
That's just so one of those things will actually help their victims, and the other one won't. But
I want to take their money. I want to get.
Well, no. But taking their money is a very different thing, right? Like, so do you want to take their money in the sense that this giant salary that one ghoul is paid for to write these memos for Amazon is transferred to some other ghoul to write the same memos? Or do you want to take their money in the sense that like a massive chunk of it is taxed to pay for social programs to help their victims, or even better, take their money in the sense that they no longer control the means of production?
Right.
Those last two are useful. The first two is just irrelevant. That's just like switching around that really is like trading cards, right? Like you're just switching around the faces, on the evil thing, like I think revenge is a bit dish best served cold. I think that like take the rage and channel it in ways that are actually going to do something about the thing that made you mad in the first place.
Right. Matt Leck, Majority Report, The Michael Brooks Show, Literary Hangover, and your new podcast is?
Left Reckoning, folks. It's he been on it, just on it, breaking down his Charlie Kirk debate.
Yeah,
and we didn't even have time to talk about the Charlie Kirk debate. I thought I saw the highlight that Ben Glebe did with Charlie Kirk, and I went
with the dolphin.
The scream, the talking over one another. Give them an argument. Watch that. Listen to it. Read him over at Jacobin. Read Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. Did I leave anything out?
There's the Hitchens book that comes out at the end of the year.
Am I blurbing that?
Sure. Go for it. I would love that.
Okay. How about there's no hitch to his logic?
All right. Get the gong sound effect for that one.
Thank you, Matt. Please come back.
See you guys.
Professor Ben Burgess, please come back. Look at that. It's Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld and Ethan Hirschenfeld, and they are together. They've reunited. What I need to do...
We're together in the Amazon warehouse.
Oh, good. what we're going to do... Give me 1 second.
David Zapolsky is my father.
Let me do this. Let me just grab something to drink. We will be right back with the Hirschenfelds. Stay with us.
It's time right now on the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. The Hirschenfelds are about to join us. Dan Frankenberger will be in the newsroom. Dan, at 7:30, before we bring on Emil Guillermo, can we do Community Billboard? It's been a while, and I'd like to talk about the San Antonio Symphony strike on Friday. Can we get some information on that, Dan?
Yep, I'm on it.
Thank you, sir. We can't do anything here without Dan Frankenberger. Well, this is special. They're reunited. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and his son, Ethan, besides being a brilliant, brilliant actor, he's an amazing comedian. His Thug Thug Jew on YouTube is streaming right now. And I'll be quiet, but my fear was that you couldn't possibly be as funny on stage as you are just in normal life. And you're funnier on stage than you are.
That fills me with ambition to be very funny right now. I want to.
Well, there's no way you're going to be as funny as you were last week. Did any of the stuff you said last week make it into your act? I'm just curious.
I don't remember. I have just a terrible, my memory. I don't know what's happening. I have to go back through the tapes and just lift some of the things that we've said here on the show. And I'm going to steal from me, from you, from him, and just stick them into the act. Because I'm starting to work on a new album. Great. So I got to pull from wherever.
I thought October 8th was an amazing show.
October 8th.
Yeah.
Don't pretend you don't know by heart what the topic was, David, what the title of that show was. No.
Because you brought it up.
What was October 8th?
Who knows? But we listened to it. We listened to it.
You know what? It looks like, this is what it looks like, the Hirschenfeld. It looks like the two of you went shopping in Paramus, New Jersey, and decided
We'll go over there.
You're in an IKEA. You're in an IKEA showroom.
Let me tell you where we are. We are at a gallery where my girlfriend's paintings. It's a show that's opening, but now there's a music segment, and musicians are telling us to shut up. So we're going to move to a
safe house.
Crawl with us. We're walking to a back room.
This is an art gallery. This is great. This is
the rare action segment in the Feldman Show. A caper.
Are we going to steal a painting? Oh, that's a real art gallery. Look at that. Is this the Hamptons? Where are you?
No, we're on East. We're probably not far from you. We're on East 58th Street.
Oh. Wow.
In fact, I don't know. We're going to break into this room.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's break in here. This is good.
So this is an art gallery.
It's not a light. Oh, is that a light? No. Okay, this is a dark room. We don't want to do that.
Why don't we write a movie where you and your father literally break into an art gallery and steal some priceless paintings?
Oh, The oboist is telling us where to go. She says, "Go in there. It's the farthest away. Leave us alone." Okay, good. Oh, here we are. Nice.
You know what would be funny if Ethan and his father broke in to the Museum of Modern Art and rearranged the paintings. Like it was your OCD was driving you crazy, and Starry Night needs to be on the northeast side of the gallery, and you need to replace.
I like it. Write that.
Wouldn't that be funny if Dr. Hirschenfeld, the only way he could cure a patient is by rearranging the art at MoMA? The guy is just driving this guy crazy about the layout of the paintings. People do obsess on that kind of thing, right?
This is why you're not a therapist, David.
My friend Drew and I were writing a web series which involved a therapist who would take the patients out into the field to make progress. So it was it's a related idea where instead of just talking about stuff, it was like, Marlon Perkins, Wild Kingdom. You'd go out among the beasts and see how the patient would interact.
Freud analyzed Mahler walking around Vienna.
Mahler would walk with him.
The guy had a limp. That's all he analyzed. The guy's got a limp. That's what he could tell from the walk.
Who carried the couch? That must have been a strong guy to carry that. I think a walk in and of itself is curing. So I want to ask you about shame, because we were just having a conversation.
Before you start on
please.
shame, I may interject.
Yes.
Shameless. Here comes a shameless plug.
Okay.
Because I've been plugging a gig on your show the last few weeks in the wrong venue. I'm covered in shame, but now I'm going to shamelessly correct it. 1 week from tonight, November 4th, it's at West Side Comedy Club, the 7 p.m. show, West Side Comedy Club. It's a big show, like they used to say. It's a really big show. And you can get the tickets on Eventbrite, but I have a promo code, which you just type in the word half for 50% off. And it's a big show. It's November 4th, Thursday night at West Side Comedy Club. Okay.
I want to say that's why you're more successful than I am. What's your promo code?
Half.
Mine are pinworms. Type in the word pinworms, and it doesn't play. So, where you? So, give me that again, please. Where so I can plug
The
that.
West Side Comedy Club, which is on West 75th in Manhattan, New York, West 75th Street.
Right.
West Side Comedy Club, Thursday, November 4th, 7 p.m. show. Get your tickets on Eventbrite. Promo code half for 50% off. But if you message me, and you can find me through my website, if you message me, I have a promo code. You're not going to believe this. It's even more than 50% off. I mean, it's shocking. It's ridiculous. It's idiotic, actually. You lose money as the comedian with this kind of promo code. But message me, and I will hook you up.
How does he do it? He doubles the price beforehand. That's how he does it. And are we going to go see Renan tape his special on the 21st?
Yeah, we got to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, Renan Hirschberg, he was been on your show. He's going to be taping at the Comedy Cellar, his new album.
Right. He's really funny.
And you get a free suit with this also.
That's great. So let me ask you about shame, because we just had a conversation, Dr. Hirschenfeld, about shaming the system or shaming the people who enable the system. Now, this is David. I was reading about David Zapolsky. He's the Amazon General Counsel. You'll be pleased to know that he's a Columbia graduate, nothing to do with Harvard. It's not a product of Harvard, and yet he's evil. So I stand.
Let's talk about evil for a moment.
Okay, yes.
Because I'm not sure that it sounded to me in the previous segment. I was only listening with one ear, but you kind of want these guys' heads on a pike.
Well,
or
no.
You want them to have less money. They should spread the wealth. What is the goal?
I look at this guy's.
What's evil about them?
Look at this guy's head. I don't want to see his head on a pike. I don't want to. It's a perfectly good waste of a perfectly good pike. Why would I waste a pike on this piker? By the way, do you prefer pikes or flaming torches? What do you think is better?
I think how about a flaming pike?
A flake.
You could sell that on Amazon. There's a business.
Again, I do not believe in violence.
No.
But I do believe in the politics of personal destruction. I believe that Joe Manchin's political career should be destroyed, and he should be shamed, as his daughter should be shamed for what she did at Milan with the EpiPen. And I believe that the politics of personal destruction doesn't stop in Washington, D.C. It includes the people who pay Joe Manchin to be horrible. And it's David Zilpolsky. He's the Amazon general counsel. Why does he get to have a Twitter account and live a life of immunity while the front men, the politicians, do his dirty work? People should know who David Zilpolsky is.
Can you tell me in a nutshell what's
Well, he worked for the Brooklyn DA.
okay?
You know, he learned his law to skirt it, to then go to Amazon and advise Jeff Bezos on how to skirt the law. He said of my friend Christian Smalls, who's organizing the Amazon Workers Union out at JFK, he said that the David Zilpolsky, Amazon General Counsel, said, "We hope Christian Smalls is the face of the labor movement because he's not smart and he's inarticulate." Just a horrible thing to say about Christian.
But can I? This is my thought. The real villains in this story are the politicians.
No.
Because the only way to disincentivize this kind of evil is to pass laws and to pass billionaire taxes and to put actual limitations on the way these people behave. They're part of I'm not saying it's good, but he's hired by a company and the company is charged by its shareholders to make more money. That's what a company is.
That's not true. A corporation is chartered by the state, and in order to be a corporation, you have to show proof that you are good for the general well-being of society. You don't get a corporate charter unless you can show proof that society benefits from.
Is that true?
Yep. Absolutely. Corporations were founded to build roads, to provide services to the community, and it was a way not to get sued. You know, it gave you liability, limited liability, but you had to prove that the corporation would benefit the community at large. That's why you're chartered by the state. So
I just got to say, this is another one of those moments when the conversation quickly runs into the fence around which my very limited knowledge. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
What about the possibility, David, that you want to put this guy's head on a pike for being a human being? That this is what most human beings will do if given half a chance. They will go to Columbia University. They will go to law school. They'll get a job with the Brooklyn DA, very prestigious job. And then if they can parlay that into some big, really expensive job, they'll do that too. And then they'll do whatever it takes to keep that job. So maybe he's just being human.
Oh, we can't hear you. Did you go silent? What happened?
Our audience's wildest dreams did not come true. You can still hear my voice. Yeah, I understand. Hannah Arendt writes about the banality of evil and how incrementally people's decisions, like David Zilpolsky, there's a banality to showing up in that and then being in a bubble and saying and making decisions that have no personal consequences. And I think there have to be cultural consequences for people who do evil. And Amazon is evil. Ergo, David Zilpolsky, Amazon General Counsel, perverts the law to do evil. He's evil by every standard of evil. More evil than somebody who is walking the streets and steals your wallet or robs a liquor store, because they do that out of necessity or they're desperate. He's treated like a hero. This is way more evil than a common thug.
I don't know the guy. I have to read up a little more on it.
And he dated my sister. That's the other thing. But that had nothing to do. That had nothing at all to do with the fact that he dumped my sister. Nothing whatsoever.
I really want to Google him now and see what he like.
He's on Twitter. Everybody should say hello to him on Twitter. ZAPOLSKY. He likes to hike. He's a tenor, by the way. He identifies as a tenor. He sings.
Okay. How bad can he be?
So, let me ask Ethan.
The bass is usually the villain, like this guy right here. The tenor is the hero.
I'm going to ask a question for Dr. Hirschenfeld, but we'll
for this.
Okay, but we'll run it by Ethan and see if he gets the right answer. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to assume you have a certain political ideology.
Okay.
And somebody, pay attention, Ethan. These kids, they don't listen.
So I was looking up Zapolsky. He was at Wachtell. That was the firm he was at, which is one of those giant New York firms. Anyway,
right.
Go on.
So you have your Upper East Side, Upper West Side political beliefs. You're a Freudian analyst, Ethan.
Okay, this is a hypothetical.
This is a hypothetical, and a patient comes in and says, "My name is David Zopal." I don't know, something like I'm the general counsel for Satan, and I go to work every day, and I'm just not happy. I'm very unhappy. Will you treat me? Would you treat somebody like this? And could you treat this person who is in crisis and not pass judgment on what he does 14 hours a day to people?
Isn't that your other illustrious guest is the Marxist psychoanalyst, right?
Dr. Freud.
Yeah, Dr. Freud. So it sounds like she would be the person who would bring to bear an understanding of the inequality that this guy is raining down.
But can you separate what a person does 14 hours a day with how they're feeling?
You got the bell ready?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I don't think that's the cuckoo clock. What is the correct answer, Dr. Philip?
Wait. Let me think about this for 1 second before we get the expert opinion. Can you separate? Well, no. I mean, a lot of who we are. You are what you do. Is that true? You are what you wear. No, you are what you eat. No, you are what you think. You are what you say. What are you? I don't know. What
That's why Native Americans were. Native Americans.
You are what you buy. You are what you buy.
Native Americans used every part.
You are what you drive.
The
you are
buffalo.
What you drive.
See, the Native Americans used every part of the buffalo. So they ate the buffalo, they rode the buffalo, they wore the buffalo, they knew who they were.
I'm so confused by that last here. Let the expert talk.
He's a product of American advertising. So this is what you see here.
Right.
Okay, so I am in an old tradition. I am going to answer your question with another question. What if you're the emergency room doctor and David Zapolsky has just been stabbed with a pike through the chest.
God forbid. God
By
forbid.
God forbid. No one here is advocating violence
by
or
some maniacal comedian.
God forbid.
God forbid. What do you treat him or not, or do you say I disagree with his politics? Send him to another hospital.
Well, this is the classic. This is the Hippocratic Oath. I don't remember what that is, but I know it's related to I think I hereby something. But the point is, if your job is an emergency room doctor, you better treat the guy. That's not your job to decide life or death. That's.
But you could now, if somebody, but preventive medicine includes maybe you should what? Okay, I won't. Okay, but if he go ahead.
Let me muddy the waters even a little further and say, okay, somebody with a pike in his chest.
God forbid.
God forbid. God forbid.
If, as the doctor, all you're dealing is with that wound, and you're going to bring all of your skills to healing that wound. That's your job.
Right.
However, if you're somebody who is supposed to be sitting with this guy and empathizing with him and listening to him,
transference,
non-judgmental about him, then it's a very individual decision. Some people can work with a guy like that, and some other people will say, I'm sorry, let me refer you, but I find you so vile.
And
I'm being serious.
And some people might actually, some of your colleagues, I won't name names, but some of them might actually treat him and try to take advantage of the situation with very deeply discounted Amazon coupons.
Promo code nuts.
Yes, promo code half on all items on Amazon. Yeah.
Is it so? How do you break up with a patient? I'll ask Ethan first. How do you break up?
It's actually, people are not aware of this, but this question goes to the very heart of romantic relationships and others. The breakup phrase that everyone knows, it's not me, it's you. Mm-hmm. That these guys invented that. No, it's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me. I cannot treat you. You're fine. I mean, you're not fine. You're a mess, but there are other people who can deal with your mess. I can't, for reasons that are very, very personal to me.
What do you owe the patient, seriously, in terms of an explanation for why?
Honesty. I once treated a seriously anti-Semitic guy. And
hang on. What I mean, a seriously anti-Semitic guy would be the opposite of Ethan and I, who don't delight in anti-Semitic humor. He just, to me, the joy of anti-Semitism are the Holocaust jokes. I mean, that's the whole. Go ahead.
It's all about the laughs. But this guy was serious.
That's sick.
Is this the guy with the pneumatic tube?
Yes.
Oh, I think this is very funny. Oh, you told us.
I think I did.
Yeah, this is the guy who would say to him, he would say, "Doctor, I don't know how you do it. When I write you a check, I don't know if you have pneumatic tubes under that chair straight to the bank. Because the minute I write it to you, you already deposited it."
He actually said, "Do you Jews have pneumatic tubes?"
Wow.
Right to the bank. He was not bashful about this.
Wow.
But it was clear to me that this was a defense against his really pathetic feelings, his helpless feelings, his inferior, all sorts of stuff.
But they're frozen. They froze. We need to thaw them out. This is like a bad Twilight Zone episode, Dan. When I'm looking at the Hirschenfelds and they're frozen. Well, it's 7:30. Can you hear me, Dan?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. How are you? We'll keep.
Doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. It's time for Community Billboard. We've missed you for the past couple of weeks, days. I don't know. I'm discombobulated.
I was getting sick of you.
I know. Thank you. We have office hours. Tell us what's going on.
Well, the David Feldman community.
Oh, hang on. Let me.
Goodbye.
Well,
When did it cut off? Did you hear his?
you guys
the punchline?
froze. He was anti-Semitic.
Next week, you're going to have to wait to hear this till next week.
The Hirschenfelds. Plug away, Ethan.
Oh, so Thug Thug Jew is streaming. Watch Thug Thug Jew, but then come to the show on November 4th at West Side Comedy Club. November 4th, West Side Comedy Club. Come to New York. I have a friend coming all the way from California to see the show. Promo code HALF for 50% off. 7 p.m. show, Thursday, November 4th, West Side Comedy Club. Eventbrite. Promo code HALF.
Or come to my office on the Upper East Side.
Do they do theaters like an operating theater? That would be fun to stand above and watch me. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Toodles.
Thank you. Emil Guillermo is coming up, but first, Dan Frankenberger. What's going on in our community?
Hello, JAG officer.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. So from Morning Marks, we have a message. FU is proud to present our upcoming feminist Marxist comedian, Ms. Hannah Feldwoman, at this week's Weekly Marks Sunday at 4:30.
And she's roasting Ricardo.
Eastern.
She's roasting Ricardo?
She's roasting Ricardo and takes fixed and circulating capital. Oh, her takes on fixed and circulating capital. And for extra fun, she takes pops at beta incel Adam Smith.
Beta incel Adam Smith. He was involuntarily celibate, Adam Smith?
That's what the message said from Ricky.
And Ricardo was some kind of I'm going to shut up.
David, he writes, David Ricardo, one of the targets of Marx's critical evil eye, is the illegitimate stepson of classical economists. So they have a show coming up. Hannah's going to be roasting some people, and to get tickets to the Zoom event, you can, first of all, you can email me, dentfeldman@gmail.com.
Promo code Babalu, I believe.
That's right.
Babalu. Nobody gets the Ricardo. I'm my brain. I'm going Ricardo, Babalu, Desi Arnett.
When you said that, I was thinking Baba Booey.
Baba Booey, yes.
Fa Flowly.
Yeah.
And then also you can go to @MorningMarks on Twitter. And they might have it posted, or you might have to message them. But
right.
we'll get you the link either way.
Right. And we're going to make it easier. Andy contacted me. We're going to make it easier for people to see Tom Weber, as I understand it, right?
Yeah, we have to figure out a good way to communicate to the masses how these shows are being disseminated.
Right.
We'll get it done.
Yeah. We should, we're going to have a meeting, I hope. I said to Andy, we're going to have a meeting. If you would like to attend Morning Marks, and the best way to do all this stuff is to come to office hours on Friday, and then that will get you into the Discord and the community. I guess it's a gated community in a way, right?
Yeah, you don't want some random trolls showing up to all these things.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. We kind of use office hours to meet you, and if you're, left of center, you're welcomed into the warm embrace of office hours. But if, we're kind of, it's a selective group. What else is going on in our community, sir?
Did you get the pictures I sent a little while ago, or no?
Well, yes, but I can't show those on our show.
Oh,
my God, they'll shut us down. Hang on for 1 second. Christian Smalls is okay. He's a
he's a busy guy right now.
He's very busy. I was amazed that he could even write to me. And no, I didn't get your, there it is, community billboard pictures. Here we go. And then Emil's coming up, and we're running pretty much on time in a way. When we're 5 minutes behind, so we'll make it up. Feel like okay, so community billboard. I should be more prepared. Here we go. Okay.
Well, coming up, we have Glenn Costick's, he calls these the late maters. So there hasn't been any frost yet. And he's still getting some tomatoes in his garden.
Oh, maters.
Yeah.
Those aren't real.
Look how red they are.
Yeah, that's why I think it. Wow.
I hate when I go shopping in the grocery store and they're still kind of orange. You're like, but yeah, those look fantastic.
Did he grow those?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I wish I were he. Look at that.
Yeah. We'll live there soon. No big deal.
Yes, we're going on a crime spree. Okay. Love that. What do we have? Oh, we have a painting.
This is from Tom Weber. It's an older drawing that I think he did a year or two ago, and I might have even had it up on Community Billboard before, but since it's Halloween, here's the Wicked Witch of the West. And he imported it into his iPad and added the color, which you see in the finished piece.
Margaret Hamilton.
As always, you can check out Tom at tomweberart.com. And he and his wife, Barb, do weekly concerts on Facebook.
Right.
You can search for singer-songwriters Fair Weber. And they do that every Tuesday night and every once in a while on Saturday nights.
Right. Hey, did you watch The Wizard of Oz when you were a kid?
All the time, every year.
Did it scare you?
No, didn't scare me.
It scared me.
So this is from Lane. He posted this a week or two ago on his Facebook. He was saying this is just a quick sketch of an idea that he had that he might refine here soon. Lane is an excellent artist, and planes is in his life throughout his youth, and he draws them very well, and they're fantastic. So here's an example of just an idea that he might go.
And he'll be holding down at office hours. It starts at 8:00 on Friday night. I will hold down the fort from 8 till about 9:30, and then Lane comes in and does some stuff, right?
The Fast Lane.
Right.
We call that segment. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. We have a message from Kristen Calabrese, otherwise known as Chartreuse.
Wow.
In the Feldman community.
Wow.
She has an art show going on right now, and the gallery is called AF Projects, and it's in LA, and the hours are Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 5, and the show is running all the way through November 21st. Her painting show within that gallery is called How Things Feel, and this particular one is called No to Self.
That's funny. That's kind of like a Norm Macdonald reference. He always did note to self. No to self. I love that. That's great.
The last time we brought up one of her paintings, either last week or the week before, that sink image where like you really couldn't tell it was a painting. It was like, wow.
Imagine.
But that's on.
So how do people?
It's on Sunset Boulevard, 7503 West Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. And you can check out the website. It's www.com, www.afprojects.com. AF Projects.
Fantastic. Deep into history.
Yep. We have a message from Arjun Hundal. And today is the 3rd anniversary of the first episode of Deep in History.
This is a successful podcast he's got.
Well, he writes that he'd like to thank everyone who listens from the bottom of his heart. Deep in History has gone from a tiny podcast with 3 listeners to one of the hottest indie podcasts in the world, and he owes it all to the listeners.
I've gone from 3 listeners to 0. I wonder what that's like.
This Halloween, tune in to experience the true hauntingly beautiful love story that gave birth to the vampire in the West, Necros.
Okay, I believe it's he talked about that. I'm going to tune in.
Yep. And so that's a Deep into History podcast.
Ralph Nader and David Feldman. Who's on the Nader show this week?
So the most recent post is Randall Kennedy, a Harvard law professor and author of a collection of essays entitled Say It Loud, which deals with race, law, history, and culture. And it reads, join us for the full hour to talk about his views on race, class, corporatism, Clarence Thomas, and much more. And you can check that out at ralphnaderradiohour.com.
And while you're checking that out, sign up for Congress Club.
Yep, please. Congress Club. Off to the right, when you go to the homepage, there's a big blue banner that you can click on and sign up and get involved with that. And earlier you mentioned that you wanted me to bring up the symphony strike. And I've read 3 articles in the last 20 or 25 minutes, and I'm having a hard time even understanding it. There's a symphony collective they're putting together a package to try to allow things to go forward, but the union is rejecting it somehow. And I was like, man, so they have around 72 musicians. They're willing to come down to like a little over 40. They're willing to take an 80% pay cut, and the deal still isn't working out. And just after a quick read, I'm even having a hard time understanding it.
Well, if you live in San Antonio, you want to show support for the musicians in the San Antonio Symphony. They're having a big protest this Friday. And do we know where that is? I believe it's outside the hall where they perform. I don't have the name of the hall in front of me. Let's find out what the name of the hall is. Wherever the symphony performs, that's where they're going to be.
Yeah, that's one piece of information I didn't pick up on.
Yeah, we'll get it to you later. Or just Google San Antonio Symphony, and you'll know. All right. Thank you, Dan.
All right, very good.
I will talk to you tomorrow at office hours.
Good night.
Thank you. Dan, how do people contact you?
You can just email me at dentfeldman@gmail.com.
Okay. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We're running 10 minutes behind. I want to alert our affiliates. We're running 10. Remember Ted Koppel used to do that on Nightline? He would alert the affiliates. That's when we had real news. Emil Guillermo joins us. He is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And he did something that I would not allow my significant other to do, but your wife, once again.
Yeah, she did it again, yeah.
She did it again, and she's got some splaining to do. She spent time with Tucker Carlson this week, didn't she?
As I like to say, she came on Tucker Carlson, or she comes on Tucker Carlson, and I have to pull her off, and I have to, quarantine her for the week. And she comes home, I make her stay in the next bedroom, and it takes a while. But
I'm going to assume your wife is with PETA.
Yeah, my wife is an executive. She's the senior vice president for PETA.
People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. I am going to assume that Tucker Carlson found common cause with PETA because Tucker Carlson does not like Anthony Fauci. And we are discovering that Anthony Fauci approved some experiments on beagles. Is that correct?
Well, see, here's the thing. The common ground is really the experiments. The Fauci thing is really incidental. But that is one of the things about the media, the siloed media, the conservative media, of which the David Feldman Show is not a part of, but the siloed conservative media is going crazy about these beagle experiments that was funded by the NIH, the National Institutes of Health. It took some beagles, sent them. These are experiments in Tunisia, so a foreign country. American money. I don't know what kind of the nationality of the dogs, but the dogs were somehow sequestered and subjected to sandflies and the bites of sandflies. And that was the experiment. $375,000. And Pete has been exposing things like this for years, and everyone has ignored it pretty much. New York Times, NPR, all the mainstream players. It's why we talk about it on the PETA podcast. But when other groups, other animal rights people talk about these experiments, they blow up in conservative media. And pretty much now it's because of that Fauci connection. And that Fauci connection.
So how do you, if Fauci were here,
yeah,
would he say, yes, I funded this research?
Well, this is a big, there's a lot of dispute here now because the Washington Post, Dana Milbank, who is a liberal columnist pretty much for the Post, he took the story to task and said, well, NIH has denied that they funded these tests. And Milbank says, well, look, I talked to NIH. And what they did was they told him they didn't do it. But if you go to the original papers, the document of the experiments, they say that NIH is cited on the experiments documents. So, I mean, the papers are.
But hang on for once. I'm being serious here.
Yeah. I mean, I am too.
So these are like when Steven Spielberg is making a movie, he'll say, "I've got Clooney," and he'll put Clooney's name. He'll lead people to believe that he's got Clooney in order to get Kirsten Stewart. Yeah. So people put people's names, they'll say, nobody checks. Isn't it conceivable that somebody who would spend time putting, sand flies? What are they called?
They put beagles. They somehow restrained beagles so they could be bitten by sandflies.
Now, who are we more concerned about, the sandflies or the beagles? Since it's
we're
PETA?
Concerned about the $375,000.
But what is who is suffering more here, the sandflies or the beagles? I'm kidding.
I don't.
But if you're the kind of person who has no problem keeping beagles alive while sandflies eat away at their brains, you're not going to stop. You're not going to go, oh, I can't put the NIH's now. That would be dishonorable to associate the NIH with this. These are bad people. They're going to lie and say that Anthony Fauci supports this. These are bad people.
Here's the thing. The thing
we respond to that, though. Doesn't that? Isn't there?
No. It's not. You're attempting an analogy that isn't really appropriate right now. I mean, it doesn't really apply, because the experiments, the documents of the experiments, cite NIH as the funding source of this. And now what NIH is doing is they're coming back and trying to revise history and saying that there was some kind of mistake. Those monies didn't come from NIH, and what they need to do is they need to disclose the original documents that show that the money did come from NIH. But guess what? It's very difficult to do so because doing that requires it requires a Freedom of Information Act. And that is something that PETA and other animal rights groups have been very expert at because NIH is not forthcoming with the information. So NIH has really no credibility here just to tell a reporter offhand, oh, no, we didn't fund that. Well, show the documents. And right now, probably what it is it's fungible funding that went to some lab in Tunisia, and they're probably on some back channel saying, hey, look, just move that money around and say it didn't come from us. The experiments happen, and that's the most important thing. These experiments are wasteful, cruel, unnecessary, and they waste a ton of money.
I agree with you 100%. I also know that nobody ever admits they're wrong.
That is true now. Now.
So
it used to be, So it's unfortunate.
Okay, so let's say we catch them red-handed with the sandflies and the beagles. And I have to confess, I read a little bit of this and it was too upsetting. So so you catch these people red-handed, they're torturing beagles.
Yeah.
They are sleeping at night doing this.
Oh, yeah. These are
vivisectors. And what are they going to say?
They're going to say, we're doing it for science.
So give me, okay, but what is the science behind it?
Behind this experiment, yeah. I don't know this one specifically, but basically in general, what they say is we're doing it for science. We need to find out. I mean, if you want to give, I'll give you these torturous experiments in chapter and verse about what they say and how they justify it, and they have no, none of these experiments bear any kind of benefit to mankind, to science, to anybody. It's just a way to keep the scientific welfare gravy train open for these researchers in colleges and research institutions throughout in this case, the world, because the research took place in Tunisia. And that's what $20 billion of NIH funding. They're funded to the tune of $41 billion. Half of it goes to these kinds of experiments. Pete has been exposing them for years, but for some reason, the conservatives don't care about people on the border. The conservatives don't care about, extracting young children from their mothers at the southern border, but they care about animals. And that's why on my Emil Amok Twitter show, I said, hey, look, maybe this is the thing that will bridge the chasm between the donkey and the elephant, the love for the animals, because it's the only kind of common ground that exists in our current political environment. And where we are today with the Biden thing, where we are today with the progressives and the Democrats and the mansions and the cinemas. It's a terrible politics. Makes no sense. No one wants to move. We no longer have gridlock. We have something worse than gridlock. We're like further apart. Gridlock at least presumes that, oh, hey, we're touching. There's some contact. But now we're so far apart, and it's so frustrating to look at politics today. So that when someone talks about politics, like for example, another thing I wanted to talk about today is how Nick Kristof is leaving the New York Times.
Yeah.
Probably the best job in journalism, right? You get to sit on the New York Times masthead, spend their money, go anywhere in the world, and then give your opinion.
And he's a good guy. I mean, he talks about...
Kristof's a good guy.
Yeah.
I had only one run-in with Kristof in 2015. He tried to recast the idea of the model minority. And
he tried to put sheets over you, right? And call it art?
Yeah, no, it wasn't that.
That's Christo. That's Christo.
The running fence. Yeah. Oh, that's
Christo.
Boy, he's still going, that Kristof, by the way. Christo.
He's dead, isn't he?
Oh, did he die, Christo?
Yeah.
I think the fence is still alive. The fence is
still
running.
But Christo died. I have his burial shroud.
Oh, you do? You do, really? Anyway, it's Kristof 1F. So it's Christoph, not Kristof.
Yeah.
So anyway, Nick Kristof, smart guy, he's been at the Times for 37 years, right? And why would you leave a job like that where you can say anything you want? You're free to say anything you want. You can tweak everyone left and right. And the one column I had a disagreement with was the idea that he tried to recast the model minority issue, saying that, well, maybe it's the end of Asian American discrimination, because look at Asian American success, their success stories, which struck me as kind of odd, except maybe he was just trying to be a provocateur. He is married to an Asian American, has Asian American kids, so I thought it just didn't make sense. This was in 2015, and you can look it up on the ALDEF blog, aaldef.org/blog. But anyway, so I haven't had much run-in with him, but he's done some great columns. He's gone to the front lines of places. The columns I like that he's written have to do with taking his kids on hikes in Oregon, which is where he's from. He's from Yamhill, Oregon. Mm-hmm. And he wants to run for governor of Oregon now. he's leaving the New York Times to be a politician.
Yeah,
The
now
people
it's a
in
Democratic, they have a Democratic governor now who is being term limited out. There's a primary coming up. The question is, what skills does a columnist bring to running government? It's, as much as if I lived in Oregon, as much as I love Nicholas Kristof, does he know how to twist arms?
Exactly. I can't understand why he made the move, except someone gave him a poll saying that if you ran for governor in your home state of Oregon, you will win. You'll be, infamous or famous or whatever. People will know your name. They'll vote you in. And of course, once you're governor, that's a stepping stone to higher office. I mean, look, you have the career of a politician. Look how old these guys are now.
Right.
Biden, Pelosi. I mean, he's
governor is not an entry level position.
It shouldn't be, but if you have the name recognition of a Kristof in a fairly liberal state like Oregon, I'd have to assume that someone gave him information that he would clean up as the governor of Oregon.
Yeah.
And I would think if he had less than that, I think then what's happening is you find what happens to some journalists when they reach a certain age and they realize that journalism isn't enough, that it's not enough to be on one side of the velvet rope. It's not, and to like snark
and he's wrong. He's at the New York Times. He could take it to the next level. He could, he could be, he's already on the precipice of, at the time, he has the audience and he's exposed famine in Sudan. He's big on sex trafficking. The Times is more important than being the governor of Oregon, quite frankly.
In some ways, look, he quoted William Safire saying, why would, because William Safire was asked to, leave the Nixon administration or going back to government. And he said, why would I leave? I got the best job here. And really, in journalism, when you can report a little bit, or in Kristof's case, he actually did go to these areas because he had the blank check of the New York Times.
And he takes people with him.
Yeah, and he can write his opinion. He can he can advocate, right? So in some ways, you're right. It is more important than being the governor of Oregon, unless he really thinks that, hey, I'm the governor of Oregon, and as the governor, now you're in a different realm. Now you look to see who's out there among Democrats, who's out on a national basis. Would you say Gavin Newsom? Would you say Kamala Harris? And if you put Nicholas Kristof next to them, does he have a shot to compete on this national level as not a journalist, but a real player? And
Right.
Like I said, for a lot of journalists, you get to this point in your life, you say, is it enough to just, flap my lips and, back it up with facts? Yeah, but
In his defense, he's not a showboater. He's not somebody who makes the rounds of the talk shows gladly. He does show up. I see him occasionally on MSNBC, but he's not pushing the Kristof brand the way David Brooks is. He's a serious journalist who does media appearances begrudgingly. So it makes me think, all right, this is a serious policy guy. Maybe he would be a good governor. This isn't about his ego. Maybe.
Well, maybe I think I wasn't attacking him. I was just saying, so if he chooses to be in politics, that's his choice. But to me, he's got, he is liberated as an opinion columnist, and he's just trading the chains of journalism and putting on the chains of politics. And you see how difficult it is just to tell the truth in politics right now. The truth is so difficult. What is the truth between what's in this, Build Back Better, what's in this infrastructure spending thing, what's out of it, and why are people balking, or why are the progressives for it? We just want the truth.
But then again, you don't know what his relationship is with the Gray Lady.
Well, that's true. I mean,
there may be something going on where they said we would really appreciate it if you weren't here. That we're doing the bean counting and we're paying you a lot of money. I'm going to be honest with you about Nicholas Kristof. He's a great columnist. I could see that the bean counters can probably measure his value, and he's being told you're not getting enough hits.
Is that what he was told?
No, I could just, but
you can see that. I can see that too. You're right.
I mean, right. I know, unfortunately, I pay attention to, the most popular items, that there's that evil section of the New York Times, the most popular articles, the most popular columns. They shouldn't be doing that. Just because a column is popular doesn't mean it's worth reading. In fact, it's probably more suspect because it is the most popular. But I'm sure that, the New York Times is neoliberal corporate atmosphere. I'm sure they can make you feel unwanted.
Oh, yeah.
I know when I'm unwanted.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't discount what you're saying. You're there.
And that could be very, corporate America is very good at making somebody's departure their idea.
Yeah. The part of me kind of agrees with you. He's there 37 years. You would think they'd want to keep him on just for the institutional value in his institutional knowledge, but that's not the way it works these days in corporate media. And there's probably somebody cheaper, more liberal, who will attract a younger audience. And now at this point, you're a journalist there for 37 years. You're wondering, well, what is next? And this is true for a lot of journalists. They just want to know, when do I get to do the thing? When do I get to be the person that gets written about? And it's not that he was, like you were saying, he's not out there for ego, not out there to beat the Kristof brand. However, at some point, when you're advocating for things, you have ideas. I mean, in his column, he talked about his friends from Yam Hill, some of whom are dead, some of whom, because of policies, are not where they should be or whatever. And maybe this is a way for journalists who, like I said, are always on the sidelines, observing, talking, sniping. Maybe this is a way to be active. And so, hey, good luck to him. I think he's still young, and if he's successful, it's great. If it's not, he'll work for the Washington Post. Or he'll do something else. That he's not lacking for opportunity. That's the other thing. Because I've considered politics. I worked for a politician. I worked for Mineta once, and all it took was like one half of a Congress, and I had to deal with NAFTA. And that was it for me. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with what I was seeing. And I left. I said, I'm going to be on I came back to my side. But, there's a big difference between a guy like Kristof who, he's got, being a white male does make a difference. And me in the media being a voice for, concentrating on Asian American things, on, Filipino American things. That's where I see my role. And that is where I still find myself having some relevance. Although, I deal with the smaller crowd. I'm happy to deal with, the 3-person listenership, to a podcast. And
I wish.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Well, I wish I had a little more. I wish I had like in the teens. I could deal with the high teens. And thank you for keep mentioning. You mentioned the podcast, the Emil Amok's Takeout, which I post on Twitter at Emil Amok, and
Now you and I have been around. I'm going to read you the first sentence of a story in the New York Times that just came out. And you tell me if you ever would have read this paragraph 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is from the New York Times. It just came out. Former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo was charged on Thursday with groping a female aide's breast inside the executive mansion for the purposes of degrading and gratifying his sexual desires, according to a criminal complaint filed in Albany City Court. So, let me just say, yes. Yes. Get him. Get him. We had Lindsey Boylan on this show a year and a half ago. Get him. And then go after Christopher Cuomo for helping him spin this abuse.
I think you're right. You probably wouldn't have seen it 5-10 years ago. There would have been a little more euphemistic language. There would have been something a little more, political.
No, I'm talking about the story itself. Can you imagine 5 years? I'm asking. I maybe I'm just trying to be optimistic, and about the moral arc of the universe. To charge a governor for touching a female breast, given what corporate America and politics, what we know goes on, the idea that a governor could be charged with assault for groping a woman's breast, that is a major step forward.
Yeah, sign of the times. It took courage on the part of the woman to come forward, make the charges, right? I mean, that really is what that speaks to. I just saw it.
But we would never have seen this 5 years ago, correct? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know, maybe 10. I think you would have seen it 5, but 10 years ago, people would have been a little more political on both sides. The woman, working with the governor, his PR folks. The Times wouldn't have printed it that way unless they had the actual document, the court documents. And so, yeah, it is a sign of the times. It shows that we're changing, and that's good. It's a good thing.
The other thing to keep in mind, can I just say something about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
The idea of what constitutes success. If somebody is successful in the Cuomo administration, or was successful, it's because they kept their mouths shut. When you look at a successful person in America, certainly in corporate America,
right,
they did something to stay where they are or to get where they are. There were people who worked, like Lindsey Boylan, who wouldn't take it. When you look at somebody, when somebody says they're successful, like I'm keeping the picture of David Zelpolsky, Amazon General Counsel, who is considered an upstanding member of our society because David Zelpolsky is the Amazon General Counsel. It is his job to spin in the legal system a executive who has touched somebody inappropriately. People stay in these positions of power because they are morally compromised.
I think
you cannot stay. You can't. And if anybody thinks Andrew Cuomo is an outlier, you are ignorant.
Yeah, look, there are no saints at the top, right? I mean, it's not
Zero.
like,
Zero.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, like, and let's just bring back our Colin Powell discussion a week ago, because really,
You got some complaints,
yes, I did, but you know what? I'll tell you something.
which I was
looking
surprised
at
that
it-
I was surprised that anybody listens to this show. So I was surprised.
I was.
Then again, I had to
was
write the
look-
complaints, but go ahead.
I was looking at it from the perspective of a person of color, that even though you get as high up as Powell, no matter how high up you are still carrying someone's water. You are still beholden. You are still not your own
I
man.
disagree with you.
You do?
Yes.
Oh,
I don't think
Well, I think that's what happened to Powell. I don't think Powell was his own person.
your dignity belongs to you. You are born with dignity. It is taken from you, and only you can take your dignity back. He had his dignity taken from him because he was a willing participant, and people walk away. People walk away. They
All right, they do not carry water. All right, but he did. And he did not walk away. He could have, but he didn't.
And so is that because you're saying because he's a person of color, we should?
I think because he got to a level where he wanted to preserve that level. He wanted to preserve his status. And I think also he was convinced by the cabal, right? The GW cabal, that was what he should have done.
And he should
He
be
did
blamed.
it.
So it's his fault. So he had his
Yeah.
own agency.
I
think that would no. Sorry,
You don't
not in
think that- you don't
America.
think
Not
he had
after you've been chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was already set. He was a made man before he became Secretary of State, Emil.
Well, I just think that he was. I think he said what he said or did what he did, and was convinced that Saddam had WMD because he was towing the line for his bosses, and that usually is what happens when you're the only
But
person.
there, yeah, but you don't mean that. You.
No, I mean that. That's my perception.
How could would you tell that to your children to do that? That's defensible?
No, it's not defensible. He had a choice to walk away. He didn't. But
he's a victim because he's like a
didn't say he
rags
was a
to riches.
victim.
He's a victim in this because he's a rags to riches story. He came from the Bronx. His parents were from Jamaica. He's African American.
Yeah.
And
I didn't say he was victimized. I said that these are choices you make.
but he made the wrong choices.
Yes, when you're the only person of color in the room, sometimes that pressure is so much that you go along, and it's part of that the paradox of his life, right? Black, Republican, soldier, diplomat. It's and
Well, there was
hopefully
Condi Rice was there.
Oh yeah, well, Condi Rice, she has her issues too.
I think that's let me bring in the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, because you did get some. I mean, you brought it up. You did get. Did we lose? Oh, there's the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Well, as I say, stigmata this into the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. I like it when the segments stigmata into each other.
Oh yeah, there's
I'm a big fan of stigmata. Jump in. Let me give the Reverend Barry W. Lynn a somewhat decent introduction. He is a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar, who has dedicated his entire career to separating church from state. And he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and has debated the worst of them, Please welcome the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Emil got a little pushback for defending Colin Powell.
Not defending him, but for saying he was for overpraising him without really looking at situations that the Reverend brought up, the lie, that and other things. So I had a come to Jesus moment.
I think, what would Jesus say about Colin Powell?
Well, I'd like to.
And for my listeners, remind us who Jesus is.
Yeah, he's a well-known Jewish advocate. But no, I think what Jesus would have said was the same thing he said when they were attempting to stone a prostitute. And he stopped it, and then he said, "Go and sin no more." And I have a feeling, just a feeling, I didn't get any kind of special message about this, that after the My Lai cover-up, Jesus would have said to him, "Don't do that again. Don't do that again." And put him on notice when he was starting to talk about weapons of mass destruction, that maybe they too were just not there. He was covering up their absence.
Let me ask you about stoning the prostitute in the New Testament. What does she charge to be? Did she charge for that, or was that?
Yeah, that was
that, or were they passing judgment on her?
What size stones were they using?
Yeah, they were big ones, actually, because the only way you can kill people, if you throw pebbles at people or animals, you often don't kill them, which is why you shouldn't throw stones at animals.
Right.
There you go. Hey, Barry,
why would you throw a stone at a prostitute?
Why would you throw an animal at a prostitute? Is that what you said? Throwing an animal at a prostitute?
No, why would you throw stones at a prostitute to punish her?
What?
Why would anybody throw stones at a prostitute?
To kill her.
Oh, not to bring down the price. Okay.
No.
Oh, I can't believe you.
I don't know that much about prostitution in general or prostitution at that time, because Jesus and I didn't really live at the same time. But I'd like to think we're familiar with each other's work.
I will not do a getting your rocks off joke. That would have been funny in the 70s. But the kids today don't say now. Getting your rocks off.
Hey, Barry, you're a veteran of the Washington, D.C. talk shows, and we began the segment.
Thank you for your service, by the way. A lot of those veterans have been discarded, cast away.
They have been.
Paul Begala.
Oh yeah, that's true.
David Plouffe.
Just don't see. What's his name? Carville. Carville.
I saw Jim Carville outside my house on the street with a little cardboard sign. We'll lie for money. We'll spin for money. Hey, can I show you something? Go ahead.
I used to see Carville on the Red Line in D.C. after I did my show in Washington. Anyway, look, Barry, you were on these talk shows. My wife, who's she works for PETA, she was on Tucker Carlson's show on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And she was out there because the conservative silo has glommed on to the idea that animal experiments are bad. Everyone thinks animal experiments are bad. The conservative media wants to own that story, and they have now made a big deal about it. But what happened to the mainstream? The mainstream isn't talking about that. The mainstream isn't talking about animal experimentation. I know that the conservatives want to get after Fauci, and Fauci is part of the story, but it really is about experimentation and the wasteful spending at the National Institutes of Health. What is wrong with our media when the mainstream media can't even glom onto this story?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because, as you know, a lot of the mainstream media did just
what happened to the mainstream?
It did just what the person you cited from the Post did. Goes to the NIH and says, "Is this true?" They say no, and then they say, "Well, it's obviously just a rumor," because they believe that. They believe that people in Washington or people anywhere actually always tell the truth. So they don't do a good job. If they did have a reason for doing that despicable experiment, presumably they'd be willing to talk about it. The one thing I don't understand about this, Fauci, you should watch that new documentary called Fauci, because it has a lot of stuff that neither I nor my wife really knew about him. And I had forgotten just how incredibly distasteful members of the gay community were with his initial comments about AIDS. And what he did was he went to ACT UP meetings in New York. He became friends with some of the leaders in the AIDS advocacy movement at the beginning of the epidemic. And he's become a good friend, and they like him. It's because he said, I want to understand this at the root level. What is it that I'm doing wrong? I don't come just to lecture to you. I come to listen to you. And I have a feeling that if Fauci was involved in this, that he would be, frankly, happy to talk to people.
I want to change the subject while we have you here. Okay. Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
I want to show you, if I can, something that I keep seeing. And these are advertisements on Facebook. And I want to do a screen share because I can. And I want to show you the scam that is Facebook. And okay, so let me zoom. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Do you see this? There's a picture of Dave Chappelle on the far right corner. Do you see it?
Right. Yep.
And there is an advertisement that says Netflix severs ties with Dave. Okay? And it's a sponsored story. Is that true? Did Netflix sever ties with Dave?
No, they didn't.
But I'm seeing on Facebook right now, I'm seeing a picture of Dave Chappelle. Now watch what I'll click it. And it's taking me to a Time Magazine article. Do you see this?
Yes.
Netflix to terminate Chappelle contract over his newest business venture. And now it's written by Alice Palmer, Thursday, October 28th. And now there's a fake Dave Chappelle tweet. Well, it happened. They found a way to hurt me again. I want to thank all my fans for support of my new CBD product, my gift to the world, and they're trying to use it against me. But what is made to heal can never be used to harm. And it says it has 18,000 retweets. And there are more pictures, and it's Time Magazine, and it's an advertisement for Green Canyon CBD oil. And they say it reduces chronic pain, supports joint health. Dave Chappelle's new line, he has a new line, it says, of Green Canyon CBD oil, and phony testimony from John Krasinski. There's Paul Rudd endorsing it. Hugh Jackman. They have a picture of Jennifer Lawrence. Try it for yourself. Green Canyon CBD oil. There you go. So apparently you don't have to hire any celebrities to endorse your product. You can say that Dave Chappelle is selling your CBD, like Dave Chappelle is behind your CBD oil. Hugh Jackman, Jennifer Lawrence. What, as a lawyer, Barry W. Lynn, forget disinformation, forget anorexia and bulimia that Facebook spreads, forget disinformation with politics. How is this legal? How is this legal? How is the Federal Trade Commission allowing what I just showed you?
Well, assuming that they've seen it or that someone's complained about it, and I can't believe that Hugh Jackman or any of the other people that are misrepresented in that advertisement, that fake ad, don't have access to, shall we say, multi-$1,000 an hour lawyers who should be sending a letter. And this has happened with some of these fake CBD ads saying, cease and desist, stop this. Now, if they didn't, there are circumstances under which if they didn't attribute, I couldn't quite see enough of this picture to know whether they attributed certain statements to Hugh Jackman. That's clearly illegal.
They do.
If they just, well, then they ought to get a lawyer. They ought to cease and
It's
desist.
Time Magazine. They're using Time Magazine.
But Time Magazine, that's a fake ad. That is not in Time Magazine.
I know, of course, they've mocked up.
Of course.
They're misrepresenting.
They mocked it up. Well, they ought to stop it. But Facebook ought to know this too. I mean, they shouldn't be doing this. The only thing that's worse in all of the discussion of Facebook is having these nitwits in Congress have some kind of say-so over the responsibility of this publisher. Despicable as they frequently are, I don't want to see Lindsey Graham, Kristen Sinema, or any of these other clowns that have recently been attacking Facebook to have any role in deciding what should and should not be printed in.
We have a Federal Trade Commission. You're a lawyer. What the hell do we need the Senate to? There are laws. It's like murder is against the law. Fraud is against the law. What are we having hearings on this for?
This is against the law. What you just showed is against the law. Lawyers should go and if they do anything right at their $2,000 an hour rate, they will be able to get rid of that for their client, any of those people.
But there should be damages. It's not just the civil courts. This is doesn't the FTC and the Justice Department? Is it Lena Khan over at the new lead lawyer over at the FTC? Couldn't the government take them into civil court?
Yes, I think they could, assuming they know. I mean, remember, a lot of the things that Facebook is alleged to have done, and which I do believe it has done, are not so clear cut. They don't misrepresent anything. They just are working with algorithms that make young girls appear to be less than perfect in comparison to the people that are showing up constantly on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or whatever that thing is called. But yes, the FTC ought to be looking at that. You, as an American citizen, could write directly to the federal.
Well, there's your problem right there. The first clause, you as an American citizen should write. You lost me at American citizen writing.
Okay, well, we'll spell it differently. The old America with a K, like a Ku Klux Klan K. But you can write as, I know you haven't founded your church yet, but because you won't do what I say, but you could write and insist on that and copy your senators. I mean, these are two people in the state of New York who allege themselves, profess to be progressives, and demand that somebody do this. And if enough people from New York State wrote to Schumer, wrote to Gillibrand, this is what they do in most Senate offices. They have somebody who tallies on the end of every Friday how many people have written to the senator about a specific issue. So everything from A, abortion, to Z, zoos. And then if they see a giant kind of a explosion in interest in something like FTC, then they assign somebody on the staff to look into it. What are these people complaining about? And the more people that complain about it, all of a sudden you get people in the Senate or in the House, it's even better. They get so panicked. What if I'm missing something? What if I'm missing a kind of revolution in my district or in my state? And then they're going to start writing letters
Right.
themselves.
Well, I'm
and
gonna
put additional
try,
pressure.
let me just try it one more time. I'm looking at my Facebook page, and there's an ad for PayPal, right? Can you see this? Hang on, let me bring this up.
Yeah.
Do you see the ad? Approved loans are funded in minutes, and it's got PayPal.com, working capital, and has the PayPal logo, right? So I'm going to click on this.
I can't see this too well, but go ahead.
Let me zoom in here, because this is it. Let me zoom in and move it on up. Let's see. Hang on. Do you see it now? Approved loans are funded.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So that looks like PayPal, correct? Let's click on it. Let's see if that's a PayPal ad. Well, maybe it is. I doubt it. Let me see. All right. Okay. That was legitimate, I guess. I certainly don't want to click on it in front of anybody.
No, because it could lead to pornography.
It doesn't look, actually, I'm on it, and it doesn't look, it looks like a bogus Facebook account. Looks fake. Anyway.
Okay, but David.
Yes, sir.
Look, let's assume it is fake. Is it your understanding that the best thing that could happen would be for the FTC to immediately go into this, or would you like more hearings about it by the House and the Senate where they could haul Zuckerberg and have him explain why he's changing the name of the company to Meta, which he's doing, and explain these ads?
Lock them up. I don't care about hearings. Lock them up.
Who? Lock up who?
Zuckerberg, Sheryl Sandberg. Lock them up.
No, you can't do that. You can't lock them up. This is like Steve Bannon is still doing his radio show every day. It's not like he's left the country. They haven't locked him up. And as I explained a couple weeks ago, they're not going to. They're not going to lock him up. I'm not even convinced that the Attorney General, although the statute says he has to convene a grand jury if someone doesn't show up after a criminal contempt proceeding by the Congress, it's not clear to me that he's going to work very hard. Look at what has happened to the January 6th
Even
riot.
the judge. Let me say goodbye to Emil. Hang on, let me just say Emil Guillermo, host of Emil Amok on you stream Emil Amok on Twitter. Follow him follow Emil on Twitter at Emil Amok. Read him over at the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and listen to the PETA podcast. And I love seeing you every week. One of my oldest friends. Thank you.
Nice seeing you. And I'm going to lay down the law with my wife. No more Tucker Carlson. No more
She
Tucker
has to
Carlson.
choose between you and Tucker.
It should be simple, right? It should be fairly simple.
Was it a pleasant experience for her?
Don't tell her that Michael Savage, who's one of the most reprehensible people in talk radio, is a huge defender of elephants. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but did you know that I used to come on after Michael Savage locally in San Francisco, and he really is a fairly nice guy.
He's a genius. I'm telling you, of all of them, I'm telling you, I know him from I never met him, but I know him from San Francisco. He started in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And KGO or KSFO. And
he was
and I used to listen to him on the week. He was on the weekend, so I'd be driving to my gigs, and he was on railing against the liberals, Nancy Pelosi, and I would laugh so hard at this guy. He has a PhD.
Yes.
And he used to be a lefty, and he just needed to make some cash. He knew which lane to drive down. But the guy, Mort Saul just passed away. And there are, that you can tell when you listen to Mike Savage, you can hear the Mort Saul influence, the jazz riffs. He's evil. He should rot in hell. But as far as, he's smarter than all of them, and he's a better performer than all of them.
He was very nice to my mother-in-law when I introduced him. Anyway, thanks,
Never
David.
meet your enemy. Never meet. Thank you.
And rest in peace, Mort Saul.
But yeah, I didn't. I was going to say something at the end of the show about Mort Saul. I should have started the show by talking about Mort, who I was lucky enough to know, and there'd be no stand-up comedy without Mort Saul. Period. Full stop.
And, Mort Saul. Gary, correct me. He did a talk show on WRC in Washington too.
Yes, he did. He did. He did. He was hilarious. If anybody doesn't remember seeing Mort Saul or hasn't seen him, there's a marvelous video called "At the Hungry Eye," and that contains an entire routine. I don't know when it was done in the early '60s, but it's as funny if you watch it today as it was back then. Tragically, Mort Saul then came to Washington. He did a talk show on WRC where Emil was, and he became so anti-woman. He was a sexist, and his show was terrible in Washington. He wasn't funny. He was very, very vindictive about women. He hadn't quite become as obsessed with the John Kennedy assassination as he did also. The last time I saw him perform was in New York City, and half of his show was very funny, and half of it he just went on to...
he was friendly with you.
With Jim Garrison.
But he was also friendly. Yeah. The misogyny came from Hugh Hefner, who he was good friends with. Yeah, he had a problem with women. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Some could say he came by it. I would say he came by it honestly. He was in some bad marriages, but yes.
Well, that's true.
Well, Emil, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the January 6th commission and the judge who actually scolded the Justice Department. Didn't the judge say, "What are you doing? Like, why are you being so easy on these the people you're charging?" And Garland said, "We don't want to create. We worry that if we keep them in jail too long, they'll be radicalized." That's what Garland said. We don't want to radicalize the people who already stormed the Capitol.
Of course.
We don't want them radicalized.
No, judges and attorney generals get to say stupid things like that. And but I think Merrick Garland, for most progressives, has been an acute embarrassment since he became attorney general. He just did not go after any. When Barack Obama came into office and announced that he was going to look forward and not go after any of the Bush war criminals, that was the first time I thought, what is this guy going to do? And of course, he consistently failed, in my judgment, to be the kind of president he could have been.
Yeah, we don't have, it's an interesting question because I remember, because I loved Obama at the time, thinking, well, the country's in crisis. We're facing the greatest economic downturn since the Great Depression. There are forces that he's up against. This is what I told myself, that should he start locking up the John Woo, the torture memo, and setting that he would be, they would come after him. They would. Somebody said he would be. I think he said, I want to watch myself here, that he feared for his physical safety if he had gone after the Bush administration. I'm pretty sure I read that.
I mean, I don't know. Presidents should, on the basis of recent history, be concerned about their physical safety.
You're a minister in the United Church of Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. Barack Obama gets rid of the Reverend Jeremiah Wright for saying, not God bless America, God damn America, taken out of context, but I've thrown him under the bus. I need you to be my minister. I need some advice, Reverend. In my late 40s, I'm married. I love my wife. I've got young daughters. One is in elementary school, another one is in high school. I want to be president of the United States. What would benefit my wife, my kids, and me? Should I run for president at this point in my life? What would you counsel?
I mean, I have a couple more questions. I want to make sure that you were going to be doing this for the right reasons, that you had a plan, that you had a sense of the future and what needed to be made better. But then I would say, if this is what you want to do, notwithstanding your family situation, you should do it. You should run for president.
But what about the family? What about the family?
Everybody is. Look at George Bush had daughters. Carter had one daughter, and they were ridiculed. I mean, when forget what was Carter's daughter's name? Amy. She went to an elementary school a couple blocks from the White House. A public school. She got a lot of nasty comments, a lot of pictures of her that were certainly not conventionally attractive, and they made fun of her. And this is when I think a lot of people rightly said, look, this is a little girl who didn't do anything except happen to be the daughter of the president. You've got to lay off her. And I think in general, that's it. And they did the same thing with the Bush daughters. But I don't think you can go into politics, have a family, and not think about what's going to happen to my daughter, what's going to happen to my son, what am I getting myself into? But if you feel that this is a calling, and I think that there are plenty of times when Barack Obama must have said, this is my calling. This is what God wants me to do. He wants me to clean up this mess. He wants me to run for president. He was a wonderful orator.
But what?
And,
But.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just
That's okay.
That was my lunch. Sorry, I apologize. That's how I do. That's how it's. No, I remember thinking, why can't you wait until your daughters are out of the house?
Well, but you would counsel someone to wait until their daughters are out of the house.
Yeah.
But not out of college. Where do you draw these lines?
I think there is a character flaw when somebody runs for president with two small kids. I think it says a lot about who you are and what you value. How can you preach family values if you're George W. Bush and you're running for president even though your kids are still in high school?
Well, I don't see this connection. I don't think you can wait for people to get into their 50s or 60s, depending on when they had their kids, in order to consider a political job. I mean, I do think Barack Obama believed that he was an excellent president, believes he still is, and this is why he's got these, elaborate real estate around Massachusetts. And
I saw a documentary. I'm a big Apollo guy, and then we'll change it. Saw an interview with some of the engineers who put the men on the moon. Yep. And there was one guy who said, if I had to do it all, it was the greatest time of my life. If I had to do it again, I wouldn't, because I paid a big price because of the way my family turned out by not being there. And I have a problem with people running for president with small kids. I don't
Okay,
think.
I mean-
I think that says a lot about who you are and what you value. You don't?
Well, we may have to disagree with that. No, I don't. I don't think that has anything.
Well, I have a serious problem with your moral values. All right, let's talk. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's good. No, you know what? Here's what I'd like to talk about in the moments remaining.
We have time.
I want to talk about BBB, Build Back Better, because I think now it's become BBB, TTBB. That is, Build Back Better, too tiny bit better. Because when you take out of all of these things, first, free community college out, most of the new climate programs out, Medicare expansion for hearing aids, eyeglasses, dental care out.
I think they're keeping hearing in. That's what I heard. Seriously, I think
they might keep hearing in.
That's what I hear. Yeah, that's what I hear.
Well, then maybe the hearing aid people don't have the great lobbyists.
Well, they're holding hearings on it. No, seriously, I think they're keeping it in. Go ahead.
They might. And then medical and family leave, according to what I've heard a few hours ago, that's out too. That's 4 strikes. Only 3 strikes, you're out. That's 4 strikes. That's the end. I don't think any progressive should support this. Not because they may never, this half a loaf, it's now really about 20% of the loaf that it started with, and Bernie came up with $7 trillion. Mm-hmm. Then it went to 3.5. Then it went to 1.9. But nobody, I think 3 of these, community college, family medical leave, the expansion of Medicare, these things are things that are easy for people to understand, and people need them. When you talk to audiences of elderly people about what they want but don't have in Medicare, it's almost always hearing aids, dental care, and eyeglasses, none of which are covered. And even if you go to one of the people that advertises, I'm sure they even advertise on Facebook, and you get your eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses for $69, that's all a con. That's not what you get. That's not what you need. And I would prefer if, instead of worrying about being blamed for the collapse of both of these bills, progressives in the House and Senate should just make it clear they don't care about these bills. They don't care about taking a tiny bit of good stuff out of it, because they lose everything. If progressives cannot apply pressure against Sinema and Manchin and a couple of clowns in the House who are bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical industry, when the hell are we ever going to get a better opportunity to say, and then here's what you do when you campaign. If you're campaigning against an incumbent Republican senator, you said, your senator did not want child care. Your senator did not want elder care. Your senator did not want anything that would make your life better. Yep. Essentially, they're saying, I would have a tagline. I just made this up, so I just jotted it down. You say, Republican fill in the blank has said to seniors who are constantly and properly complaining that Medicare does not cover hearing aids, dental work, or eyeglasses, you can just not respond to those people at Thanksgiving dinner because you can't hear them. Mm-hmm. Hope and pray your teeth don't rot and you don't get infected so your heart stops, and just sit closer to the television. That's an ad.
Right.
It's about incumbent senators. There are certainly incumbent senators who are at risk, who happen to be Republican. Just do that. Just make that argument. Make the argument that the real culprits here are not somebody. You don't even have to mention Sinema and Manchin. You can say we had almost all the Democrats and not a single Republican, including Senator Dimowit, who's running again, would support it. Why can't you do that? That would be a good test. We talked about tests last week. What is the test where you can have a moral basis for saying no to something and see if it works? Because this stuff, what's left in this bill is just not worth approving.
Right.
It's just not worth it.
And the spin will be radical Democrats like Bernie destroyed two perfectly good bills. They took their ball and went home. They will spin this against the radical left. We had a bill, but it wasn't good enough for the radical left. And how do we push back on that?
Well, first of all, you say, who's the we, by the way, that's saying these things? You think Lindsey Graham is going to, well, he's not up next time, but anybody that's up next time is going to say, we had this, it was a bill, it made a tiny bit of progress, but not a single Republican supported this in any way. Not a single one. So they all can be assumed to have been opposing all of these good things that were in the bill. We came down to 20% of what the initial bill was, and they still wouldn't support it, not a one of them, and start to blame. If we can't message what went wrong and how reprehensible it is that Republicans will not support any bill at all, even when it's down to $1.9 trillion, then the Democrats they ought to just give up and do something else.
Yeah.
This is a message that should be able to be carried.
And I hate to horse race this. We've gone through what's in the bill. Personally, I agree with you 100%. I said this earlier, that we need to go in and get rid of Hoyer, Pelosi, Biden, Gottheimer. I mean, we need to show them that you're getting nothing. You get nothing. And take over the Democratic Party. However, we're going to be going up against some pretty powerful forces at CNN and MS. I can see Gloria Borger. I can see Lawrence O'Donnell is selling this. This is the greatest thing since JFK, since LBJ, and they're going to blame. It's going to be interesting to see who will have the courage. None of them will, to side with Bernie.
Right.
And then it will be interesting to see what Bernie today said. He's telling Pelosi not to introduce the other bill because we don't have a bill. We don't have a Build Back Better bill yet.
Right. Well, 2 days ago, he said if it didn't carry this Medicare extension on those three things, and I'm not, well, you might be right about hearing aids, but that's really kind of the cheapest thing. You know, you can get hearing aids for a couple $100. This is not like dental work. You go to a dentist lately, they find something wrong. And I mean, I ask people, how much is this going to cost me? Because I don't have dental insurance and I don't have any way to, I mean, I'm 73 years old. I mean, how long are my teeth going to last? And we talk about taking out this and putting in another bridge and all that. These are thousands of dollars. Most people can't afford them. Most people don't even have access to the places where you can go in dental schools and get quality care from people who are young. But,
and of course, the ADA, the dentists, the ADA was against putting it into Medicare because they lose money. They can't charge what they charge.
Exactly.
So it was killed by, your doctors and your dentists. They're not your friend. They're not for Medicare for all. They complain about the insurance companies. They know the symptoms, they know the disease, but they're not willing to isolate the cure, which is Medicare for all. They're not willing because they're not that bright. They know their medicine if you're lucky, but they don't understand the economics. They don't understand that they'd actually be doing better and they'd be happier with Medicare for all because they would be practicing dentistry and medicine, and all their money would go towards paying a nurse to practice medicine, not an entire billing department. Doctors spend, they really are stupid. Doctors are stupid and dentists are stupid because they know one thing, not except for your wife.
Yeah, that was going to
Yeah, sorry.
out there. Yeah.
But I mean that.
Yeah.
Most doctors have an entire support staff that's spent collecting money from insurance companies.
Of course.
How is that? So that money could be spent building your practice, getting more patients, hiring another doctor to bring in more business. How is this good? How is this? You're stupid. The AMA, the ADA, they are stupid. They're owned by the hospitals. They're owned by the health insurance, and they give the doctors just enough. The hospitals and the insurance companies, they give the doctors just enough financial incentive to think they have a financial interest in the well-being of Anthem or Blue Cross. Yeah. They delude these doctors into thinking, if we do well, you do well. Some of them do. Some of the doctors do because they're immoral and they're money-grubbing charlatans. But if you go to medical school because you want to make a nice living, which you deserve, healing people, you want Medicare for all. And this is a constant refrain that I'm saying today. If you're a doctor and you're against Medicare for all, if you're a dentist and you're against Medicare for all, you're ignorant. You know your medicine, you know your dentistry, you don't understand economics, and you don't understand the profession. You'd be making more money if your time wasn't being wasted fighting with the insurance companies to get paid.
Of course.
They really are stupid.
Yeah, well,
except your wife.
I think, the argument against what you and I would want done by rejecting these bills, or at least demanding that they reintroduce the most important elements of it, is that, well, some people will be hurt. And that's true. And I think that's one of the things.
Who would be hurt?
Well, because a person who doesn't get the modest child care provisions that are still in the bill, it's really tough to figure out what to do with your little kids. And they need child care. And as I explained a couple of years ago, there was this one moment, a couple of sessions ago, wonderful opportunity to put daycare into elementary schools. It was scuttled by a bunch of progressives of all people. But what you do now and what you can, there is a real downside. It's the same thing that people said, including me for a while, that Ruth Bader Ginsburg shouldn't have to retire from the court. And then last week, I very clear, Stephen Breyer has no business even being in the court. Because if Democrats lose control of the Senate, what will they really lose? Because they have no control now, because they do have Sinema with her denim vest, which I thought was quite attractive. And Joe Manchin, who's making a huge amount of money off of his son's coal company muck around, whatever it's called. And he doesn't. But there will be real danger. There really will be a cost. I'm up here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize. Your hands are on the table, so it's making a little. Yes, I need to see that. Yes,
I'm going to take it off.
Okay.
Okay. So we're up here in Massachusetts. We haven't had electricity for 3 days. I'm over at my daughter's house to do this show because she does have power. And but the biggest thing I hear, because we have to go, you have to go out, you have to go get some milk, everybody's talking about what they're doing. They're having these little kids 3 and 4-year-old kids are dragging along. If they had daycare, and maybe some of them do, but all the schools are closed, that would be, it's a big deal not to be able to work because you have to take days off in order to take your 4-year-old and be with him. If this goes on for another week, who knows? What happened down in Louisiana where there were 3-4 weeks without electricity? It has a real cost to real people. But under these circumstances of trying to say, we didn't do this, it's the damn Republicans who, not a one of whom, will go and fight for any of these things. Are you against elder care? Are you against free college, community college? If not a single Republican does that, it's the Republicans that are to blame. And we better get better at messaging, and we better get better at making it clear that it's not the fault of even those two creeps who call themselves Democrats, but the entire Republican Party. Why is Mitt Romney, who's considered a moderate Republican these days, why doesn't he say, I could go along with this bill? Let's put back medical and family leave. Nobody says that. No Republican says it.
Mitt Romney is who he was when he ran for president in 2012. Bad. He's a bad guy.
Yes, he's a bad guy. But this is a confirmation of that.
Yeah.
This is a confirmation that we made a really good decision not to elect Mitt Romney president. But remember, I do think Mitt Romney, coming from the Mormon Church, which has a lot of bad things related to it, but does he not think it's a good thing for all of those sons and daughters of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who live in Utah and around the country, that they don't have a chance to select the possibility of having a government-promoted plan for daycare? Does anybody ask? I never see anybody on the mainstream media asking these questions. What do you have against family and medical leave? And Manchin has an answer. He said it's going to cost too much, and companies will go out of business. All of that stuff's debunkable. It's all been debunked.
Right.
And if he still believes it, then he's delusional. But nobody really says, nobody pushes back. They take that answer, kind of like the answer they give about the sand fleas in beagles.
Hands. Your hands on the table.
Oh, my hand. Well, see, this is what I get for having to borrow a table with power. But it's the same thing. They just say, no, it's not. They just listen to them. Then that becomes the soundbite. It will cost too much. And there's no follow-up. It's not just with Fox. CNN, there's no follow-up. They don't have experts on. They only have other politicians on to talk about it. People spend their life studying the effects of something like family leave on companies. And there's data, and it shows that it helps. It doesn't hurt the company. In the long run, it helps the company. But where are the experts? We don't even have any experts. I used to be on CNN all the time because I knew stuff about certain things, military law and other things. And that's why they had me on. But now they just have talking heads.
David
the same
Plouffe.
Kind of people. David Plouffe.
Gibbs.
All the
people who served briefly in the Obama administration to give us insight into what the establishment is thinking. What are they, as opposed to, we have to know what the establishment is thinking, as opposed to the establishment finding out what we want.
Exactly.
They don't have any labor activists. Reverend Barber is rarely seen. It's always top-down coverage, access to the same people with different names and faces telling us what they want, as opposed to giving an opportunity to somebody who is struggling to sit on the same set with Chris Christie. The single mom who's broke. George Stephanopoulos should have the single mom who's broke sitting next to Chris Christie on the Sunday show and explaining, but it's just a top-down approach This is what the establishment thinks.
Yeah.
And that's the news. We're covering what the establishment wants.
Of course.
It is.
And they do. Well, they do occasionally have these kind of human interest stories where they show somebody who's suffering from an absence of daycare because there have been too many weeks without electricity in New Orleans. But it's treated as a human. Look at this person. It's tragedy. If there was a collection made after some of those somewhat effective CNN and MSNBC pieces about someone living in poverty, you'd probably collect a little money, have a page to give donations to that person.
Reverend?
But as far as changing policy, this is not what you do. This is what you need. You know, when I was doing talk radio for that Pat Robertson controlled, people think I'm joking about that.
Oh, I love the picture you sent me, by the way, on Twitter.
Well, one of our listeners actually put that together and sent it to me, and I sent it to you. And so you can put it up next week. But if you don't, if you don't show that there's a person and then the facts to back up, this is not just an anecdote. You know, it is often said, you know, one anecdote is not evidence, two anecdotes aren't either. That's all true. But if you then do what nobody does anymore, you have the person on telling his or her story, and then you do the backup with somebody who's devoted her or his life to researching a question like the effect of labor policies on women, and
right.
We get nothing.
Here's a story.
Wasting.
How many times have you seen this story? Billy and Bob lived next door to Carol, and Carol had cancer. Billy and Bob spent the entire summer with a lemonade stand raising money so they could go to Disneyland. When they found out that their neighbor Carol had cancer and her health insurance company wouldn't cover it, they gave up their trip to Disneyland so Carol could, from a lemonade stand. How much of what is that going to cover?
Yeah.
I won't. I was going to say something really terrible. I won't. The Onion should do. The Onion should do a story about two kids who had a lemonade stand for a woman who was dying of cancer, and they decided to go to Disneyland instead. That would make a great. I'm sure they've done something.
Well, they probably should have.
Yeah. And people are
wondering this.
They cut back to everybody at Good Morning America, and they're going, isn't that great? Kids are great. Aren't people great? I go, no, this is...
No, it's not. It's ridiculous. There's a famous travel writer who wrote a book about it 5 or 6 years ago on the most dangerous places to visit. And he went to Mexico City. He just walked around all these places in Asia, had no problems. In the last chapter, he goes to Disney World. And then he's really scared because of all the weird people that he comes across and the vast amount of waste and money being spent and just general bad messaging. So that turns out to be the only of his 10 most dangerous places that's actually dangerous.
When my kids were growing up, I was a full-time comedy writer. Mm-hmm. I could not afford Disneyland, but we took them to Disneyland because and I just looked. It reminded me of Vegas. You walk around Vegas, nobody's smiling. It's the happiest place on earth. No clocks, and every father and mother was walking around like this. I'm a bad parent. I can't afford this.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Yeah.
You don't need
It's
Disneyland.
great.
You don't need
No.
you don't need to take your kid. I mean, I have happy memories of Disneyland. I do.
Sure.
But
I think we all do.
your kid is not missing out if they never have been to Disneyland. In fact, it makes them actually better. It's a better story to say when you're an adult. My parents couldn't afford. Don't you have more respect for somebody who says to you, I couldn't afford, my parents couldn't afford Disneyland? When you hear that, you go, I like this person. I go, oh, I have respect. There's nothing at Disneyland that is going to shape your character or educate you or make you better in any way. Having parents who couldn't afford to go to Disneyland, go on. I'm interested. Sounds like you have, there's some events shaped your character. Nothing at Disneyland shapes your character. Nothing. Zero.
Well, does that include the It's a Small World After All ride? Because if that gets in your head, which I hope they'll be singing it all the way.
Right.
When I go back home where I have no power and it's cold, all I'll think about is I can't go to sleep. It's too cold. And I'll start singing It's a Small World After All.
Right. So going without power, Reverend,
Yes.
not to discount people who can't afford to, again, I'm coming from a place of privilege because my electricity is not being turned off because of lack of payment. I'm coming from a place of privilege because I haven't gone through the cyclone bomb? What do they call it?
Yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah.
A cyclone something.
All that being said, I've lived through blackouts. I've had earthquakes in my life where the electricity was shut off. And you look up and you go, oh, I can see the stars in the sky. And my neighbor isn't blasting his television set anymore. And what do you feel when you are without electricity? What is it terrifying, or is there some virtue to it?
I'm having a hard time finding any virtue in it, but it's not that terrible. I mean, it's so the house is 49 degrees or something. That's not, I'm not going to freeze to death. I know that I have things called blankets you put on.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about this,
isn't it good? Isn't it again? This
electricity ever?
What?
What about a person who can't afford to heat their house ever?
I said I already qualified by saying if your hands weren't on the table thumping, you would have heard what I said, Reverend.
Okay.
I said I'm coming from a place of privilege, but doesn't like fasting, doesn't going without electricity serve as a reminder of how little you actually need? Isn't that can't that be a good thing, assuming you're not hooked up to a heart and lung machine? I'm saying that.
No, of course. Of
Of
course.
Aren't
Yes,
there
it
good
does.
things to go without? It's good.
Of course it is. I mean, it would be good if members of Congress did not get all the perks they get. You know, when you are a member of Congress or a senator, you have a vast amount of, no matter where you came from, you have a vast amount of perks that make your life so much easier. You can drive to Reagan Airport, National Airport, and you can park right next to the place. You don't have to search around for 25 minutes to find a parking space at some place that you need to get a shuttle bus to get you back. The perks, if you are on a TV show and you say, I want a driver, they'll drive you to the TV show, and then rarely they'll also let you keep the car for the rest of the day. But the average person who gets, who's on Good Morning America occasionally or the Today Show, you don't get a car for the whole entire day. You just get there and they drive you to your office and then they forget you. Perks. Maybe we shouldn't have them for senators. Maybe they should be forced to go through life with their $190,000 a year salary and just do it and not get any perks and live like the rest of us.
And put their money into the S&P 500 Vanguard Index Fund, not allow them to own any individual stocks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost there.
What do you mean you're almost there?
Well, I'm almost there. That's a requirement. Because, last week I was talking about maybe hedging a little bit, going, well, maybe they should if it's in a completely blind trust and they don't have any ability to manipulate. But we saw in that even Senator Burr, who is he's not running again in North Carolina, but facts came out just today that he gave certain privileged information to either his brother or his brother-in-law that allowed him to make a killing on pharmaceutical companies.
But we know that the reason Dick Burr is not running again is he was chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican. He found out how bad COVID was going to be, and the first call he made was to his broker. In what universe is that legal? Why isn't he going to jail?
Because he has too many friends in the Senate, not just Democrats and Republicans, but Republicans. He has too many friends. They don't want to put a colleague in jail. They don't want
It's not good for the country. It's not good for the country.
It's not good for the country. But I mean, long ago, I abandoned the idea that most senators think they're doing something for the good of the country. I could name you on one hand the people that I interacted with over my many years of lobbying for progressive groups who actually cared what happened to Americans.
Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, is trading millions of stocks each year.
Yep.
What do they talk about?
I'm
Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, traded a couple $1 million worth of stock before the election in 2020. How is that legal? In what universe could that? You're a lawyer. How is that legal?
It's not. It isn't legal. It shouldn't be legal, and it isn't legal. But again, you need everything goes to the ethics committee, and if it's not related to sex, then everybody on their high horse about that? Oh my goodness, Bob Packwood he made sexual advances. We need to. Goes to the ethics committee. He quits before they even have a hearing. But if it's not about sex, then you can do anything you want. You can do any financial crimes that you want. You're going to get away with it. And it takes, remember, a lot of these things arose during the last 4 years when you had a completely corrupt Justice Department that wouldn't prosecute anybody. What I'm worried about is that we're going to see the January 6th, the special committee make all kinds of recommendations, make all kinds of suggestions for more criminal. That's something in my eye here. Just more of these subpoenas, and they're not necessarily going to go anywhere because I don't have much faith in what Merrick Garland is going to do, as we said earlier. I just don't think. And if you give somebody 6 weeks, or that terrible human being whose name I've forgotten already, who killed 2 people at a Black Lives Matter demonstration.
Rittenhouse.
His trial started this week. The judge said, do not refer to the people who were killed as victims, but they're dead people. He said you could call them rioters.
And looters.
Rioters and looters. that's how bad the judicial system has become. And that's the kind of instinct that judges have. And when people talk about technicalities, and people get off on technicalities, that's often true, because if you have a very well-paid lawyer who's going to be able to find every small error that might have been made, they can turn it into a big thing. If it's in the federal system, it'll go on appeal to circuits which are almost all corrupted now beyond belief. And they'll say, yeah, he didn't do, it wasn't that bad. He didn't do that much. And then that person will get off.
Yeah, and with the Rittenhouse, I've been following the Rittenhouse a little. One of the victims was, I believe, a homeless man accused of pedophilia. So that will all come out, and people are going to decide, well, did he really, maybe he did us a favor by killing this guy. And
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the pedophilia things. There's one of the January 6th rioters. We don't know that he was a rioter. We do know that he was there, who's been spending the last 5 years talking about pedophilia rings, who turns out to have been a pedophile in the state of New York. He's now a pedophile in the state of North Carolina because he changed his name. And so the name doesn't necessarily follow. So if you look at the sex offender list and you look for this guy's name, you're not going to find it because you're going to find an older name that he used to use. Look,
it's a mess.
All of this is total corruption.
Right.
Total corruption. It is not justified by anything, but there's no moral standard by which these people do not know two things: that what they did is wrong, and what they did should come back to haunt them. And if it doesn't, then there's something truly wrong with the judicial system in this country.
So there's a guy I want to ask you, and then we'll wrap it up. There's this guy. What happened? Oh, hang on. David Zapolsky, he's the general counsel for Amazon. And I've been talking about him all day because he told Jeff Bezos that Christian Smalls, who's organizing the JFK 8 union, building a union of Amazon workers,
Yep.
and David Zapolsky, former district attorney in Brooklyn, general counsel for Amazon. There he is, Amazon general counsel. He told Jeff Bezos, let's hope that Christian Smalls becomes the face of the labor movement, the organizers for Amazon, because he's not bright and he's not articulate. You haven't met Christian. He's, I think, the most important labor leader of the 21st century. And he's close to forming his own union for Amazon workers out by JFK. So David Zapolsky, Amazon general counsel, is he a public figure?
I don't think he is under libel law, if that's what you're talking about.
Here's his Twitter account.
Yeah.
Is he a public figure?
Well,
he's a hiker, a tenor.
Question.
He's a hiker, a tenor. That's what he says. I'm a tenor, a traveler, Amazon general counsel. Opinions are my own. And this is what's on his feed. Last message was great to be able to partner with our Seattle teams to support our communities in new ways. He's talking about how Amazon is supporting the community. Does Amazon support communities?
No, not to my knowledge, they don't. But they do run these ads where they say, look, this is what we're paying. Here's a guy who wanted to be, there's one that's running on CNN all the time now. Here's a guy, he said, I lost my mother and I lost my son, they died, and I never thought I'd go anywhere, and I really wanted to be a nurse. And then I got a job at Amazon, and they encouraged me, and they paid me enough so that now I could go to nursing school. Those are the kinds of, that's an anecdote.
Right.
That is not what most people are going through at Amazon.
Right. The New York Times did a big expose how people can't take unpaid sick leave or unpaid family leave without losing all their benefits. They get fired. They have a clogged computer system. Somehow they can get the products, the worthless products, to the customers. But when their employees have to take time off, unpaid time off, the system gets clogged, and thousands of them lose their health benefits and go broke. There was a story about a married couple. They had to sell their wedding ring to pay for insulin because there was a computer mistake over they say it was a mistake. And they have this tremendous turnover. They don't want you to stay at Amazon. They want you baked into their efficiency. I don't call it efficiency, it's cruelty. Baked into Amazon is, we'll pay you $15 an hour and then get rid of you in a year so we don't have to give you a raise. Yeah. That's how it works. And by the way, pee in a bottle, don't take a break because we're watching you. So is David Zapolsky, he's a lawyer, and he's the general counsel for Amazon. I would say he's evil, wouldn't you? If you're a lawyer and you're skirting the law and fighting unions, that qualifies as evil by every definition, right? Wage theft.
Well, notwithstanding whether you or I think he's evil, what do you do if somebody has an evil idea? What do you do if Joe Manchin has an evil idea? What do you do if pharmaceutical industries have taught the Christian cinema exactly
I think you have to call. I think
well, you call them evil. I use that word a lot on this show about hosts of shows, about politicians. But if you want to take it one step further, being evil in America is not necessarily criminal.
It's a virtue,
right?
It's a virtue.
It's a virtue. Yeah, they give you a raise. You don't even have to live.
Yeah.
You don't have to live on $15 an hour then. But I think if what you're getting at is maybe somebody should sue him over what he's just said about the fellow that's organizing that you had on earlier. I mean, no, you can't.
People should know who he is, though. Shouldn't we know who? Shouldn't we know?
Well, of course we should.
They publish.
We should know who he is.
If you're a John and you get arrested for soliciting a prostitute, I was going to say, as you know, some cities will publish. Will shame you for seeking out a prostitute. And yet there's no shaming of David Zapolsky, Amazon general counsel, who's doing far worse than soliciting a prostitute. Actually, he is a prostitute. This is a bad guy. He does a bad job. He works for a bad company. People should know who he is.
Well, the union organizers know who he is. And you know who he is, and your listeners know who he is. I think people should be shamed. I don't think. I told this story, and then we're way over time here. I want you to get to everybody else. But Vernon Jordan was considered a major player in Washington.
Yes,
and a generally progressive guy
who loved talking about pussy when he was golfing with Bill Clinton.
Yes, and that was not the worst thing he did. He also, he was on, Gerald Ford had something called a clemency board to consider war resistors, veterans with other than honorable discharges, consider how much time they should spend in order to be forgiven for their opposition to the war. And Vernon Jordan was given a speech once, and I was a big opponent of the clemency board and the ideas behind it. And I went up to him and I said, Mr. Jordan, I know you've done a lot of good things. And I said, sitting on this panel where you're sitting in judgment of and then requiring work from people who oppose the Vietnam War, you should consider who is remembered in Germany, the lawyers who were on the sterilization courts or the lawyers who said, I won't do that. And he was repulsed by the question,
Right.
and by me. And I was a schmuck. I mean, I just got into Washington. I was there for like 6 weeks, and I had this encounter with him. But I think it's important for people to do that. When you see somebody on an airplane, if they're a politician or a public figure and they've done something wrong, it shouldn't be that difficult for you to say, you know, Mr. So-and-so or Senator McConnell, you know, I really wish you hadn't done X, Y, or Z.
Right.
That's where they hear people. And then they're probably going to ask, where do you live? Oh, you're not from Kentucky? I don't really care what you think.
Right.
That's what McConnell would
Well,
say.
I care what you think. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, for nearly a quarter of a century, ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. He is a member of the Supreme Court Bar, and he is also an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. I wish his wife were here instead of him, but we make do. We make do with what we.
Who knows? Maybe she'll come back sometime.
We have to make do with. You know what? I happen to like chopped liver.
Really?
Yeah, and I consider you chopped liver compared to your wife. I consider you chopped liver.
Chopped liver.
When people say, "What am I, chopped liver?" I like chopped liver.
I'm going to go to my cold house.
All right.
They're
Enjoy
now
your
saying
grace. Thank you so much.
There's going to be some heat on Saturday night, they said.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you, Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Thank you, and give my best to one of your grandkids. And you, not all of them. So,
No, I'll just pick the one.
Pick
the
one
first
that
one I
deserves-
see, I'll say.
Pick the one that
David
deserves it.
Feldman says hello.
Pick the one that
Okay.
deserves it. Thank you. You're listening
Bye,
to Stay Out of Trouble, Reverend. You're listening
Only
to
good
the
trouble.
You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And that's David Zilpolsky. That's his face. Former Brooklyn District Attorney, now Amazon's General Counsel, doing the Lord's work. Doing the Lord's work. If you worship Satan, David Zilpolsky is doing the Lord's work, fighting unions over at Amazon. David Zilpolsky, Zapolsky, Amazon's General Counsel. Thank you for your service, David Zilpolsky. You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. When we come back, the professors and Marianne.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Whoa, thank you very much, Professor Mike Steinel. Time now for the professors and Mary Ann. Let me bring in, good, Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Mary Ann Cummings. I think the whole family is here. Let me just bring them in. Here we go. And then we have Roger Nygaard, and then Alan Minsky will be introducing us to a very special guest as the David Feldman Show continues. Well, time now for the professors and Mary Ann. Professor Jonathan Bick is a political scientist. Professor Adnan Hussein is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, and he's the host of the Mujlis podcast as well as Guerrilla History. Professor Mary Ann Cummings is a physicist as well as a parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois, and Professor Ann Lee is a former associate professor at Norwich University and is a former HBCU associate dean. She's an independent scholar in geospatial information science, and she blogs in the community of the Daily Kos as Annie Lee, ANNIELI, and is at eState for Column 5 on Twitter. And I will include that when I post the show. Welcome. We're losing Professor Ann Lee. But we can just use your audio if you want, and you can be like the voice of God. Would you like to do that? If you're having trouble with... Okay. Well, if you turn your sound on, Professor Lee, we can hear you. But why don't we start with Professor? Yeah, you don't need to turn your video on if it as long as we hear you, if that's easier. What is on your mind, Professor Lee? Okay. While we're getting that ready, why don't we go to Professor Jonathan Bick, who is in Connecticut, and
Massachusetts.
Why do I always think you're in Connecticut?
Well, I lived in Connecticut most of my life.
Okay, and the weather. I heard it was drizzly. How bad was it?
It was pretty bad. I think something like 600,000 people lost power, and I was one of them for almost 24 hours. And I got to say, reflecting on your conversation with the Reverend Lynn, I have to disagree. I don't think depriving people of electricity is going to be beneficial to anyone. It's not fun, especially when you depend on electricity for your water, because we have a well, and for your heat. It's a problem.
Yeah. But
yeah, a lot of downed trees and power lines and all sorts of things like that. A lot of high winds up here. So,
and what were the casualties on that? In all seriousness, how bad was it?
I don't know if anyone lost their life.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what is on your mind?
Well, of course, the negotiations in Congress over the Build Back Better plan, such as it is.
Are you angry about this?
I am. Yeah, because one of the biggest things is, they've taken a lot of stuff out of it. including any significant measures to address climate change. That's kind of a problem. So by failing to do this, millions of people's lives are on the line.
I thought there was like a couple $100 billion in tax incentives for companies to transition to renewables.
Yeah, there is. I don't think that's going to do it.
Okay.
I think we should be spending about $1 trillion a year at least on the environment and transitioning away from fossil fuels for the indefinite future until we eliminate the burning of fossil fuels. I think it might be up to $500 million or $500 billion, but it's mostly tax credits, and I just don't see how that's going to do the job.
Yeah.
And it's none of this is settled still. I mean,
Right.
President Biden came out today and begged the Congress to pass both the bipartisan infrastructure bill with about $1 trillion and then the reconciliation bill of 1.75, 1.85 trillion, excuse me. But he didn't have a detailed plan. Again, it was just kind of an outline. And, the squabbling is still continuing in the Congress. And it's just... it
reminds me, somebody I know who's very successful was telling me about a deal that he was involved in. The negotiations went on for a week. He was surrounded by lawyers and accountants, and they said, make the deal. It's a great deal. And he signed, you can initial an intent to sign a deal, as I understand it, which means you're not legally signing the deal, but you're putting your initials on it to say you're close. And then he took it home and thought about it. And he realized that the people who were advising him wanted the deal. But that's what they do. They make deals. They don't care if it's a good deal or a bad deal. They just want to make a deal. And he went home and showed it to somebody else and said, this is really bad. And they yelled at him, and they don't get their cut and all that kind of stuff. And I thought about, reading about Biden and, we're going to have a deal. We're going to have a deal. And they're thinking about the deal, like how good this deal is, not us. They're thinking about how Manchin's happy and Sinema's happy and maybe Bernie can be. This is a great deal. And they'll study the deal as, the art of the deal, as Satan wrote a book about, as though that's a noble thing and compromise is good. And Joe Biden is saying, see, this is how it's done. It's all about compromise, and we should celebrate this deal. And the people who really need money and support and the planet, we don't need a deal. And the New Deal, maybe we should stop referring to the New Deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what happens when you have a political system that does not represent the needs and wishes of the American public.
Right. Yep.
This is what you get. I mean, and this is why a lot of people have been disengaged from politics. They don't even bother to vote, which I think is wrong. I think, no matter how bad the system is, you should vote for what is the least bad option. But most importantly, you need to change some fundamental aspects of this system. And that does not seem to be on the table.
Yep. Headline: Stephen Donziger, an environmental activist who won what is considered the largest ever lawsuit against an oil company, who was found guilty of contempt of court in July, reported to prison today. He won a $9.5 billion judgment against Chevron, and he was found guilty in July of withholding evidence, and now he's going to serve a 6-month prison term. Kind of interesting how who we lock up. Julian Assange now is being extradited, and one of the deals Merrick Garland is offering the British judges, well, if we find him guilty, he can serve time in Australia, not in one of our supermax prisons. Is that a deal worth having? Can we have Assange? We're locking up the people who expose murder. Chelsea Manning, not the people. I was watching the video that Chelsea Manning released of the helicopter, the Apache warships firing on the Reuters employees. And this glib, like, laughing at killing civilians and, you know, killing kids and going, don't bring your children. They should have left their kids at home, I guess. How are these Apache helicopter pilots and the lawyers who authorized them to strike not in prison? How is it that Chelsea Manning was in solitary twice and on suicide watch, and Julian Assange is on suicide watch right now? And what he released with that Apache helicopter, that wasn't classified information. It was public. The stuff that WikiLeaks released was not classified, especially the Apache helicopter in Iraq. The transcripts were in books. The video was supposed to be classified because, anyway, I'm sorry. It's been a long show.
Well, that's who's getting prosecuted, right? People who reveal wrongdoing, not the wrongdoers.
Right. That I could have said that. I should have just said that.
Well, if you embarrass the government, if you embarrass
Chevron,
the intelligence community or the military, then you get targeted. And Stephen Donziger, I mean, my God, you know, this guy should be held up as a hero, defending his clients, defending the environment against the despoiling by Chevron, right?
It was Texaco, but Chevron bought Texaco.
Turned into Chevron, yeah. Or was bought out by Chevron. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead,
by the way, I just want to interject. I'm sorry. Yeah. But I want to just interject one thing, Professor Johns. The prosecution is a private prosecution. This is not a prosecution done through federal courts. These are private prosecutors who belong to organizations that support Chevron.
What happens?
So we've privatized our judicial system. But I mean, we've effectively privatized that part of our judicial system.
Is this like an international court, or is it an American court?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to understand the legal framework by which this prosecution is allowed to take place, because Donziger has been begging, he's been trying to get everybody, and people were calling Merrick Garland's office to please prosecute this case in federal court. Federal prosecutors and, you know, crickets from the Justice Department. So you can be prosecuted by private attorneys, you know, acting in this country. And how that is even possible or even constitutional, somebody is going to have to explain to me why particularly when the prosecutors have such blatant conflicts of interest. A couple of them are like federal assistants.
Right.
Well, so are a lot of, like Republican and in some cases Democratic appointees to lower courts, but, that's another issue. But that is what is really stunning. I mean, among other things, it's what's really stunning about Donziger's prosecution.
The judge has conflicts of interest as well. And he had drawings, because it's federal court, they don't allow cameras in to the courtroom, of the judge reading a newspaper while people were testifying in his trial. She's already made her decision, right? She's not acting like a judge. She's just sitting there and wants to get to the conclusion she wants to get to.
Right. Professor Lee, you wanted to say something about that.
Well, the woman who is adjudicating it, her firm represents Chevron in some other capacity. There's a lot of conflicts of interest, but also I think it's symptomatic of the kind of legal situation outside of the U.S. and because there were charges of bribery, there's a whole variety of other weird charges underlying this that make it even more complicated. But yes, I think he should be. I don't understand why he even can be prosecuted in this context.
Yeah, I don't often say you should have a lawyer come on to the show, but I don't quite understand exactly how it's possible to privatize the prosecution. On what basis is it if the district attorney's office or the federal prosecutors and the DOJ or whoever the judge turned to initially and was refused, they didn't choose to prosecute. How is it possible that the judge can arrange some kind of private company, to private law firm to press charges in this way?
I suspect, not knowing anything, and that's never stopped me before, there are arbitration courts that are binding. So if you're instead of passing something through the civil courts of the United States, you agree to take it into the private courts. Divorces are adjudicated when.
But doesn't that have to be through mutual agreement of both parties? And I don't believe the defense has, agreed to have it in arbitration. So there's some kind of mystery here about how the judge is able to enforce the, order to keep him at home and also prosecute this charge and then jail him, convict him for 6 months for contempt of court. It's very strange. Maybe Professor Corey Brettschneider would be a good guest to kind of explain some of the legal consequences and precedents involved in this very murky scenario. But also, of course, it would be great to have Stephen Donziger on to talk about his case.
Yeah, we had Stephen on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
Yes, right.
It's going to be a little hard to get him now because I think he's in prison. And the good news about Professor Corey Brettschneider is I am not on his shit list. He's been a frequent guest on my show, and I'm not on his shit list, which is always which is a rarity when it comes to people who frequent.
I don't know what we're all still doing here, but I understand that sometimes these relationships get frayed. But hopefully, you can bring him on.
Yeah, there's no. Usually, what happens. I've been doing this for 12 years, and I move back and forth. I'm on people's shit list, off people's shit list. So yes, it's yeah. And meanwhile, the planet is going away. Hey, Roger, we're running a little behind today. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. That's Roger Nygaard, and he'll be joining us brilliant writer and editor and director. And I was going to say something that I won't. What is on your mind, Professor Anley?
Oh, well, I mentioned probably a while back about Brexit, the French and the British all coming in conflict with each other. Well, this coming week or so, there's going to be a conclusion after.
The island of Jersey, the French.
Right.
Yeah.
The French are threatening to cut off the power because the entire electricity power to the Isle of Jersey could get cut off. But that's only one of the threats. There's the interesting thing, and this goes on to the issue of why legal proceedings take so long. Apparently, a trawler got sunk with 5 people getting killed about 17 years ago, and only now is a British court coming to some sort of conclusion. And it has all. Speaking of murkiness, a French trawler from Brittany was fishing about 14 miles off the British, the southwest coast. Technically, it's southeast, off of Cornwall, and sank. And it was sort of a day before NATO exercises were going on, and there were submarines from about 4 different countries doing a collective exercise, and this trawler sank. It's a 100-ton trawler, and it's the claim is that the government claim is that their nets got snagged, and it just sort of pulled. They sank because they got pulled under. And the claim from everyone, and there were a lot. This is in the middle of the day. This is not at night or anything where you can't see what's going on. There were submarines on the surface. There were surface ships. There's all kinds of stuff going on, and yet the darn thing sank, and people died, and some people's bodies were never recovered, and it's pretty ugly. But the issue is to just follow on, not unlike the Chevron issue. And I think in this particular case, it's the problem maritime law, where it takes so long to get things finally adjudicated. But anyway, it's come now to yesterday. The French nabbed, they were doing what they call classic, and which I think is routine, but it doesn't translate quite that way. But they referred to it as classic, whatever that means. License checks, and they seized a British trawler. So now the French are holding a British trawler. They find another trawler, and it's getting a little uglier. But it has underlying politics. I mean, there's really interesting politics underlying all of this, because the French are obviously annoyed that they have a lot of static going on. But these 2 issues run very parallel. They don't sort of talk about them in the same breath. It's weird that they're just talking about trawlers, and the British are gonna get up as they did in the last little conflict, where 100 French fishing boats blockaded Jersey, the port at Jersey, and caused all kinds of hassles because one ran into another one, and it's all kinds of crazy ugliness.
Right.
Anyway, ultimately, they're trying to blame Brexit. That's the overall message is blaming Brexit, and it's sort of not about Brexit. It's about territoriality. It's about conflicts at the level of it's Brexit related in terms of trade and how many, because the French were allowed to fish anywhere they wanted to before Brexit, but now it's gotten all ugly, and we're now at this weird point where the British are going to send a couple of warships out. The French want to cut off all the power to Jersey, which comes in by submarine cable, and it's just fascinating because you don't realize that there's like 5 different major power lines going from Europe, one from each country. There's a Norwegian power line that comes in, that the British actually get an interesting about 15% of their power from the EU through submarine cables, and it's just it's just fascinating that if somebody decided to cut off the power to England, they could really they can screw with each other in sort of major ways that never came up during the Brexit vote controversy itself, which I think is the real issue. Anyway, that's where we currently are. And the press coverage is weird because they've dragged out, after 17 years, a whole new generation is engaged with this conflict. And it's just interesting. The details are much more interesting because Macron is sort of doesn't know what to do when the elections are coming up, and it's got a lot of subtext that's becoming uglier and uglier, partially because they don't mention the submarine collision, even though that's what's percolating now. And it may be, in fact, the reason why you've gotten these ship seizures and confrontations and all kinds of strange stuff. Anyway, we're not going to have the 100 Days War again or whatever. It's, although that'd be kind of funny too. But anyway.
Well, I have a rude
that's what's on my mind.
I have a rude question to ask about Jersey. Which exit? Which exit? I'm sorry.
It was I had a Fort Lee joke sort of worked out in there because that's pretty much what it was like.
We have a question from Mr. Richard Federer, who turned out to be Alan Zweibel's cousin, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he wrote that for Gilda Radner, and Richard Federer was a cousin of his. So, Jersey, now it's part of Great Britain, but isn't that a tax haven, Jersey?
Yes, yeah. It and Guernsey, it's the so-called Channel Islands. So, yeah. It has it's relatively autonomous, though. I mean, it's not. I mean, it uses all the it has representation and all that sort of stuff, but it does function as a kind of tax haven.
Okay. Well, we'll pay attention to that. And I know that Professor Marianne Cummings. We're going to end with Professor Marianne Cummings. I have a feeling she's going to tell us something very sweet, and we're going to be very happy with what she has to say. I sense that she's going to, I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling it's going to be a very sweet thought that she's going to offer up to us. I don't know what it is, but Professor Adnan Hussein?
Hi. How is everybody?
I loved your guest, Catherine.
Oh, great. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think hopefully she'll come back and join us again.
De-skilling. Sure. I love that term, de-skilling. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, one thing I think people are interested in hearing a little bit about perhaps is the military coup that took place in Sudan earlier this week and the ouster of that transitional civilian government that, as a result of major protests across the country, had ousted the former dictator, Omar Bashir. And, there were some positive directions that the country was trying to move in. And this sudden coup by General Burhan is being roundly condemned by many countries, Canada, US, other European countries. But interestingly enough, many of the regional players in the Middle East, its neighbors in this part of Eastern Africa and West Asia, the Middle East, have been strangely silent. There's a lot of thought and speculation that Gulf monarchies like UAE, Saudi Arabia, and its major neighbor to the north, Egypt, which has long, in the long sort of historical frame, has kind of been a dominant power and often exercised hegemony over the Sudan because of the importance of the Nile. It's very strategic. Ethiopia is building a huge dam that both Sudan and that will dam, and control the flow of the Nile. Both Egypt and Sudan are very concerned about this. And so it looks like many of these regional neighbors were not too thrilled at the prospect of a transition to civilian rule. They much prefer to work with a single military autocrat,
including America wants the.
Yeah. Well, typically America does. So this is an interesting because the public statements are at odds with most of U.S. allies in the region that seem to be tacitly or perhaps were more responsible for Burhan's seizure of the government, imprisoning of many of the ministers of that transitional government, and the declaration of a state of emergency under military control. They seem to be saying, well, we want stability, we should be cautious about events, et cetera, whereas the U.S. is actually saying that we should return to civilian rule. So this seems to be a bit of a fracture in the public positions, at any rate, of the U.S. and its kind of European allies and the U.S.'s allies in the region.
This is a very poor country, a lot of child poverty. Where does the World Bank, the IMF, where does America's foreign aid? I mean, are we holding it up? Are we freezing assets? Are we threatening? What do we do? What do we know?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure exactly, what measures the U.S. will take. Let's remember, as you say, that this is a poor country, and part of the reason is that although it has a lot of resources, a lot of agricultural resources, it is sort of the breadbasket for the Gulf monarchies and Saudi Arabia, and as a result, the country is totally impoverished because food is scarce in the country because it's being sold outside the country, not to feed its own population. And of course, the proceeds and profits of that have typically been, absorbed by the military. So it's not going to the people who are being squeezed.
How bad was Bashir? Or was he good?
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, he was a terrible autocrat. Like, a lot of these leaders, he was repressive. It's just that his geopolitical alignments were a little bit more complex, and he was seen as a little bit erratic because he was allying with Turkey. For example, one of the ports on the Red Sea, Sudan has about 400 miles or so of coastline on the Red Sea, which we know, of course, is a very important waterway connecting the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean through the Suez Canal. He had leased out, one of the two ports that they had for this tanker traffic and so on to Turkey. So Turkey had a kind of economic and political influence and alliance with Bashir. Also he was aligned a little bit more with Qatar. If you recall, just a couple of years ago, there was this huge kind of attempt by the UAE and Saudi Arabia and their kind of allies and proxy states to isolate Qatar. Because Qatar was, pursuing a kind of independent regional policy that was more in alignment with and open to Iran and also to Muslim Brotherhood-based sorts of political movements around the region that Turkey also sees itself as a patron of. And they see that as destabilizing. And the reason why, I think, is because it is a form of Islamism that is at least populist in its attempt to remove corruption and provide social services, and has this kind of populist, kind of orientation politically. And this is, of course, very dangerous from the perspective of these Gulf monarchies and military despots around the region. So Bashir, he was bad, but he was not the kind of bad that the UAE and the Saudis felt was reliable. So they, were happy to see him go, but even worse than an unreliable autocrat is unreliable democracy that might actually do something for, the people of Sudan and reorient their politics. And so they seem to be supporting Burhan's move. I'm a little surprised by the U.S. I think it might have something to do. Well, I'm not sure exactly why the U.S. is taking this position, and I'm not even sure that it's more than kind of some initial responses that it's good to say that democracy is better. We might see going back to the old habits of, liking to work with a strong man because it's just so much simpler if you can suborn them by making them dependent to, your military aid and so on. But I think one thing that is interesting about Sudan is that, after a certain point, some of the sanctions that it had been under because of, Bashir being isolated, had started to be lifted. But interestingly enough, the 9/11 families have sued Sudan for providing some kind of safe haven and so on for Al-Qaeda during that period when and if you recall the bombing of the Ash-Shifa pharmaceutical, facility that was,
aspirins.
That's right, exactly. That bin Laden was given shelter in Sudan for a period of time. And so the 9/11 families have decided it's much easier, to go to a civil suit against a state, a government, than it is to try and find, Al-Qaeda and bring them to justice and try and sue them for compensation. And so as a result, despite the fact that the transitional civilian government had nothing to do with the decisions of this previous autocrat Bashir, the U.S. Has not been willing to squash the case, which of course they, probably could, like to have a summary judgment to say there's no standing at this point because this isn't really the government that was responsible. And so that's going to be something that's really hampering because it's in the billions upon billions of dollars for this very poor country. But politically, it's hard to, make this go away and say, that this is a lawsuit that doesn't really have merit and that the people of Sudan need a chance to actually rebuild their society and recover rather than having this huge judgment that has meant that their assets are seized and frozen as a result.
What was the colonizing power? Was it France? Who?
No, it was Britain.
Britain.
This was like Egypt was under British colonial control, and even before the British took over, particularly northern Sudan was really governed and ruled by Egypt, by the authorities. Originally the Ottoman governor in Egypt, and then subsequently the king of Egypt.
So it would be a part of the British. It would be a part of the Commonwealth.
It became under British control. But that's an interesting question. I don't remember if they're part of the Commonwealth. They've been a little isolated from
Darfur. We mostly follow Sudan because of Darfur.
And southern Sudan as well. The civil war that was ended with the breakup of the country and the creation of a new country, South Sudan. Surprisingly, happens to be where all of the oil resources of the country are located in the south. So let's break it off from the, Bashir and,
and what is
make it an independent country.
Is that Christian down there? Is that more of a?
Well, it's a mix. I mean, Sudan is a really big and diverse country.
Darfur is still a part of? Darfur is still part of.
No, Darfur is still part of Sudan. That's correct. But in the south, it is principally, it's a mix of Christian and indigenous African religious practices. And Darfur is still part of Sudan.
And what's in Darfur and what's in Sudan? You say...
Well, there's not much in Darfur. What happened in that period was that drought really forced some of the nomadic peoples into this agricultural region of Darfur, seeking water and grasslands for their livestock, and it created a kind of classic conflict between the desert and the sown, nomad and the settled. That, of course, was turned into an international kind of characterization of Arabs versus Africans. Well, of course, they're all Africans, and in fact, the ethnic difference or racial difference between these people is really not the crucial difference. It was really, kind of tribal affiliation, language, and above all, as I said, this difference between, nomadic livestock rearers versus agricultural settled communities.
Professor Lee, you were.
No, I was just going to ask about whether the difference between the autonomous South and the North was principally because of the religion, the greater number of Christians in the South as opposed to Sudan itself. That seemed to me to be why there's less conflict. That's all. But I don't know so much more about this.
Well, we see the ICC, the International Criminal Court, I believe Sudan falls under its jurisdiction, unlike the United States. Anybody going to get be taken before the ICC?
That's an interesting question. I think it will. Well, it'll depend on a lot of factors, but it might depend on, the position that the U.S. takes longer term. I mean, the U.S., as you pointed out, doesn't fall under its jurisdiction.
I believe America says no to the ICC. No. Forget it. Sorry. Trying to make light of a very sad situation.
Of war crimes,
Of war crimes.
That's all.
Hey, if we can't, on the show, no to the CC.
Well, already the protests, protests continued, started immediately, almost in a way, a kind of continuation with that brief hiatus of a year and a half or so, a couple of years since the Bashir government was brought down. They just have restarted, mostly unions, the Sudanese Professionals Association Union, so all doctors and lawyers that work for the government, teachers, government bureaucrats, functionaries in all the ministries, they are striking, and they're planning on holding on the 30th a general, massive strike that will certainly bring things to a head. 9 people or so have been killed. Many people have been jailed. And so we watch and see what's going to happen, if the people of Sudan will be able to take back control of their government.
I hear there is an active communist party in Sudan that is leading a lot of the protest. That's interesting.
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting third world left movements, and I think in some ways that's where more hope lies. Is that these kinds of political forces that are connected with the labor unions and with radical militancy, are a real source of hope for the people. Again, I think also the fact that they've been under dictatorial rule for such a long time, tied in with military. A lot of the liberal reformist kinds of politics just have not been able to mobilize people in the same way that these unions and, sort of strong leftist parties have been able to motivate people and keep them organized despite a lot of setbacks and repression. That is one of the hopeful aspects of the story.
Professor Marianne Cummings, I didn't mean to keep you waiting. I feel like I've been talking about carbon capture being a viable alternative to. You have that look on your face.
One bright spot. What bright spot in that reconciliation bill is that there is like a $15 billion subsidy for nuclear, and some of that is going to new nothing. We don't have a bill yet, but that's just basically what's leaked out.
Right.
As somebody, as Professor John would tell all of us, go 24 hours without any electricity whatsoever and power, and see how you live. This is why you send kids to primitive camp, in their youth, just to give you an idea of what the world is like. And I think that leftists, again, I've said this before, but leftists generally do not understand the scale of the problem. You have to understand what the oil has meant for civilization. The oil has basically allowed the carrying capacity of this planet to go from about 1 billion to like 7 or 8 billion. Maybe not so much more than that sustainably, but it's just like everything you see, your clothes, your records, your favorite music, even your art, it's all oil. It's all oil somewhere. Some energy that developed all the materials you need to make all this cool stuff was oil. And if you don't, and no one is sitting down and really acknowledging the extremely hard thinking that you'll have to go on to seriously transition away from that. Because at the moment, with the technology we have for solar and wind, that's not going to do it. And
so
it's
have
much
you
more
switched from oil paintings to pastels? Are you doing your part?
From oil to dust.
Or watercolors?
That's where I just came from. But, the ability to drive to a place where, I could do plein air, the ability to manufacture this stuff, the ability to make the sanded paper, which is very nice for pastel, way better than, the usual drawing paper. So, it's going to be a hard reckoning at this point. What I have to say about this whole mess is I actually think things are worse than I imagined right now. I mean, I really thought on some level Bernie Sanders got a deal with Biden. Now, he probably did get a deal with Biden. Biden right now probably only remembers that he's Bernie's friend, and that's it. But the thing is that, we... Be
mean now.
Yeah, no, it's just that I have to remind people that the progressives got nothing in the $3.5 trillion bill we wanted. We had got nothing we really wanted. What we really wanted was Medicare for all, Green New Deal, forgiveness of student loan debt, a livable wage, and ending the wars, among other things. We had a whole menu of things, but those were among the top 5. We got nothing of that. So, okay, we have to still start dealing with climate. So instead of the $10 trillion that Sunrise Movement said was absolutely necessary over 10 years, there was a $6 trillion bill that would at least get things started. And then when people came to their senses, you would start the kind of R&D, the kind of thinking, the kind of rethinking our whole agricultural, transportation sector, energy grid, as opposed to the individual sources of energy. The energy grid is going to be an enormous undertaking to, get that up to what can be sustained through the end of the 21st century. I mean, as I said, there's still 19th century. I discovered one in my house like a few years ago. I still had a knob and tube run of electricity that was active. So
really,
but the thing is that they're not doing it. So they didn't get that $6 trillion. So here was the $3.5 trillion, which was the absolute, was, again, all the compromising being done by the progressives and by Democrats who claim that they want all this stuff. All of it was done on our side. And that was it. And Bernie Sanders, at least in his rhetoric up until this week, has been very clear that that was the compromise. And that was just the bare bones, how we can even begin to get ourselves out of that. And because I don't know if the squad of the progressives have been selected for being, unwilling to flex power, or, they were not who they said they were, but maybe some combination, but they are not, the reality is they have the power right now, and more power with their small numbers, with the even smaller margin that Nancy Pelosi has in the House, to have really pushed policy. And by the way, in an amazingly favorable circumstance, that the things that they're fighting for are overwhelmingly popular, not just with the party, but with
Republicans,
with the population in general.
Yeah.
I mean, when people would start seeing stuff, hell, I mean, there was last year, Trump was over 50% in a few polls for a brief week or so during the early months of the pandemic. Over 50%. Because why? Because it looked like he was doing something. People were getting checks. I mean, my company benefited as grotesquely unfair as was the distribution. My company benefited from the payroll protection plan. There was something. A lot of people felt that, getting checks. And if Idiot Boy had just, continued the checks coming, he would have been president for a second term. But the thing is that the Democrats are not going to go that route. The progressive leadership looks so weak, I cannot even listen anymore to Pramila Jayapal or Ro Khanna. And these are people I liked. They are weak. They are starting to sound as wavering as Nancy Pelosi.
But they're not voting. What? I mean, they're not going to vote on the bipartisan bill. They are holding up the bipartisan bill.
Well, okay. I mean, they've been saying this all along, as we've been hearing that, the 3.5 trillion, which was the red line, has been whittled down to 1.7 trillion.
And are we hearing about front loading at all? I don't seem to hear about.
No, we're hearing about programs just getting out and out cut. Now, if it was front loading, if they were doing something smart, if they front loaded it and started all these programs and only funded them for 4 years or 5 years, that would be a very smart.
But I mean, information. I'm trying to find the pony in all this shit, because it is pretty bad. Is the front loading what they're leaving out? If they said to you 1.8 trillion, again, it doesn't have paid family leave, paid medical leave, no community colleges, no eye care. I get that. But if you were told it's 1.8 trillion front loaded into 5 years instead of 10, would that? So they're
front loading all the subsidies for the insurance companies and Obamacare. They're front loading. They seem to be what's left of the clean energy is a tax credit for people who buy electric cars. You know how expensive electric cars are? People in my neighborhood aren't going to be buying them. That's going to be a subsidy for higher income people. They want to lift the salt, the thresholds on the salt tax, which would overwhelmingly benefit higher income people.
Right.
So anyway, this is they've been saying all along, the progressives have, that they're going to hold the line, as it looks like they are caving at almost every turn, but we don't see the bill yet. If they really do just say, look, this is it, 3.5 trillion, or we don't vote. And, they do have leverage there, not just by their numbers, but the fact that there are things that Manchin and Sinema and the other right-wing Democrats want. And I'll call it the infrastructure bill, but really it's Mitch McConnell's bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's very close to what Mitch McConnell had counter-offered Biden when this whole process began. But, it's kind of awful to watch, and it isn't sausage being made. It's basically people caving. I mean, people shouting at each other on the floor of the House. Well, that would be, sausage being made. But people who are actually, getting into substantial fights and willing to, anger Democratic leadership, who I really think Manchin and Sinema are providing cover for at this point.
It's sausage being digested, as far as I'm concerned. We have to wrap it up.
There's no, what was the point of, the Justice Democrats if their priorities are just protecting Nancy Pelosi and electing more Democrats? As some wag on the Twitters was saying, then they're just Democrats. But anyway, that doesn't look so great.
Yeah.
And
they will
there's
pay
something
the
I do want
Democrats. The Democrats will pay a price in 2022. They deserve to pay a price in 2022. I don't want to hear about Trump. I don't want to hear about this being the most important election in my lifetime. If it were the most important election in my lifetime, the Democrats right now would use reconciliation to win that election in 2022. This Democratic Party, as far as I'm concerned, if they can't get Build Back Better to be better, they deserve to lose the House.
You don't understand what the priorities of Dem leadership have always been. I mean, look, they were willing to gamble on Biden. And remember that Biden won by a smaller margin where it counted in the Electoral College than Hillary lost to Donald Trump. But they were willing to take that gamble rather than risk having Bernie Sanders be the nominee.
Right.
Who, no question in my mind, would have beat Trump like solidly.
And then gone and beat Sinema and Manchin by holding rallies in Arizona and West Virginia.
But the thing is that if they were, and they did get their act together, boy, did they ever marshal the troops to, just consolidate around Biden before Super Tuesday. So they can scramble. They can exercise power. Whether or not Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are minority leaders or majority leaders, their positions are still the same. They still get money. They still get to hobnob with the powerful. They have their role as minority leaders, to put up the veneer of resistance without really resisting, as we saw. So they're fine. Now, the individual Democrats, they have different priorities than the leadership, but the leadership itself does not want anything to change. They don't want to risk their relationship with the donors. Nancy, and this is personal, this is how people like Steny Hoyer and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, who would be hired by no one for anything else, this is what they can do. This is their position of power. So, it kind of disappoints me. And I thought that Bernie could pull something off. We don't know. We don't have a bill yet. We don't have a vote yet. I'm sure they're reading their social media, and, I'm reading some of it, and even among their supporters, the progressives are really getting an earful.
Great.
I mean, so
we have to wrap it up. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Anna Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick. Everybody should download Guerrilla History. It's hosted by Henry Huckamaki and Professor Adnan Hussein, and the Majlis podcast. Who's on your show, Professor?
On the Majlis, Majlis, Dr. Shobana Xavier talks about South Asian and North American Sufism, Islamic mysticism, and how she got into that. We have an episode coming out tomorrow on Guerrilla History on sort of the history of USAID. That should be interesting. It's a crossover episode with Radio Free Amanda, who joined us. And I just want to announce for everybody that Guerrilla History turns 1 year old on November 7th. And so we're going to have our inaugural live stream on YouTube to celebrate with Professor Gerald Horn joining us. And that'll be, on YouTube. So people
and that's with Brett O'Shea as well.
Sorry?
And you do that with Brett O'Shea too, right?
Yeah, with Brett O'Shea and Henry Huckamaki. And so it'll be hosted on the Revolutionary Left Radio YouTube channel.
Fantastic.
As a live stream on Saturday, November 6th at 6 p.m. So everybody come join.
Fantastic. Congratulations. 1 year. My God. That's amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. Well, sorry to keep everybody waiting. Roger Nygard is about to join us. I'm going to get some water. And when we come back, we will be joined by my friend Roger Nygard, and we will do the CSU ICC bit that Mel Blanc and Jack Benny made famous. Right, Roger? We're going to do that bit. Okay, we'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. Roger Nygaard is about to join us, and you're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter. Sarah Silverman has the funniest tweet that so she said, I'll bring Roger in, and follow me on Twitter. We have a YouTube channel. We just topped 6,000 subscribers, I think. That's what Dan and I were looking at yesterday. That's not bad. I didn't think people would watch us live streaming the show. Roger Nygaard. Hello, how are you? Roger Nygaard is an director, an editor, and writer. His new book is Cut to the Monkey, a Hollywood editor's behind-the-scenes secrets to making hit comedies. When does it go on sale? I got a preview of it.
November 15th is when it drops, as the kids say.
Yes, they do. And you ruined my week because I was supposed to be reading other things. It's a fun read, and hopefully you'll come back. I gave you short shrift on Monday's show because John Ross was there, and
Yeah, where's John? I'm used to leaning on him, and he's not here, my sidekick.
I know John was in your documentary Trekkies, and so we didn't have enough time to talk about what you were saying, which blew my mind. There were a couple things you said about setups, that in doing comedy, that the setup, you can't have the laugh, that people genuinely worry about what's funny without thinking about the setup. If the setup isn't clear, you don't have anything to work with.
The setup is as important, if not more important. And people think, well, we've got to make this funnier, get more people to write more punchlines. We'll punch it up. We'll add more punchlines. And that's not how you make something more memorably funny. The way to do it, to make things funnier, this is what I learned from Larry David, is to focus on the setups and make sure they're strong and clear. And one thing that Alec Berg told me, who was the showrunner, co-creator of Barry and Silicon Valley, I met him on Curb Your Enthusiasm. He says that a mistake is made when people try to put in too many jokes, and sometimes you need to curate jokes because jokes are logarithmic, according to Alec. He says that an A+ joke is not twice as funny as a B+ joke. It's 10 times as funny as a B+ joke. So if you write a movie or finish a film that has 5 A+ jokes, that's going to be far more memorable and successful than a movie that has 100 B+ jokes. And like a movie like Bridesmaids is very memorable because it has maybe 5 outstanding moments. And I talked to Judd for the book also, and maybe if you look at something like Funny People, it's a very funny movie, but it's a lot of lesser, B+ moments. And so it's not the one that's remembered as often as Bridesmaids. So there's a mathematical aspect to writing jokes.
Not writing jokes, but sprinkling them into a script, you're saying.
Once you have set up the premise, and Larry calls it celebrating the premise. He's got a premise, which is an idea like how many samples of ice cream is too many when you're getting free tastes. And so that's the premise. Now you write a scene to celebrate that premise, where you put Larry in opposition to someone who's ostensibly taking too many samples. And now he's going to complain with that person. They're going to argue it out. And out of that premise comes funny moments. And we want to make sure we've celebrated it enough, which means bringing all the humor out of it. But the humor is wrung out of it successfully because setting up the concept is done as quickly and as efficiently and as clearly as possible. So the audience is fully clued into what the game is, and now they can enjoy the laughs.
Right. I want to return to that, but let's talk about the book and all the people you interviewed. You talk to, Cut to the Monkey. And
I got a copy of it. It just arrived in my mailbox yesterday.
Oh, wow. You must know somebody.
Yeah.
You talked to Sacha Baron Cohen, you talked to Judd Apatow, you talked to Larry David, you talked to Julia Louis-Dreyfus, you talked to Brad Hall, her husband. Who else do you talk to?
I think interrogated is a better word. I realized I had these people trapped in little rooms with me, and I thought I should interrogate these folks.
But these are people you worked with in the past, and then and as I pointed out, you didn't burn any bridges, so they took your call. Is that correct?
Right. Yes.
They still liked you.
I tricked them, and so, I could call them up, and then I'd say, "Hey, can I interview you?" And once I got, no one said no. Once I asked them, Larry's always the cagiest because he's Larry David. He doesn't like to owe anybody, and he doesn't want any favors. And
and so who else did you interview?
Well, you named a lot of them. Mike Binder, who I've worked with since the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Mind of the Married Man.
Mind of the Married Man. That was my first professional editing job.
Right.
Directing and editing job.
Right.
I interviewed all the editors I've worked with on Curb Your Enthusiasm, who were there from the beginning, the other 3 editors, and got all of their perspectives. So it's sort of the Curb alumnus is represented. I interviewed Krista Vernoff, who was the showrunner on Grey's Anatomy, and she was on Shameless. And I was hired onto Grey's Anatomy when she was trying to bring it back to their roots, to be more funny, more humorous, and less, in life and death, to pepper the life and death moments with funnier moments. And that was why I met her.
The book is it's a great read, and it's important for anybody who's interested in becoming, period. Anybody who's interested in becoming should read this. You have an interesting story, and there were roads taken and roads not taken. When I first met you, I thought of you, and I apologize, as a possible, your future was going to be as a manager.
Well, that's because I was working for managers.
Right.
It would be a natural assumption.
That
was my first job. I landed in Hollywood, drove to Hollywood in my Celica, got an apartment on Barham Boulevard.
A Tom Selleck.
Resumes.
It was a Tom Selleck, I believe. It had that original lift mustache, I believe. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, my first job was for Rollins, Joppy, Moore, and Bresner, which were comedian managers. They specialized in comedians, and I ended up working there for 5 years. I started as the messenger, and then became an assistant, and then I was a talent scout. And all that time I was working on writing my own ideas and trying to get my own first film made. I finally got a short film made, and that launched my career.
You're jumping ahead because it's what's really important to me. And I was talking to a younger person about you. And so you were making movies when you were growing up in Minnesota. You knew how to edit video when you were growing up in Minnesota. You came to Los Angeles and
didn't know anybody at the time. And it's still Rollins and Joffe. They are you want to be managed by Rollins and Joffe. Woody Allen, Harry Belafonte, Dick Cavett, then Robin and Billy Crystal, and there were a group of managers there. Marty Short, and I'm leaving out people, but David Letterman.
Who?
David Letterman. You may have heard of
No,
David Letterman.
I don't quite remember that.
Doesn't ring a bell.
And they were, whether or not it was true, and it doesn't matter, they were the perfect managers because they would say, focus on being funny. Just be funny. Don't worry about the money. Take jobs that make you funny. And they were the ones you wanted their guidance. They were rabbis, basically.
They were the blue chip management company of their era.
Yes, absolutely. David Steinberg. So
he's the only surviving member right now. Yeah, David is still alive.
Right,
Buddy Mora, Jack Rollins, Charlie Joffe have all passed away.
Yeah. So, and when I met you, you looked, and you still do look like you could be in an Armani suit, screwing me. And I don't mean sexually. You could have gone down that path.
Well, you got to be a good negotiator to be a manager because you're negotiating for your clients. And so I watched these guys and how they dealt with people. And what I really learned, I learned a lot from them, but I learned how to say no. They say no. Their job is to say no to offers that come in for their clients and to do it nicely so that people go away feeling good about the no they received, which is a skill.
But here's the thing that I think, and this is I'm reading in the book, and not to take anything, certainly not to take anything away from Rollins and Joffe and these guys, but just eventually you would have left Rollins and Joffe, probably, or maybe.
I never meant to stay there. I thought it would be a 6-month job.
Right, but I'm talking about agents and managers in general, and I'm not putting down managers and agents in Hollywood. I don't have to do that. They do a good enough job by themselves. You had an actual skill that you could make something. You could
creativity, right?
But as an editor, you can actually make something and say, I made that. Correct?
I bring solutions. That's why I get hired back again and again by all those people you listed, is because I bring them solutions and I make their work funnier and better. And so they rely on me to do that. And that's not an easy skill to have. I didn't really know that I had that skill. I discovered I had it because people liked it and kept hiring me to do it again.
Most people in Hollywood do not have a tangible skill. They can't pick up something and say, this is mine. But if you can edit and shoot, you are not alienated from your labor. So much of the unhappiness, the drug addiction, the divorces in Hollywood stems from the alienation from the final product. And I am curious, when did you realize that you would never be happy with your hands clean? No, I'm being serious. When did you realize that?
My first camera.
I'm sorry?
Since I was a child, I've always wanted to make movies and be creative.
But everybody goes out to Hollywood with that dream, and then they end up getting a job at CAA, and they give up their dream because that's what you're supposed to do in Hollywood. Is give up your dreams.
And you need to pay the bills. And sometimes you get stuck making a lot of money as an agent. And why would I leave this company? I've got a mortgage. I can't. I'm trapped here. So first of all, you want to keep a low overhead so you can continue to be creative and in some way or another. And
Right.
that's the secret to happiness, is to express yourself creatively, daily, somehow, in some way. Whether it's making a movie or writing a script or writing a poem or putting out a podcast or sketching or dancing or some way, it doesn't matter, as long as you're creative and in any way that makes you feel fulfilled.
Right. Telling your loved ones that you were going to pursue your passion, as opposed to being a manager, being an agent in Hollywood is a respectable profession. If you tell, according to your parents, you go to an office, there's a secretary, people are clean shaven, it looks busy. You're dying inside, but you feel you present as a respected member of the community. You gave that up. Was that difficult? Well,
no. There was not a choice. It wasn't like I made a choice to do.
Well, no, you could have been. You're likable.
Sure, I could have been a doctor. I would have been a doctor if it was just about making enough money to go on vacation for 6 weeks per year. I would have been a doctor. I would have gone to medical school and done. And sometimes I wish I had. I'll be honest, because it's a hard business. It's tough to make enough money in this business because it's so competitive.
I would have I would have been a doctor, but I love the sight of blood.
You got to have an ability to not kill people.
It gives
when you're cutting
the
them.
sight of blood makes me aroused. So I'm sorry.
I was at Rollins Jockey for 5 years, and then I made my short film, sent it to everybody, and then I got an offer to direct something. And I told Buddy, I've got an offer to direct this episode of a show called Monsters, a low-budget syndicated TV series, and it pays $1,000, which obviously is nothing for a directing job, non-union job. And Buddy said, "Oh, well, if you take that job, you have to quit. You can't keep this job. You can't work here and go direct TV shows."
Why?
So I said, "Well,
why?
It wasn't like."
Why couldn't you?
At all.
Why couldn't you?
Well, because he wouldn't let me. In his mind, it was one or the other. Larry Bresner was really the agent there of, you got to choose one or the other. He was the filmmaker in the company. He didn't want another filmmaker. And so maybe I threatened him a little bit too by wanting to pursue that path, because I was writing screenplays with Jake Johansson and other comedians and pursuing other avenues to make movies. But I took that job at $1,000 and went on.
Were you scared?
Went from security.
Were you scared?
To insecurity.
So you were scared?
Because I'm pursuing my passion. The only thing I ever wanted to do. How could I not do it? I would spend my whole life going, man, I should have done that. There's nothing worse than having regrets and dying with, the last thing you want to die with is regrets.
Unless she's a stripper named Regrets. That's my thought. I don't know. I'm making the worst jokes. I just saw during the break, Sarah Silverman tweeted out, "I wish Bounty made toilet paper because I like it rough." And I thought, I wish I were Sarah Silverman. I just wish I had that. So, yeah. And directing, and you've directed how many documentaries?
5 documentaries, a couple of Trekkies documentaries, so probably a third one. We're talking with my partner, Denise Crosby, about wrapping up the trilogy of Trekkies documentaries. And my most recent one is called The Truth About Marriage.
Right, we talked about that.
Marriage.
Yes, and you're still not married.
No, as of today.
Are you sure?
This moment.
Are you positive?
There's no paperwork that proves it.
So in writing the book, how long did it take to write?
That book it took me 7 years to make the documentary, during that time I was writing the book as well. And it took another year to finish the book while finishing the documentary. A long time.
Right.
Many years.
It's a great book. It really, and it's ruined my week because I should have been not enjoying myself. I should have focused on it's a fun read. It's like Mike Rowe's book. It's just, you're in heaven when you're reading it.
For me, writing books is very similar to the way I've made documentaries. I find a bunch of smart people and I interrogate them and collect all their wisdom and then download it into a book, coalesce it into a small, easy, quick reference guide for people. Here's what I learned. So you don't have to spend 7 years or learning about editing comedy or learn about marriages. Here it is, from all the experts. And to me, it's also about, it has to be funny because it has to amuse me first. And that's why I edit comedy, because the projects I take on, they have to make me laugh first, and then they'll make Larry David laugh, which makes the audience laugh. And so that Larry filters his work through me, and it's there because I choose the takes because they make me laugh.
The name of the book is Cut to the Monkey, a Hollywood editor's behind-the-scenes secrets to making hit comedies. Pre-order it. You can pre-order it wherever.
That's correct.
Wherever you buy books, and hopefully you buy them at a righteous place. Conan O'Brien, his last show for TBS, he said something, and it was breathtaking. He said, I don't know much about comedy, and I'm not doing this right, but he said, I know that when you have incredibly brilliant people doing stupid things, you cannot fail comedically. That's his rule, to take incredibly brilliant comedy minds and have them be stupid. And that was such a gift to his audience and anybody who's interested in comedy. And it reminded me, my limited experience with comedy. My son would come to work and with me, and like he was 8, and he said, "Oh, I get it. You read all day and then act stupid." And I said, and this was an 8-year-old. And I said, I guess. He says, it just seems like all you guys, and it was guys at the time, just you seem to read a lot and then act like morons. And I go, I guess so. And then, so it resonated. That was Conan's Law, which was a great show on CBS, by the way, with Tom Selleck, Conan's Law. What was your law for comedy before the book? And did you come up with any new laws? What was the most important thing you didn't know that you learned writing the book about comedy, like a law about comedy?
Like how to be, what is funny? It's that whole, once you try to dissect comedy, it dies.
Well, there's a famous expression, talking about comedy is like dissecting a frog. Eventually you'll get an erection.
I think you butchered the ending, but you got the first part right. But you can't, but nevertheless, I tried to dissect it.
Right.
And what I learned is that comedy is primarily 3 things. It's many things, but it's surprise. You've got to surprise the audience. It's truth. Punchlines are essentially just a statement of the truth, things that people are suppressing. And 3, pain. Watching people get hurt or behave stupidly or awkwardly or being in embarrassed situations. Surprise, truth, and pain.
The truth.
Those are the three legs of the comedy stool.
Okay. How do you square the fact that Martin Short, Steve Martin, perhaps the 2 funniest people who've ever lived, perhaps, right?
Absolutely.
Are liars. They do not tell the truth on stage. So how do you square that?
Well, if they're telling a lie, it's probably illuminating some kind of a truth.
Right.
There's a theme underneath it that they're demonstrating.
Right.
By portraying that.
Right. So the truth, they're revealing a truth by lying, and it wouldn't be funny if we didn't know it was a lie. We know.
Also, acting stupid or abnormal behavior is funny. Abnormal behavior of any kind, anything that violates the rules of society. We're expected to behave a certain way. And when we don't behave that way, it's funny. And so idiots don't follow the rules. Babies, animals, stupid people, insane people.
Right.
funny. All those behaviors that are absurd behaviors are also funny. And that's another leg of the three-legged. It's a fifth leg of the three-legged stool.
People who work in comedy have two roles that they play. When they're in front of other people, they say only nice things about other comedians and comedy shows. And because it's ugly to be jealous or angry, it's ugly to get old as a comedy writer or a comedian and not understand why something is successful, to be enraged by somebody's success, especially if it's really successful and you don't understand it. But that's what comedians do in private with other comedians. You try not to, but there's certain buddies who you go, did you see this? Like, am I missing something? And you bond over how horrible something is. When I'm bonding in private and complaining about other successful people, which I try not to do.
Well, you're in competition with all of these people, and it's a constant power struggle to see who's going to be at the top of the heap or at the next
I've
level.
given up on that. I'm a bottom feeder. I've given up.
There's people below you who are at the bottom.
Who?
People. You've got to stay above them.
Who's below me? Can you have their names? Who's their names? I want to remind. So the complaint that I have, and this is not fair, is I think comedians, you have to think that they're smart. And I don't mean educated, and I just mean that they know what they're doing, that they're hiding the fact that they're really smart. And if they're not doing that, if they're dragging the audience down into the gutter and there's nothing redeeming about it, and it's not funny, I love it. It makes me happy, but it does. I do. I go. I mean, I really. There's a special on Netflix that it's just like, wow, this is so bad. Like how do you like? And you must know you're bad because it's just bad. Everybody knows this is bad. I love watching that kind of stuff because it makes me feel better about myself. Don't comics though have to be smart? Isn't Buster Keaton? Don't you have to be smart?
Yes, because a good comedian, I'm sure you know this, filters the world. You filter the world through your eyes and then express your perspective on the world to the audience and give them your perspective, which is funny. I remember when I first moved out to Los Angeles and I got this job and I was hanging out at the comedy store, the Improv, and one night I saw this guy named Sam Kinison perform, and I'd never seen anything like it. And I could not believe he was saying things, that the things he was saying were so offensive but funny because they're true. It's like, move to where the food is. You remember that?
You know Larry Brown, right?
Yeah, of course.
Bubbles Brown. We should talk about Mort Saul is what we should do.
Yeah, the passing of another legend.
Have you spoken to Bob Weedy about him?
Because I spent time in Hollywood, and otherwise I would have never even known who he was.
Right. Bob Weedy did a great American Masters on Mort. Who was Mort Saul? Who was he?
Yeah, well, you can ask Bob, but I think he invented the idea of political comedy.
Right.
And you got to be smart. Come back to your question, to see the truth in the culture that surrounds us and point that out to people. And Mort Saul would do that. He would point out the truth, and it would get a laugh, but it may not be very palatable. It's not easy to take. Truth is hard. Truth is a bitch. No one wants the truth. But when they get it by a comedian who slips it in, it's a surprise and they laugh and then it's okay. And now it's like a catharsis. Everyone feels better because it's hard to suppress this, whatever this thing is that society wants you to suppress. We're all trying to pretend that something isn't the way it is. And the comedian points it out in a clever, smart way. And it's better for society. It's sort of a healing process. It lets out the air in this balloon. If it gets too big, it's going to explode, and that's very painful.
Right. With who is your absolute? Do you have an absolute, like the career that you think is? I mean, Woody Allen.
From a sheer joke writing perspective, yeah. I mean, how do you beat Woody Allen?
Yeah.
But Sam Kinison blew me away at the time. Jake Johansson was one of the funniest, intelligent comics I've ever seen in my life, and I could watch him night after night.
Right.
And Stephen Pearl was another.
Wow.
I thought was very funny.
Stephen Pearl.
In a very he was in the Sam Kinison genus.
Wow.
He didn't really have limits, which I loved.
I can't believe you mentioned Stephen Pearl, because I swear to God, I was at the Holy City Zoo and I would watch Stephen Pearl, and it was like lightning bolts from God. It was like Robin would, Stephen Pearl. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And Jeremy Kramer.
And He's still alive, still around. You can still go see Stephen Pearl, and you can still see the bolts of lightning, and you should, because he's amazing. And you mentioned Larry Bubbles Brown. He's so quotable. Every time I meet someone who knows Larry, we quote Larry Bubbles Brown jokes back and forth to each other. I went to the doctor, and the doctor said, I have good news and bad, or I have bad news and worse news. What's the bad news? Well, the bad news is your sperm count is 1. What's the good? And the worst news is he's this big and he wants out right now. He's so quotable. He was brilliant.
Yeah, he was.
And you can still see Larry. Larry's still performing. He's hilarious. And there's a documentary about him. That's
right.
Incredible.
Yeah. You love comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Do you watch it every night?
I live to laugh. That's the whole point, is to have as many laughs and as few tears as possible before you expire.
Right. I was listening to Child of the 50s the other night, the Robert Klein album, which I had not listened to since I was a kid. It was incredible how I knew, like, what I had listened to it so much that I knew what was coming, and I hadn't heard it in 30, 40 years. It's incredible how I would listen to comedy albums over and over. And Klein was really interesting, is really interesting. In many ways, there's Mort Sahl, who's the father of modern stand-up comedy. But Robert Klein, I think, was what every aging baby boomer aspired to be, that they wanted to be Robert Klein. Is that a fair statement, that Robert Klein?
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the period when he was the guy.
Because he was not a clown. He was like, oh, you can get laid being Robert Klein. There's something, this is a cool guy. I know that Jay Leno, anyway, Kinison, unbelievable. Why don't we wrap it up and continue when the book comes out? You're a brilliant person, and I found out.
Check out the Comedy Store documentary as well on Showtime. I edited that
with Binder.
It's fascinating. Yeah, it was fascinating to go back and relive the origins of the Comedy Store and where it is today.
The name of the book is Cut to the Monkey, a Hollywood editor's behind-the-scenes secrets to making hit comedies. You say something that is very dear to my heart about editing, because I like to learn editing, and it's a rabbit hole for me. And you said It doesn't matter which editing program one uses. It's like which typewriter, which pen do you use? But it is hard to learn the software. It's not intuitive until it becomes absolutely intuitive. What do you use? Premiere Pro?
Avid. No, industrial strength Avid. Now, I used to use other things, but now everything is pretty much, all the shows I worked on is on Avid.
Wasn't there a period when it went from Avid to Final Cut to Premiere Pro? And why did Avid become the...
Final Cut was about to take over, in my opinion, was about to take over the entire industry, and then they revamped their software entirely with version 10, and everyone went, ugh, I don't like this, and went back to Avid.
They went back to Avid. I had learned Final Cut 7, and...
Yes, I loved it. Love 7.
I went, this is the greatest thing. What do you have to change? And then 10 comes out, and they try to make it like iMovie, which makes no sense. And I went, but now, are you able, because since you were a kid, you were learning editing. So are you able to go into Final Cut and then switch over to Premiere Pro and just pick it up? They're not all the same. They are different.
No, it's like getting a new keyboard where all the letters are moved around, and so you'd have to relearn that haptic sense. So I prefer to stay on the one now. I can move very quickly on Avid because it's second nature. But it takes a week to learn a new editing system. But there's no need to at the moment. And it's really, like I said, like you quoted, it's not about the editing program. What makes a good editor is an ability to choose the right takes. First of all, I got to pick the right funny. And then second, I've got to know how to move it around and position it and put the pieces together the right way. And you can learn the software. Anyone can learn the software, but that doesn't make you a good editor. To be a good editor, you've got to know all the little tricks and never cut away from the face until the punchline is finished. Every frame has to be on the face until the punchline is finished. And you might be tempted to cut away 5 frames early because continuity doesn't match. But then it's not funny. There's something about you need to see it on the face. As soon as it's finished, then you can cut to the reaction, but don't cut too soon. And there are little mistakes like that people were making, I was noticing, and that's what I started jotting down, what to do right to make whatever you're cutting 15 to 20% funnier simply by editing it the right way. The same material.
Right now, tonight, name a film, a comedy, that is the gold standard of editing.
Well, there's a difference between editing and the gold standard of funny, because
the gold standard of editing, like where if you want to, that you look to as an editor for inspiration.
Maybe Raising Arizona.
Really?
It's a perfect movie in that respect. It's a mad world. It's probably the funniest film I've ever seen.
Really?
But it's way too long. But it sustains.
That was not a success. That's Stanley Kramer, and it wasn't considered a successful movie at the time, right?
No, and there's a longer version now that's available too. That's it's even funnier. It's like I can't get enough of that movie because it's such a great comedy. But if you go back to the best edited comedies are probably the comedies that come out of the screwball comedy era, like the Philadelphia Story or His Girl Friday, Bringing Up Baby. Those are great films to study for comedy and editing.
Right. I'm keeping people waiting. This is you'll come back. Roger Nygard, buy the book. Pre-order it wherever you buy books. Cut to the Monkey, a Hollywood editor's behind-the-scenes secrets to making hit comedies. And I know what you did to me for about 10 years. You were the one.
Who left a joke on your voicemail?
Yep. Every 6 months, the most offensive joke would be left, and I had no idea who it was. It was going on for 10 years, and I finally realized it was you, and they were They were great jokes.
I think I got your phone number from either from Jeff Bolt or Larry Brown, one of them. And so they were conspirators in this giant controversy.
They were great. I miss them. Thank you, Roger. I'll talk to you next.
Welcome.
Hopefully
Anytime.
you'll come back next week. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime you like.
In fact, great. Please order the book. It's a fun read. Cut to the Monkey, a Hollywood editor's behind the scenes secrets to making hit comedies. Let's go to Los Angeles. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. Alan Minsky is here. He is executive director of the Progressive Democrats of America. And I believe you brought with us a guest.
The bio's in the chat, David. And yes, I brought with us somebody who...
did he leave?
There's the scene in Annie Hall where he follows another comic. I don't think we're dealing with a comic subject here.
No, I'm here, but you turned off my video, so you have to turn
I'm
on.
sorry. I don't... Oh, my... Here we go.
There we go.
Okay.
And he is also Peter Kalmus. And
Hello.
Peter is a climate scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory,
Wow.
an associate project scientist at UCLA's Joint Institute for Regional Earth System Science and Engineering, and he speaks on his own behalf. And Peter Kalmus is also...
It's going to be whiplash following the comedy discussion.
Well,
yeah, I was campaigning, David, in the chat to keep Roger on, and then have him follow.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't
we could have gallows humor, discussion on gallows humor afterwards.
Well, yeah, I mean the planet. It's pretty funny what people are saying about climate change. How screwed are we, Peter?
It's a kind of dark comedy. Listen, I've been trying to figure out what makes people's brains tick for 15 years in terms of just not being able to. There's evidence right in front of them, and they think it's not true, or they say the opposite. It's like, you tell them what's 2 + 2, and they tell you 5, and so I don't really know how to deal with that kind of climate denial. But I think we're in a considerable amount of danger right now as a civilization, I guess is one way to say it. So maybe I should ask
Should we plug your book, Being the Change, Live Well, and Spark a Climate Revolution?
You can. It's a little early for that. I can give you an overview, or you can maybe tell me like where you're at, where your brain is at climate wise, and we can take it from there. Or I can tell you where mine is.
Alan, you take it.
Well, let me briefly just.
And we should do a screening of your documentary. We should do it on office hours.
Sure.
But go ahead, please.
Yeah, and Peter, office hours is David does these marathon shows twice a week, and then office hours, it's a complete 24-hour turnaround with hosts around the world, and it can include things like screening of documentaries and commentary and things like that. And that starts. What time does that start on Fridays, David?
8 p.m. Friday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, he's all on the East Coast Gemini thing going. But Peter is also has organized, along with, and I'm tired too, the other person who you organized the project with, and I know Michael Mann and Mark Jacobson, another group of prominent climate scientists sort of helped out in the initial signatories, but over 300 climate scientists signed a letter recently that was sent to President Biden to get serious about what the climate science says is necessary for a response to the climate emergency. And that really leads with the complete and immediate cessation of fossil fuel production.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's not what came out of the Build Back Better policies that were announced today, having been negotiated painstakingly for the past 2 months. And, there are organizations like Progressive Democrats of America, Food and Water Watch, a number of our environmental justice allies that strongly, we stomp our feet and we bring the articles that Peter writes for The Guardian forward, and other climate scientists saying what this should be clear as day. It's clear as 2 + 2 = 4. What needs to happen in terms of the first steps as to what needs to happen. And first among those, of course, is the cessation of fossil fuel production. And
the cessation of expansion. It'd be almost impossible to stop it overnight, and a lot of people would die. But it's the old thing, right? If you're in a hole, the first thing you got to do is stop digging. So what gets
but maybe you hit oil though. If you keep digging, you might get.
Yeah, it's amazing that they, a couple hundred years ago, they just were able to stick a hole in the ground and have this amazing stuff pour out that they could burn and they could sell it and get really rich.
Well, let me ask you a question, because Professor Marianne Cummings is on our show, thank God, and she's a physicist. Nuclear, I'm not going to speak for her, but I won't talk about nuclear power, but she was saying earlier that what the left doesn't understand is oil, petroleum, we can't live. You just can't get rid of petroleum. You just can't stop. Is that true?
Well, I mean, under what you might call the myth of progress for the next few decades, it's hard to imagine life without it, because no one can imagine going back to any earlier way of doing things, right? But certainly human race has been around for 100,000 years. And up until a couple hundred years ago, it was doing fine without all these fossil fuels. And then, of course, we are on the verge of transitioning, being able to have our cake and eat it too, in the sense of having basically a somewhat high energy society that isn't based on fossil fuels. So it would be based on solar and wind and other sources of energy.
Are there any countries in Europe who have pretty much switched to renewables, including nuclear? I'll throw nuclear into the mix.
No, I don't think any nation has completely switched away from fossil fuels yet. I will say in Europe, they use roughly, on average per capita, like a third as much energy as we do in the United States and Canada. And that's something, because if we could reduce energy consumption by a factor of 2, then we would only need 25% of the renewable production to build out. So we already have a baseline of electricity production from non-carbon sources, things like hydro and nuclear and a little bit of solar and wind already. And so if we took the total electric use down by half, we'd only have like this little extra bit to go instead of this. So it's a quarter as much.
Could we coexist?
Fascinating.
Could we coexist with fossil fuel? Is there an acceptable usage of fossil fuel?
As long as you don't burn the fossil fuel, you're not really contributing to climate change.
But could we compromise? Is it possible to compromise and say, we're going to do wind and hydro and all this, solar and, a little fossil fuel? We're going to burn a little.
Unfortunately, the problem is that carbon dioxide, which is you burn the carbon, it combines with oxygen from the air. It turns into carbon dioxide. That stuff goes up into the atmosphere and it stays there for hundreds of years. So the problem is it accumulates over time. Jim Hansen, in his book, Storms of My Grandchildren, he wrote so he was a famous climate scientist of the kind of generation before.
Paid a price for speaking out about climate change. What was the price he paid?
He was gagged by what the Bush administration, right? So I don't know if it was how much of a price it really was at the end of the day, but he was prevented somehow from speaking out freely, which was quite remarkable at the time. But he didn't get fired or anything like that, or put in. He chose to take part in some civil disobedience and got arrested, but he wasn't jailed or anything for speaking out. But one of the amazing things that he said was, you only would need like 1 or maybe 2 coal power plants running continuously. So before we started burning all this fossil fuel, we were actually slowly heading into the next ice age. and or the next what they call glacial period. So we have this oscillating, Earth covered mostly with ice, and then Earth like it is now based on orbital cycles. But you only would have needed like one or two carbon or coal burning power plants to prevent slipping into that ice age, because it accumulates over time in the atmosphere. And even that tiny amount, how many coal plants is humanity building per week now? I don't know, but that tiny amount of coal being burnt would have accumulated and prevented slipping into an ice age. So the problem is, because of the longevity of CO2 in the atmosphere, we really have to get down to zero burning of fossil fuels.
Can we plant?
I think we can do it.
Can we plant trees in the atmosphere? Is there, when you talk to people my age who somehow still believe in something called Yankee ingenuity. Remember that term? Yankee ingenuity? We can solve anything. There are these dinosaurs who think we can burn dinosaurs if we just give it the old Yankee ingenuity. And they talk about carbon capture. They talk about scrubbing the air. They talk about painting the ocean, painting.
It's amazing, isn't it? They will bend over backwards and tie themselves into technological pretzels in order to avoid facing the hard fact that we have to stop burning this stuff. That's the bottom line. There's no getting away from it. All of this other stuff is fantasy. Carbon capture and storage is one of the more interesting possible technological alternatives, but it has serious problems. They just started a new plant in Iceland like a couple months ago, and I calculated based on how much it can suck in per year, that it's sucking in about 3 seconds worth of our emissions. So 1, 2, 3 in 1 year. That's how much emissions this one carbon capture and storage plant could suck in. So you'd need like 10 million of them.
Well,
it's say not economically feasible.
Well, they say that they can scale up. That right,
and it would require an incredible amount of energy, right? So you would have to. Recent estimates are that you would have to burn or generate almost as much energy to bring the carbon back out of the atmosphere through these devices as was released by burning that fossil fuel in the first place over the last couple of hundred years. So it's the scale of CCS is just absolutely tremendous.
So if we had a Manhattan Project, I've been told that there isn't enough wind, there isn't enough geothermal, there isn't enough solar to replace petroleum. Is that true?
I don't think that's true. It's more a question of how fast we can build that wind and solar capacity and how we deal with the intermittent nature of those energy sources. So people talk about storage, and right now it seems like the storage that's the most popular form of storage is battery storage. I feel like, again, if we can, I think we can talk about what an emergency this actually is, which I think is a really important context for this discussion. Because if you think this is another issue, something we can solve incrementally, and we have till another 100 years to figure this out, then of course the kind of radical action that I feel is necessary wouldn't make sense. But once you understand just what an emergency this is, and I think, there's a lot of uncertainty out in the future. Let me say this, we're at 1.2 degrees Celsius of average global heating right now relative to 1850. So that's kind of the benchmark that is usually used, because that's when sort of semi-decent measurements started. And we saw the heat dome in the Pacific Northwest. We saw this crazy flooding in Germany, in China,
New York,
in New York this summer. Yeah. We see the whole Western United States burning down in these new mega fires, which are burning unlike anything that fire scientists and fire managers have ever seen before. They're jumping over ridges in the Sierra Nevada. I took a hike in the Sierra Nevada in June. My family loves to hike on the John Muir Trail. So we did a 5-day hike. We'd done a 20-day hike on the JMT a few years earlier, and it looked pretty normal 3 years ago. This June, it was so dry, David, you wouldn't believe it. There was no snow on the passes. The rivers that usually flow in August were bone dry in June this year, and there were dead trees the whole hike, the whole 5 days, just walking through.
Are there any?
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
and this is because of drought and higher temperatures.
You know, I've lived a year in. If you add up all the time I spent in Las Vegas, it would be a year, and they changed the climate, and they bring it. Is it possible to build aqueducts? This is what people who are in denial about climate change.
Yeah.
So is it possible to build aqueducts?
I mean, we already have a big aqueduct in Southern California coming down from Northern California, right? Gets pumped over the Grapevine, right? That uses a pretty big fraction of electricity in California, I think. And we could certainly build more of that, but can we build enough to make, and then would, for example, agriculture in the Central Valley, which produces a huge fraction of the U.S. Produce, right? Would it still be economically viable, or would that agriculture be forced to shift elsewhere? And then the problem is, this is one regional impact, right? Drought in California. Right. And you have similar and different impacts everywhere, all around the United States. You know, you have drunken trees in Alaska, and you have forest fires in Siberia, and you have flooding everywhere, and you have famine occurring in Madagascar, right? The first climate famine. You can't, at this point, the signal is so strong that no matter you spin the globe, put your finger down somewhere, even if it's over the ocean, there's still climate impact. And the thing that really frightens me, David, is that this is driven by physics, and it's driven by human greenhouse gas emissions, which are increasing exponentially still globally. So the United States has basically leveled off with its greenhouse gas emissions, mainly from transitioning from coal to fossil gas. But I think we've gotten about as much out of that transition as we can. But globally, it's still increasing exponentially. And what frightens me is we're looking at a future, unless we change mighty fast, of year on year just getting hotter than the year before. So these heat waves will get worse, and all the other impacts, which I've just been talking about, will get worse until we stop burning fossil fuels. And then how much of this indignity can global human civilization take? I mean, if you have a wheat, a yield reduction of 30% in the Midwest, for example, the same time you have it in the European and the Russian breadbasket in China, if you start getting some of these yield losses, these agricultural failures simultaneously, what is that going to do to food prices? What's that going to do to the global poor? How is that going to destabilize geopolitics when you start getting just absolute waves of climate refugees that make what we've seen in the last few years look like nothing, right?
So we already have.
This is what frightens me, is seeing that.
We already have climate refugees in the millions.
We do.
What would happen?
Yeah, and what if we had them in the hundreds of millions?
Right.
That's what, we don't have systems that can handle that. So, and then you start getting water scarcity. You might start, seeing India and Pakistan getting saltier and saltier about water scarcity until maybe they actually go to war for real. And then what would that mean? So, I mean, look.
What would happen if we shut down?
The Pentagon's talking about this stuff too. They are not climate deniers in the Pentagon.
Right. What would happen if we shut down America? If somebody just pulled a switch and we just shut it down?
It's a good hypothetical. One of the biggest, so I see two immediate huge problems with just pulling the plug on fossil fuels overnight.
So just plugging America does, you take it out of the equation.
Yeah.
What happens?
So the main problem is that a lot of people would starve because we wouldn't be able to produce food, all the food that we eat without fossil fuels. We wouldn't be able to process the food and transport it and get it to people that need it. So a lot of people, especially in urban centers, I mean, in big cities and mega cities, there's no food being grown. So that food has to be brought in, right? And if that stops, you will start getting water would stop coming out of taps, right? Because that needs pumps.
It was a hypothetical in terms of energy consumption. Without America.
Hypothetical. And there's one other really important part of this too, which is that you need some kind of international coordination to start ramping this down, right? So another project that I'm part of is something called the Global Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. The idea is you would need to sort of pull that plug gradually, but you'd have to do it kind of in sync with all the other nations of the world, which is the really hard part.
But we are, not China. We're on this show, it's America First. We are to blame for all this, correct?
Well, if you look at the cumulative emissions, remember how I said that CO2 builds up in the atmosphere over hundreds of years. So if you look at the per capita cumulative emissions, then yeah, I think we're at the top. The UK is at the top. They were very early adopters of the Industrial Revolution. China's the biggest emitter right now as a nation. But if you divide it by what do they have now? Like 1.5 billion people or something. So if you divide it by their population, they're still not, very close to the top in terms of per capita emissions.
Alan.
But yeah, the other part of this equation here, and I remember one of the first public statements I ever made speaking, this is before I was an earth scientist, I was still an astrophysicist looking for gravitational waves, and I was getting more and more worried about climate change. And Obama had just won his second reelection. I stayed up late. I was like in my boxer shorts, and the returns came in. He just won, and I was so impassioned. I'm like, he's got to make climate change his legacy. He's got to make it his top priority for a second term. So I whipped off a letter to the editor to the New York Times, and basically what it said was, this is a historic opportunity for the United States to transition to the next sort of global economic stage, right? Which will be the green energy revolution. So we don't want China to eat our lunch in terms of producing solar panels, in terms of producing wind turbines, in terms of creating the built infrastructure that we're going to need to bootstrap ourselves out of the climate emergency, right? There's a huge opportunity here in terms of green jobs, green infrastructure, leading the world out of this mess. That's the good side of the equation, right? So I think there's something in the middle where there's an economic opportunity here, but at the same time, we have to go faster than that. We've waited too long. If we started in 1990 or even in 2000, then we could probably just build our way out of this with the Green New Deal, and kind of incremental policies, just really ramp up production of renewables. But I'm afraid that ship has sailed, because this summer is proof in the pudding, right? The disasters that we were just talking about with the floods and the heat domes and the fires and the emerging climate famines. It's every day we wait now, we lock in worse disasters for ourselves and for our kids and for non-humans on this planet. So that's the problem. There's a trade-off now with how fast we go and how much more climate emergency we're willing to tolerate.
I want to ask Peter a question about this, though, because of
Do you mind leaning in, Alex? Can you do a Sheryl Sandberg and lean in?
That's better. That's better, Alan.
Thank you. I want to ask about the role of the United States government funding research and development, in particular to lift the capacity of renewable energies, and if you feel enough is being done. Because, at the very time, of course, I understand we can't just break away from fossil fuels. Everything Peter said about population centers, supply chains of food and everything is obviously very clear and real. Almost nobody in our contemporary society is involved in garnering their own food anymore, which wasn't the case at all. Go back just to, very recently in human history. So now we have huge populations which are completely reliant upon the global supply chains for their survival. And yet here we are, we're developing tar sands in Canada. We're literally building pipelines that run through the domestic United States to deliver the tar sands oils. And it isn't just a matter of ending fossil fuels. The fossil fuel companies have tons of leases they haven't developed yet. Mm-hmm. They have the investments ready to go. These they understand as 30-year investments. So the thing is in the absence of renewables as a viable alternative to completely fuel a modern technological society, it seems that it's very difficult politically to go up against the effect of lobbying the fossil fuel industry, as we've just learned, So do you think, especially as somebody who and again, I know you speak for yourself here, but who works for NASA, that the United States could do more? Because if you look at the great technological advances of the last 75 years, many of them have been fueled by U.S. government money.
Yeah.
And the United States also has the most elite university system, scientific research university system in the world, which is also fueled by government grants and government money. And I think the failure of not leaning into this by the federal government it not only is devastating for the fact that we're not doing enough to build up renewables, we're also ceding, apparently the Gulf states, who certainly have a lot of money, they're developing, green hydrogen systems beyond what we're developing. Talk about a loss for economic prosperity.
So, Alan, that's one of the two things that gives me hope in this. Actually, it's a weird. It's almost like a kind of a photo negative hope, but in my opinion, the U.S. basically has done so far. Can we swear on this program?
Sure.
Like a beat. They've done jack shit. Okay. We've essentially, the only thing we've done, and I would say it wasn't even really a step, is to like I said, transition to fossil gas. And underestimate the amount of methane that leaks out in the life cycle of producing that fossil gas. So it's not even as good as it looks on paper because methane is the second most important greenhouse gas, and it's around 50 times as powerful as CO2, depending on the time scale that you integrate over. But anyway, we basically haven't done anything yet. So makes me a little optimistic, because if we actually did something, maybe it could have a powerful effect. We haven't tried yet. So, if we'd already tried and we made a real effort and we were still in this much trouble and things were still not moving, then I would lose that hope. But we haven't tried yet. The second thing that gives me hope is the public climate movement, that the activists basically, which are getting stronger and stronger. People do need to panic about this. And they are starting to, which is why one of the main things that brings them into climate activism, right? So, I mean, we have to tell the truth about what's happening. It is scary. I don't believe in sugarcoating it, because I think that, fear is a motivating emotion. It's what snaps you out of your kind of like day-to-day routine, right? And says like, oh crap, we have to do something different. And that's exactly what we need right now. So this movement will continue to get stronger as climate catastrophes like the fires and the floods and the crop losses and all that, the heat waves. One of the things that scares me the most is just stupid heat. Just heat waves getting so bad that instead of a few hundred people dying, you start seeing, like the 2003 heat wave in Europe, where I think the best estimate is about 70,000 deaths. We might start getting those multiple times every summer, and they only get bigger from there. And to me, that's terrifying. But this movement will keep getting stronger, which will make policies that feel impossible right now start to become eminently possible. So, for example, I think it's time for us to basically just say, fossil fuel corporations, you had a good run, you're killing our planet, we're literally seizing your assets and nationalizing them. Too bad. If you're investing in this stuff, if you're an owner, if you're a lender, you just lost your money, because we have to, it's like a plane that's heading right towards the mountain, right? Someone's got to grab that stick and move it away.
Alan, what would it cost to just buy for the world, thinking like a neoliberal, what would it cost for the world to buy Exxon, to shut it down?
Yeah, there are estimates of that.
What's the market cap of Exxon?
$1 trillion. I mean, what would if you look at Shell, BP, and ExxonMobil? If we can start a divestment, but it's like $3 trillion to buy them out. Wouldn't it?
So institutional sort of places where this gets stuck politically, among many places, but two that are significant are the issue of just transition for unionized oil and gas workers in a whole bunch of countries, but particularly in the United States. And then what's called stranded assets, which is what Peter is talking about. And when you hear the term stranded assets being raised, it's not that the government would seize the property for the sake of humanity and you just lost your investment. Stranded assets would be basically paying off the companies that own these assets that we're saying you can no longer use.
Alan, I really am saying that we should just take them and protect the workers. So the reason, look, okay, this net zero by 2050 thing is complete bullshit. It allows policymakers and the fossil fuel corporations to keep doing whatever they want, say this decade, right, until 2030. Like 2050 is so far in the future, net zero. The fossil fuel corporation loves stuff like carbon capture and storage because it's a shield that they can hide behind and fool the public into thinking that somehow there's a way to get out of this without shutting down their industries. But what we need instead, we need a quicker time scale, so maybe 2035. I'd like to go even faster than that to get to zero, and forget the net. So don't, forget about these techno fixes that are purely vaporware right now. They're purely hypothetical, probably very unlikely that we'll be able to scale them up. To get to zero by 2035, you would need an annual plan. Every year, you'd have to go down like 12% or something. And so you need to know, all right, so by 2023, where are we going to get that 12% from? Are we going to stop letting people fly 10 times a year? Are we going to, what are the things that we can change? Are we going to insulate a ton of houses? Are we going to make some kind of a, rationing of gasoline or something? I don't know, but ending frequent flying is probably one of the easiest things that you can do.
Here's the things: democratically in the United States of America, where Cadillacs and 36-ounce steaks and gun culture and all the other thanatos.
And like I said, we use 3 times as much energy as they do in Europe per capita. So we're wasting a lot of energy basically, right? Compared
private jets.
We're using 17 times as much energy as the average person in Bangladesh.
Oh, for sure, but so you don't see an upscale of wind and solar to cover most of the uses. Obviously,
I do. It's just that it's going to take a while to build that out, right? Mm-hmm. And so for a while, there's going to be this big gap between how much renewables we have and how much energy we're using. And like I said, a lot of that's being wasted. So we can make that gap smaller. And we only have like 6 years of carbon budget left globally to get to have a reasonable chance of staying under 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're at 1.2 now, remember. 1.2 degrees, all this stuff that I was talking about, the floods and the heat dome and all that stuff, that totally took the climate science community by surprise. We were shocked by those that level of impact, that intensity at 1.2 degrees Celsius of global heating. I do not have a lot of confidence that 1.5 degrees Celsius is going to be as safe as we think it is. And yet we have, at this rate of burn, we basically got 6 years to ramp down to 6 years of budget left, right? Burning at this rate.
We have
42 gigatons of CO2 equivalents emitted per year, right?
Will you come back next week?
Maybe.
Well, you don't think...
what we would do, what we would love to do too, David, is we got to get people like Peter and Peter himself onto more shows around the country. This is a great place. It'd be great to have Peter back on the David Feldman Show. Yeah.
And have you on.
It's very frightening. It's very frightening on these left podcasts how little climate coverage there is.
Yeah.
And we really need to get this done more. Yeah.
I guess to summarize what I'm saying at the end of the day is that I feel that society needs to shift into what I call a climate emergency mode, where we don't pretend that we can keep going just like we've been going, and just have more renewable and solar, wind and solar, and just keep going without even feeling a bump in the road at all.
Yeah.
Keep flying the way we're doing, keep driving the way we're doing, keep eating the way we're doing. I don't think we can do that anymore. Like I said, I think if we started this seriously in 1990 or 2000, then more or less we could have done that, but we can't anymore. And I don't know what to say. I mean, I think climate emergency mode, the thing that really scares me basically is that 40% of this nation can't even be bothered to wear masks during a pandemic to keep their neighbors from dying. So that's, so I was going to say, like, if humanity can transition to climate emergency mode, I think the feeling of solidarity and the feeling of, global emergency averted, wow, that was a close one, and we can build a better society, would be just phenomenal. I really hope that I get to feel that global solidarity before I die. But because of this pandemic and just seeing, the craziness on the right, I mean, let's call it what it is. It is just insane. And look, my parents were both Trump supporters, and I just don't understand it, even though they're my parents. I talk to them and it goes nowhere. It's the weirdest thing.
Right.
So I don't know how we get the kind of solidarity that I see.
Will you come back? Can we get you at 7:30 Monday night on the show at an earlier time?
Sure. Just finish it up. Okay. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. I'll book
Can we
you.
do a time certain so that the comic can then
Well, this was in my defense.
Things up a little.
In my defense.
Gallows humor.
No. In terms of the scheduling, it was kind of. But we will give you, we will obey the 7:30.
Sure, David.
Well, let me wrap it up.
Oh no, I get a little blame on this one too. I should have.
It's okay. Don't flagellate yourselves. I'm happy. I've got like a meditation practice, so I just got a chance to sit a little bit before we went on.
So let me end on an optimistic note.
Sure.
And I think this is going to happen. Living through some storms here in New York City, I thought, I see how this is going to work. The oil rigs are going to be destroyed because of the weather, and then they're going to flood the that eventually it's going to get so bad that the refineries will be destroyed, and because the weather's going to get really bad, and then America, before the world is destroyed, our infrastructure, our oil, our fossil fuel infrastructure will be destroyed by climate change, and the earth will heal itself.
Yeah, so there is a lot to talk there. So what you're basically, that hypothetical, which I don't know how hopeful it is, but you're basically talking about civilizational collapse, which I think will be a very messy thing. It'll be a messy, bumpy thing. It's not just going to be like that. It's going to be like, we abandoned parts of Miami. Like that's the first step. And then there's, a national real estate, bubble bursting. And then this happens, then that happens, and there's more floods. And eventually we get to what you're saying. But on the other hand, they are using the ice-free Arctic as a way to extract more oil because they're able to drill up. So they're kind of excited. They're like, wow, we can drill places now that we couldn't drill before. And I'm just like, humans, what are you thinking? That's melting because you're melting the planet because you're burning this stuff. And your first response is, oh, great, we can get more of that stuff to burn. So there's got to be some humor there somewhere, David. And actually, one thing we could talk about on Monday is this kind of side project I have called the Climate Ad Project, where we make little short films, and half of them are funny, and I think they're pretty funny. So maybe we could look at some of those. I think you might like them.
Let me stitch this up. I'll be back with Harvey next week, and then Peter will be on with you on Monday, which means I will tune in on Monday.
Or you can join us.
Let you guys go. Let you guys go.
Alan's an old friend of mine too, so it's good to see him, and I always love.
Great to see you, Pete. Oh, absolutely. And but I just want you guys to take off, and I really am. I'm pretty invested with PDA and some other partners in getting voices like Peter onto a lot of media right now.
Well, you're welcome here as many times as you want, and we need to obviously. Thank you, Peter.
I gotta work on my comic timing, though.
No, not on this show. Thank you, Peter.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. I really
I know we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
To you guys later.
Alan Minsky from the Progressive Democrats of America. Go there, find out which candidates you should be supporting, and go to peterkalmus.net and watch his documentary and buy his book. It is entitled Being the Change, Live Well and Spark a Climate Revolution by Peter Kalmus. Buy it at one of the more nobler bookstores, although Barnes & Noble, I don't think. Are Barnes & Noble still around?
I have a gift card, so they better be. Someone give me a gift card. Yeah, they are.
Okay. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm okay. I mean, today was rough, and Harvey and I would have been an interesting segment. He'll be obviously be on. Remember, I think he's in New York, so look out for him.
Yes. All right, I'm going to wrap this show up. It's midnight, and Henry has a piece that we're going to run 2 Henry segments back to back on Monday. My apologies to the great Henry Huckamacki, but we're going to have the Henry Huckamacki Hour on Monday. My apologies. That's our show. I want to thank all our guests. We started at 4:30. Thank you to the Zoom room for showing up early. The show was just so packed that we had to start early, and we still couldn't get to everything. Christian Smalls will be with us. He is organizing the workers at JFK for Amazon. He's trying to organize the Amazon workers. Our show is obviously not his top priority, nor should it be. And we're blessed that we can get Christian on this show when he's available. But he is busy organizing the Amazon workers, and he will join us when he has time. Thank you to all our guests. Let me see if I can thank them. I can do this. Okay. I have no idea who was on this show. I swear to God, I have no idea. I know Christian was late, and that was at 5:30, and I have no idea who came on at 6. I have no idea. 6:30 was Ben. Matt Leck. Wasn't he? Oh, Matt Leck was great. Then Ben Burgess, my memory's coming back. The Hirschenfelds, then Emil Guillermo, then the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and then the professors in Marianne, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Jonathan Bick, and Professor Marianne Cummings, and then Roger Nygaard, and then Peter and Alan. I did it. I probably left somebody out. Thank you to Professor Mike Steinel for the music. As always, office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. I hold court from 8 till 9:30, and then it's turned over to some of the greatest people you'll ever meet. Go to my website right now, hit attend office hours. We'll send you an invitation. Please subscribe to this show wherever you get podcasts, and give us a good review, like us, and share us. Please share us. We're a little show with big minds. I know there's an audience for us, so please share us. We're not for everybody. This is insanity. This show is now 7 hours and 30 minutes. This is, and you should listen to, spread it out over 2 or 3 days. Somebody tweeted to me, I drove from the bottom of Florida to the top, and I was listening to your podcast, and by the time I got to the top of Florida, your show was still going. It's a long show, but, look at who the guests are. I'm very grateful for all our guests, and I'm very grateful to all the people who show up in our virtual studio audience on Monday nights and Thursday nights. If you would like to join them, please go to my website and sign up. And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. We're putting little clips up on Twitter and on Facebook. And of course, we have a YouTube channel. You can watch the show in its entirety on YouTube. Please subscribe. We have 6,000 subscribers or more now. I can't believe we have 6,000 subscribers, so please subscribe. And YouTube is a great way to share this show, especially since there are timestamps. So, for example, the interview we just did with Peter, it will be timestamped, and you can share the interview by its timestamp, so people don't have to listen to anything other than the interview with Peter. That is our show. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.